Americas. And this symposium marks the 20th year of the establishment of the Guantánamo Bay Detention Camp at the US-controlled Guantánamo Bay Naval Base in Cuba, with an exploration of detention in the Americas more broadly. And I would like to thank Professor Esther Whitfield, Associate Professor of Comparative Literature and Hispanic Studies and CLACS-affiliated faculty, working with Kate Goldman, CLACS' Center Manager, and Kate is no stranger to camps, as she is on the leadership team of Respond Crisis Translation, which provides translation for asylum seekers in the U.S. And she's also serving as head of the university and academic partnerships. And I really want to thank you both for bringing this incredible programming to CLACS. This symposium is our last public event for the semester, so we're ending on a high note. And it's also part of the series, and the last event, again, we're holding for this year, that we have held under the Mellon Foundation Sawyer Seminar, Rethinking the Dynamic Interplay of Migration, Race, and Ethnicity in the Caribbean and Latin America. And this seminar was awarded to CLACS, the Center for the Study of Slavery and Justice, and Africana Studies Department Rights and Reason Theater in 2021. And it has featured 2 conferences, talks, an exhibition, musical performances, a reflection by performance artists on the immigrant experience in the U.S., etc. And we have, it continues into the spring, so please look out for our events. I also want to acknowledge the co-sponsors of this event, the Departments of Comparative Literature and the Department of Hispanic Studies. And welcome again to all of you. I really look forward to the discussion today. And I turn you over to Professor Whitfield. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Patsy. Thank you, everybody, for being here so early on a Monday morning. Really appreciate it. So thanks to the Center for Latin American Studies, to Hispanic Studies and Comparative Literature, and very much to Kate Goldman, who has had a lot of vision for this event, and I'm really grateful for that. So as Patsy said, this year marks the 20th year of the continuous operation of the detention centers at Guantánamo, Cuba, despite many efforts and pledges to close them down. The past 20 years have seen many changes in detainees' living conditions, their access to legal representation and to hearings, in information on how the centers operate, and in the number of men detained, from around 780 in the early 2000s. Nevertheless, 35 men are still there, and those released are, as many of us know, dispersed across the world in various conditions of precarity and statelessness. So I think, it's been 20 years, it's still there, and part of the thinking behind this event was to just acknowledge that. But the situation at Guantánamo, like the very existence of the US base in eastern Cuba, is exceptional in many ways. But as some of today's speakers have shown, it is much less unique in some of its structuring principles, in its approach to the law as it pertains to non-US citizens, and in what Speaker Naomi Paik has written about as its construction and perpetuation of rightlessness. So today's symposium is an invitation to think about practices of detaining in relation to a broader vocabulary of holding, sheltering, even, and I put this somewhat in quotation marks, protecting, across a geography that runs from Guantánamo and Empire more broadly, to the US border with Mexico, to Martha's Vineyard, right here, and to Central Falls. So thinking of this geography in a very sort of broad and much closer to home kind of way, and to think through this through forms of advocacy that are located in the university, in volunteer work, in legal work, in state government and in grassroots organizations. So I think we're also trying to think of this as a broad form of advocacy rather than these sort of more sort of individual ones that many people here are involved in. We have a really great program of events that go throughout the day. I won't read it to you, but I hope you can see it online. I know not everybody can stay all day, but please come for as much as you want. I think a lot of what's going to be here is going to be very, very very interesting to listen to. So again, welcome, and I'm going to move on to introducing our first speaker, Jana Limpan. So Jana Limpan is Professor of History at Tulane University. She's also a Brown alum, and she also told us last night she won the first Brown thesis prize when it was introduced. So she's she's a scholar of U.S. foreign relations, of U.S. immigration, of labor history, whose first book, Guantánamo, A Working Class History Between Empire and Revolution, tells the history of the U.S. naval base in Guantánamo Bay from the perspective of Cuban base workers. Her most recent book, In Camps, Vietnamese Refugees, Asylum Seekers and Repatriates, reveals how first asylum sites, places that hosted refugee camps, pushed the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to reshape international refugee policy, and shows how Vietnamese activists in the camps and diasporic activists in resettlement countries influenced U.S. and international refugee policy. She's written and commented widely about U.S.-Cuba relations, about refugees and asylum seekers in scholarly venues and in media outlets. And I won't list all of them, but she's very widely published. So please join me in welcoming Jana this morning.
Thank you all so much for having me here today. And I need to begin by thanking Esther Whitfield for bringing me, for Kate Goldman, for all of her assistance. And again, I was an undergraduate here. This is the first time I'm giving a formal lecture at Brown. And I have to say that it really does bring me a great pleasure to be here. And I want to actually thank my former advisees who are still here, Professor Amy Remensnyder, and someone who's passed away, which was Jack Thomas, who really was a mentor of mine many, many years ago. And with that, I'd like to begin my talk. So let me see if I can, oh, wait, that's not the right one. Here we go. And, oh, it's on, perfect. All right, so we are all set. And I will put it on slideshow, I assume. There we go. All right. So again, thank you all so much. And this is really an extraordinary opportunity to think deeply about the long imperial history of Guantánamo, its legacies in the Americas, and its grim role in our present moment as an ongoing detention center. And I really think it's important to sort of think about the gravity of 20 years. I'm teaching a class on U.S. empire this semester, and of course, most of my students have never known a world where Gitmo was not a prison for alleged enemy combatants. And if they've heard of it at all, they assume that the base was always a prison, and they barely blink at the consequences of the U.S. sanctioning indefinite detention or bending the rule of law to the point of torture. This is really something which, at this point, has been such a long-standing practice that students are surprised to find out that it was not always a prison. My own journey to Guantánamo, though, began more than 20 years ago now, when I was a graduate student and I was interested in Cuba's relationship with Jamaica. This was the summer of 2001, before the deadly al-Qaeda attacks on the World Trade Center in New York City and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. on September 11th. And through my research, I learned that there had been a long history of Jamaican migration to eastern Cuba. I really started this as a Caribbean sort of scholar. And that a disproportionate number of Jamaican migrants and their children became base workers on the U.S. military base in Guantánamo Bay. And if you just look here, Guantánamo is way over here, which is very far from Havana, and Jamaica, I should have brought a map of the Caribbean, I did not. Jamaica is farther to the east. And through my research, what I learned is I met base workers in Guantánamo, Cuba. So my first trip to Cuba, I went to Guantánamo, not to the base. And I met Cuban base workers who had joined the 26th of July movement in the 1950s, fought against Fulgencio Batista, and I met Cuban base workers who continued working for the U.S. military decades after the 1959 Cuban Revolution. And I met many more who simply wanted their US government pensions for the years that they had worked on the base. So they had been government workers and they wanted their pensions. Since then, I've investigated the history of refugee camps in Southeast Asia after the US war in Vietnam, which led me to many places which we would characterize as peripheral: Guam, Palawan, Palau Bidong in Malaysia, and the outer islands of Hong Kong. And yet there's a similarity in my work in that I've looked at places which we often think of might be, quote, peripheral, but I would argue, in fact, are central to our understandings of US power and thinking about global networks throughout the globe. Later today, we're going to hear from my good friend and colleague, Naomi Paik's work on the many Guantanamos, and she's going to help make these connections for us. However, what I would like to do in the next 30 minutes or so is to instead focus on the history of Guantanamo and on Cuba and, by the way, the Caribbean. Oh, I'm so glad. And I do have a map of the Caribbean. I did not forget. And so here we can see Cuba's relationship to Jamaica and also to Haiti. And we also have Puerto Rico. And all of these places are going to be nodes that I'm going to discuss throughout this talk. What I'd like to start is focusing on Guantanamo's Caribbean location. The violent and imperial origins of the Caribbean itself should not be forgotten. From Christopher Columbus's 1494 approach to what he dubbed Puerto Grande, to the institution of enslavement on the island of Cuba, to the long histories of Spanish imperialism, followed by military intervention and U.S. occupation. And these are not exceptional in Latin American and Caribbean history, but they do help shape our understanding of Cuba and Guantanamo. And because of the violence of the present, there's always a way that Gitmo has become shorthand for detention, incarceration, and the violation of human rights writ large. And I generally agree with this. However, I believe we also need to recognize Guantanamo's geographic reality in Cuba and the Caribbean, in both its past and its present. And so this morning, I want to focus on the base's Caribbean history and explore the fraught spaces between refugee camps and detention. The U.S. imperial vision for the Caribbean and its turn to detention for Haitian and Cuban refugees laid the groundwork for Gitmo's function as a post-9/11 prison. And this history, too, informs the increasingly punitive infrastructure that detains and excludes migrants within the United States. So here's the roadmap for the rest of my talk. First, I'm going to provide some brief definitions and explain why the U.S. has a naval base in Cuba in the first place. Second, I'm going to share a story about a man named Lorenzo Salzman, who's a Cuban worker in the 1950s. Then I will move us to thinking about Haitian refugees in 1980 and 1981. And I will end by talking briefly about Cuban refugees in the 1990s. So those are the sort of different nodes for this talk. And I would say that the slippage between strategic defense, the refugee camp, and the prison have merged, and Gitmo's history allows us to see that scaffolding and to think about what that sort of convergence means for both the past and the present. But before I go any further, I need to make sure we understand a few simple things, or basic things. First, why does the U.S. have a naval base in Cuba at all? I imagine many of Professor Whitfield's students know this, but just to make sure we are all on the same page, I want to reiterate. The U.S. acquired the naval base in Guantánamo Bay after the War of 1898, or what the U.S. calls the Spanish-American War. And before entering Santiago de Cuba, Guantánamo Bay was the U.S. Marines' initial destination. The U.S. Navy cemented its possession and claimed rights to a base in Guantánamo Bay through the Platt Amendment and the subsequent 1903 lease agreement. This treaty granted the U.S., quote, complete jurisdiction over 45 square miles of Cuban territory. So we can see this here. And this is the key point. While Cuba maintained ultimate sovereignty, the U.S. had this, other type of jurisdiction. And so we have this contradiction within the law itself. In 1934, the U.S. and Cuba renewed the lease agreement, and the U.S. gained continued rights to the base and language whereby Cuba could never force the United States to leave unilaterally. So most of us have signed a lease for an apartment at some point. If you have not yet, you will. I know I think it's a first-year seminar, but you will get an apartment one day, and you will sign a lease. Others of you will maybe lease a car, right? So most of us have leases in our lives at some point. Those usually have a date. You sign a 1-year lease for an apartment or a 5-year lease for a car. The U.S. lease for the naval base in Guantanamo Bay has no date, okay? It does not even say in perpetuity. There just is no date, okay? And the U.S. staked its legal claim through these treaties and to remain in compliance. In the lease, the U.S. pays roughly over $4,000 a year to keep this lease. And again, for those of you who are paying tuition, or if your parents have mortgages, you would know that $4,000 for the year is a very small amount of money for 45 square miles of territory, okay? This is not much money. Castro publicly refused to cash the check, and I believe the current Cuban government continues with this policy of refusal. So the U.S. says that it is in compliance, it pays the money, and Cuban says, this is ridiculous, we're not accepting the money, yet the base remains. Also, before it was a prison, it was far more typical of U.S. military installations. And before the Cuban Revolution, it was fairly similar to U.S. bases in Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and even Japan and South Korea and Western Europe. And so I just want to show you, these are images from Guantanamo, from the base in the early 20th century. You can see a racialized image where Cubans are clearly presented as people of color compared to U.S. sailors, and also the sort of relationship to fruit and produce. So for those of you who study Latin American history more broadly, these will be themes that will be repeated. This is images of the base being built up during World War II, where it really was modernized. It becomes a major U.S. military station during World War II. Before then, it was much smaller. And also importantly, Gitmo is not just Gitmo is the base, but Guantanamo City is in fact a medium-sized Cuban city in eastern Cuba. And these are images from Guantanamo, Cuba in the 1940s. This is the main park, Pedro Perez. Here we have some of the main streets, downtown Guantanamo. And here we have some pictures of sailors on leave in Guantanamo, again in the 1940s. These are just sort of some images from my trip to Cuba. These are fairly old now, from the early 21st century. These are sort of Soviet-era housing. And here's the Plaza de la Revolution. And so to make sure that you recognize that the city of Guantanamo is about 15 miles from the base. It is about an 18-hour bus ride on a good bus from Havana. And it is also a fairly large community of over 100,000 people. So it's not small, okay? It's like a medium-sized city. I should add that I've never been to the base. So my research has all been in Guantanamo, Cuba. And to think about this sort of relationship between the city and the base, as we also think about how places of incarceration in our own communities are often kept far from sort of urban centers. What does it mean when people are sent to Martha's Vineyard, for example? Why are people sent to an island, or why are they then sent to a military base? How is that separated from other communities? So those are some ground rules, or not ground rules, but sort of thoughts, like why do we have a base there? Where is Guantanamo? What is the relationship between Guantanamo and the base? So here we go. All right, so I want to share now a story, which I imagine is unfamiliar to many of you, and if you did read about this, hopefully it will continue to raise some questions. And so in Cuba, from the 1940s and 50s, even before the Cuban Revolution, one of the biggest questions remained what legal standard governed the base. Was there going to be Cuban law on the base or U.S. law on the base? And in the 1940s, local Guantanamo journalist Lino Lemes, which is a caricature from the local Cuban press, wrote, quote, "The workers on the U.S. naval base are not protected by the American social laws nor by Cuban social laws." By social laws, he meant pensions, minimum wage, leave policies. How much were you going to get paid? If you got hurt, how did you get compensated? And because the base fell outside Cuban jurisdiction, but their rights under U.S. jurisdiction were thin at best. Workers were often left in the lurch. They would know what law governs their employment. And on September 15th, 1954, and remember this is before the Cuban Revolution, 8 cartons of Lucky Strike and Camel cigarettes were found missing in the naval exchange. And base worker Lorenzo Salzman was the prime suspect. In short order, the base officials accused Salzman of stealing $1,543 in cigarettes from the exchange. So they thought that he was pilfering cigarettes and most likely selling them on the black market in Guantánamo, Cuba. Now, typically, when base officers believed a crime had been committed by a local civilian, and he was actually of Jamaican descent, but he had been living in Cuba. I believe he was born in Cuba. They would fire the worker, and they would press charges against the alleged, thief in Guantánamo or Santiago de Cuba. But in this case, they took a more punitive course. They were frustrated because the local Cuban courts were not prosecuting or convicting the Cubans who were stealing things off the base. The Cuban courts weren't really upset. Again, this is a military base that's on their territory, so the fact that someone's stealing some cigarettes is not of great interest to the Cuban legal system, okay? And so the U.S. military was upset about this. And so instead of pressing charges in Cuba, they detained Salzman for 2 weeks without ever notifying his family, a lawyer, or the base union, which existed at the time. Rumors spread throughout the base when workers realized that the U.S. Navy had thrown Salzman in jail without a trial. Jose Repilado Perez, a delegate of the base workers union, described the crisis in biblical language. Lorenzo Salzman disappeared as if he had been swallowed by the earth. On release, Salzman claimed that he had been wrongfully accused, beaten, and tortured until he signed a false confession. In an interview, Salzman described his ordeal in detail. He said, quote, "Immediately they imprisoned me. I could only stand on my feet. There I was, incommunicado for 15 days. The intelligence officer hit me with his open hand on the nape of the neck," and that's what he's describing in this image. "When I fell to the floor, a marino who came with the officer clubbed me in the stomach and liver. I fainted with pain, and I woke up in a hospital." He elaborated that he'd been forced to stand for 14 to 15 hours each day, could not change his clothes, received rotten potatoes and dirty water, and was regularly beaten. In the end, he signed a confession that he had stolen the cigarettes. Salzman added that his confinement was so brutal that if the officials had asked him if he had killed Abraham Lincoln, he would have confessed to that too. Now, in response to this, the base union leaders, Angel Calzado and Jose Perez Repilado, began an intense and vocal campaign for the rights of base workers. Now, the union leadership never defended his innocence. I want to be clear about that. That wasn't the claim they were making. Rather, they objected to the Navy's practice of unauthorized detention and abuse. And I should add, I found all these documents in 2004. So right sort of in the moment when this was actually gaining traction by international human rights activists. And here I was finding the story about a Cuban raising very similar questions from the 1950s. And I was struck by the intensity of their language. Through radio programs, union bulletins, and direct communication with the U.S. State Department, union leaders denounced U.S. officials. They even went so far as to compare U.S. base intelligence officers to communists and to fascists. They concluded by calling on American ideals, quote, "We could not conceive that in a naval establishment of the most powerful nation in the world, champion of democracy, things like this could happen, much less use methods and systems of terror." They later claimed that the language of democracy and liberalism for themselves, and they rejected claims that they were communists. They said, "No, this is not communism. We who speak thus are enemies of the Iron Curtain, but we are also enemies of any type of oppression, harming human dignity, hence the dignity of the country we belong to. We are real Democrats." And this is the sort of letterhead for the union in Guantánamo, for the base workers union. Now, not surprisingly, the U.S. Navy fired these Union leaders. However, it did have to negotiate and deflect this radical critique. For the next 5 years, until the Cuban Revolution, as far as I can tell, the U.S. Navy did not attempt to detain any other worker outside the law. This essentially created a problem for them, which they decided to then avoid. Moreover, the State Department repeatedly told the Navy that they'd overstepped their bounds. They said, legally you might be right, but this local outcry was not worth the risk to U.S.-Cuban relations or the possible clamor to renegotiate the lease. So the Navy never said that the U.S. military didn't have the right, but they said this is not worth the political problems that it is causing us. And I come back to this story again and again, but because it continues to shock and surprise me, although perhaps it shouldn't, that Cubans were having similar debates about the law, detention, and yes, even torture almost 50 years before January 2002. And in this case, the central question was whether or not U.S. or Cuban law applied on the base, and the Cuban workers' insistence that some law must apply. Now, while the scope is different, Salzman was one man held for 2 weeks, not over 700 men, and not people held for over 20 years. And the current concern was related to stolen cigarettes and not national security. His testimony still resonates. And Salzman attests to being beaten until he confesses, underscoring the unreliableness of confessions made under duress. He most certainly did not kill Abraham Lincoln in violent circumstances. And it demonstrates that activism and anger of Cuban workers, that a Cuban could be detained without charges or trial, and their language could not have been stronger. They did not mince their words, calling out the U.S. government as, quote, fascist and, quote, communist. And here we can see a specifically Caribbean and Cuban protest against the base. This was not a protest against the U.S. military base being there. It was not an anti-base critique explicitly. This would come years later with the Cuban Revolution. But rather, it was a critique against unchecked power. The base workers' union recognized the principle at stake for both Cuba and for the United States. And the base workers were right in their concern that if the U.S. evaded its own laws on Gitmo, that it would then create a dangerous and undemocratic precedent. And I would add one constitutive of the initial lease agreement. So that is our first story. So I want us to hold it, and I want us to really think about sort of the Cuban critique and this Cuban concern about the absence of the law over 50 years ago, 70 years ago. Okay. Now bear with me, because we're going to move geographically, and we're going to move chronologically. So now I want us to think about the Caribbean again more broadly, and we're going to think about Haitians, here is Haiti, going to Miami in small boats, and we want to think also about Puerto Rico, okay, which remains a U.S. territory or a U.S. colony. Puerto Rico is still a colonized space, right? So these are our current notes in this next section. Okay, and I want us to move chronologically to 1980, okay? So we're moving from the 50s to 1980, 1981. And I hope this seeming detour will help us see how the stories of U.S. imperial circuits and their constitutive military power and dodging of constitutional standards came to bear on late 20th century refugee camps. And here, too, we see a Caribbean precedent for the denial of rights before the U.S. government transferred this model to Gitmo. And this will move our conversation to thinking about migration and refugees as we think about detention. So in 1980, along with the more than 100,000 Cubans who entered the United States through the Mariel boat lift, which was a fairly major migration movement in 1980, there were approximately 10,000 Haitians. And these individuals received a very nebulous legal status, which was Cuban Haitian entrance status pending. They were not given refugee status. And I would again suggest that anytime the government comes up with a new legal status, to raise your eyebrows. Why is this new legal status being created? Haitians were initially housed in substandard facilities in Florida. Oh, here's images from the Mariel boat lift. These are Cubans. Here again are Cubans coming to the U.S. in 1980. And here are news articles about Haitians who were also coming at the same time. And these Haitians lived in very poor conditions. They were initially housed on a former U.S. Nike missile base in Florida. So it was a former military sort of installation transformed into a refugee camp for Haitians in 1980. And these conditions were quite poor. As one Haitian man said, "The conditions here are very bad. Here we live like animals. The food is bad. At night there is no light and we fight the snakes." Ira Kurzban, who becomes one of the most persistent and unflagging legal advocates for Haitians in Miami, characterized this base, Chrome, as, quote, intolerable and atrocious, and he demanded immediate changes, threatening legal action if the situation did not improve. Even the Florida Department of Health agreed and insisted that the U.S. government, quote, close Chrome. And the government's attempt to close Chrome was telling, because one idea of what to do was to send Haitians who are being held in Miami to a U.S. Army base in Puerto Rico. Okay? And again, I think hopefully we'll continue with our conversation about why migrants were brought from Florida to Martha's Vineyard, in this case, from Florida to Puerto Rico. Okay? Now, initially this happened under President Jimmy Carter. And he broadcast his plans to move Haitians to Fort Allen, and the Miami Herald reported that many Puerto Ricans resented, quote, being used as a colonial dumping ground for Mr. Carter's problems. One letter to the editor reiterated that the United States' actions smelled of old-fashioned imperialism. Hundreds of local residents protested against the proposed camps, and thousands more marched in San Juan. In some instances, protesters took a principled stand with chants and gritos declaring, "We cannot permit the construction of concentration camps in our land." Yet there were other slogans that only protested the use of Puerto Rican land for such camps. In an unsettling and prophetic idiom, one person shouted, "Carter, send them to Guantánamo." The plan, however, stalls out under President Carter. I won't get into all the weeds of the legal debates, and this doesn't happen. But then Carter loses re-election, and Ronald Reagan is elected into office. And in 1981, under Ronald Reagan, they relaunched this idea of deterring Haitian migrants into the United States, and they do this through a policy of interdiction of both sending Haitians back to Haiti, as well as detaining Haitians who do reach the United States. And again, to alleviate overcrowding at the Chrome Detention Center, the U.S. decided to send Haitians to facilities across the United States, including Morgantown, West Virginia, Big Springs, Texas, Otisville, New York, and again to Fort Allen in Puerto Rico. And this time, the U.S. government does send Haitians to Puerto Rico. In August of 1981, 794 Haitian men and women, the largest single contingent of Haitians, were sent to Fort Allen, languishing there for more than a year. And by many accounts, the conditions at Fort Allen were worse than at Chrome. Chrome at least had semi-permanent buildings, and while on Fort Allen, Haitians lived with tents and in the full force of the Caribbean sun. And despite Fort Allen's relative isolation within Puerto Rico, Fort Haitian allies there organized a coalition to support the Haitians. And there was a small but active Haitian community within Puerto Rico, and they began this sort of robust campaign. For example, Inez Mendoza, who is the widow of the former Governor Luis Muñoz Marin, and he's the major political figure in Puerto Rico, she protested the transfer of Haitians to Puerto Rico. She said, quote, "We will be accomplices in crimes against humanity if we were to imprison Haitians like animals." She stated flatly that Puerto Rico had no obligation to jail Haitians. That is my protest. The Organization of American States, again, not a radical organization, even authorized a delegation to visit Chrome at Fort Allen, making it the first time the OAS investigated the United States for alleged human rights violations. And in April of 1982, 38 Haitian women held at Fort Allen wrote directly to President Reagan, and the New York Times published their letter. The women refuted their representation as, quote, economic migrants and denounced the United States for its inhumane treatment. In a separate protest, 33 women at Chrome persisted in a week-long hunger strike. Collectively, Mendoza, Esquivel, the OAS delegation, and the Haitian women themselves demonstrated a growing coalition and a regional solidarity against Haitians' unprecedented and indeterminate detention. In 1982, the courts ordered the release of Haitian refugees from Fort Allen, Chrome, and the attendant jails throughout the nation. However, the courts did not outlaw the policy of detention, but rather this process only intensified. The Chrome Detention Center was not closed, and it remains in southern Florida with an abysmal human rights record, which disproportionately has prevented Haitians from entering the United States. Devised as an emergency measure, an unsanitary and disgraceful one at that, Chrome would become a permanent detention center, infamously holding asylum seekers without legal counsel. And if you have not, and these are just from its current website, and if you've not yet read it, I strongly recommend Brother, I'm Dying by Ebony Dandicat, which talks about her uncle who dies at the Chrome Detention Center in the early 21st century. Here we can see the themes that continue to resonate, the American imperial legacies, which created the legal infrastructure to detain and erode legal rights. But we can also see activism by both Haitians themselves and their allies. And so I want to find, and these are just images from recent, so this allegations of beatings at Chrome. I want to conclude soon because I know people have to go to class and I want to have some time for questions. So let's just talk briefly then about bringing us back to the naval base in Guantánamo Bay. Briefly, there are Cuban refugees who leave again in the 1990s. And these Cubans, much like, and also for those of you who don't know, 220,000 Cubans have left Cuba in the last year. And we're currently going through a moment of massive migration of Cubans who are leaving the island and often finding themselves now in a similar precarious position as other migrants. They no longer have the same privileges that they had in the past. And in the 1990s, Cubans left in large numbers. This is at the end of the Cold War, a moment of economic insecurity in Cuba. And they again take to the seas. And these were often termed as the balseros. And President Clinton is president at the time. And he was very concerned that this would create political problems for him. He remembered the Cuban Mariels refugees that created political problems for him in 1980. And so he said, let us send these Cubans to the naval base in Guantánamo Bay. And we are able to legally do that. And that will prevent people from coming to the U.S., detain people. And so Cubans were sent to the naval base in Guantánamo Bay. And for those of you who don't work on the Cuban Guantánamo Public Memory Project, this is a story which hopefully is somewhat familiar to you. And the Cubans who were on the naval base in Guantánamo Bay had this, in some ways, almost kaleidoscope experience where they had left Cuba only to be brought back to Cuba. And many of those felt that quite viscerally. And unlike Haitians, who are also held on the naval base, the majority of Cubans were allowed to go to the United States. There's a lot of legal wrangling. There's a lot of protests. The Cuban-American community has significantly more political clout than other immigrant communities. And so the most of the Cubans who came to the naval base in Guantánamo Bay do go to the United States. However, there are some who did not. And so this, I think, brings us to the post-9/11 era. Because Camp X-Ray, before it was a detention center for post-9/11, quote, enemy combatants, it was where the U.S. military sent Cuban, quote, troublemakers on the base. And this was sent to Camp X-Ray. And while the vast majority of the Cuban balseros do go to the United States, about 970 were repatriated back to Cuba. And for Cubans believed guilty for crimes on the base, and these could range from disruption to petty theft to violence. There was, again, a large range. There was no legal due process. Rather, they were kept in the camps. And as Elizabeth Campisi, a camp mediator and later anthropologist, wrote, "We were not permitted to visit Camp X-Ray until near the end of the operation. when I assumed that conditions had improved too, if they had difficult to imagine what it was like to begin with. As we approached the camp, people who had been told that they would be sent back to Cuba gathered by the part of the fence at the entrance and loudly protested their innocence. We were not allowed to go near them, let alone accept notes for relatives back in the camps. The Balseros and Camp X-Ray had no access to due process, and the INS had strictly forbidden anyone to help them in any way." End quote. And so here we have that the military sort of extra-legal system for Cubans who created disturbances on the base were in the very same place that would then be repurposed for the first group of alleged enemy combatants after September 11th. And so while the arbitrariness of detention loomed large, again, I want to sort of think about this Cuban story as it leads into the post-9/11 era. So where to end, because I want to make sure we have some time for questions, how to conclude. How to connect these stories of Lorenzo Salzman to Haitians at Fort Allen, to Cubans in Camp X-Ray, to the conversations we will hopefully have later today about incarceration and detention here in New England. First, Gitmo and Guantanamo's Cuban and Caribbean history matters. We need to remember that Gitmo does not take place in a nebulous space, but rather that the long legacies of U.S. imperialism in the Caribbean made it possible. Today, we see that the longevity of this type of militarism looks like in people's bodies. And I think of Carol Rosenberg's recent essay about how Gitmo is becoming essentially a place for elderly people, right? A place which needs surgeries and medical care for elderly detainees who are needing medical help. But this should also make us think about the Cubans. There's still, I think, 17 Cubans who live on the naval base. I'm happy to talk about this as well, who are also elderly people. And the U.S. military also provides medical services for elderly Cubans. It's the only nursing home in a U.S. military base, and it's for the Cubans who have retired there. So again, thinking about these long stories of U.S. imperialism. Second, we can think about the stories of detention. The transformation of spaces from one form of detention to apparatuses to another. This is not to argue that they were identical, but rather there are sinews between these stories of detention. And finally, that these histories are not uncontested, nor are they monovocal. The story of Salzman identifies Cuban base workers who fought for the rule of law, so thinking about the role of protest even in Cuba in the 1950s. In the story of the Haitians, we can see activist lawyers, Puerto Rican politicians, diasporic Haitian activists, and refugees themselves protesting the removal to Fort Allen. And again, in the 1990s, we can see Cubans protesting the direction, or the introduction of Cubans to the naval base in Guantanamo Bay, and protests against their confinement there as well. And as today, later day, we'll be hearing about both Brown students and activists who've been working with asylum seekers, again, here in New England. These stories of Gitmo and Guantanamo's Cuban and Caribbean circuits are important to remember, as Gitmo has become an international symbol and warning, because Gitmo and Guantanamo's future will also remain in Cuba and the Caribbean, even as their legacies have pervaded the so-called domestic United States, vis-a-vis detention camps in my own home state of Louisiana and here in New England. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions. So great, and I'm happy to hear your questions.
Yeah, happy to moderate any questions here. I know that many of you have to leave quite soon. If you have any questions, please ask them now. Evelyn.
So I was going to say, do you have any, I'm sorry, Evelyn, do you want to take the students' questions? If there's, just the students, if they have to leave at 10, I have to.
Do students want to go first?
Okay, never mind, no worries,
Think
go.
about it. And you're welcome to stay.
Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah.
I'll set a good example for the students. Just back to earlier on in your talk, when you talk about the labor union that protested. But before that, you talked about how there was a question about whose law applied.
Mm-hmm.
So was that labor union a Cuban labor union or an American labor union? Because it's a union that represented workers on the base.
That is a really good question. So in the 1940s and 1950s in Cuba, there was a fairly strong labor movement, although it was not particularly radical. It was and so that particular union is actually really interesting. The American Federation of Labor had an overseas bureau that would go to Latin America to help form anti-communist unions. They were interested in stopping communism in Latin America, and they sent delegations to Argentina, to Brazil, all over the Caribbean to stop radical workers' rights organizations. And interestingly, that sort of mission helped found the union in Guantánamo Bay. So it was sort of started by sort of a U.S. labor leader, you're not, I'm sure people have studied this, Romaldi, who was one of the sort of this lead, he was an Italian-American, and he goes and he starts these unions. But it was for Cuban workers. It was all run by Cuban workers. It was meant, I think, to almost show like U.S.-Cuban friendship at the time, this sort of moment of cooperation. However, what I would argue is that the based workers, particularly because of this case, became far more radical than the union sort of founders wanted. And it was a way that they were then able to use the based workers union to articulate their own form of nationalist politics. The base union is then essentially defanged after this. It is not strong after this 1954-55 moment. But it's this moment of Cold War politics.
So quickly, was this union registered as a Cuban union or as an American union?
Oh, it's an interesting question. So the short answer is I don't know. It was a cooperative with the AFL-CIO, but it also worked. I'm getting in the weeds here. Maybe we can talk afterwards. But Eusebio Mojal, who was the head of the Cuban Workers Union at the time, was from Guantánamo, and so he was also very involved with this union. I don't know if it was formally registered with the Cuban Workers Union or not, but it was very much in conversation with other Cuban unions. And Mojal's relationship to Batista was very close, and there's a lot of corruption there. So that's a bit of a divergence, but it's an important point. Yes. Yeah. I think it's for the live streaming.
Hello. Spending time, like a decent amount of time in Guantánamo, the city, I was wondering what you thought, like the clearest ways you could see the effect of the base, like just by like talking to people. Like how did you see like the base's like legacy and impact?
All right, so really, really good question. And it's what I've thought about a lot, as Professor Whitfield knows. So the first, I would say two things. One is that in my conversations with people, there's a nostalgia for the base, which I was not expecting. I'm very critical of the U.S. military base and basing system. I have been in my work. But when I spoke to people in Guantánamo, Cuba, they remember working on the base as a very good job, as a place that had very good salaries, very stable work, as an access to American culture that they didn't have otherwise. You have to realize that the standard of living in Cuba is very low. There's a great amount of economic insecurity and a great amount of poverty, although there's some basics in terms of standards of living, but a great amount of economic insecurity. People are constantly having to struggle in terms of, even providing basic food. And so their jobs on the base were ones that they remember generally really positively. And as a scholar, I had to wrestle with that because I thought I was going to go and hear all these stories about U.S. Militarism and anti-American politics. And people have been criticized me. They said, oh, you're going to, like, I remember one review of my book was like, oh, she went there. And of course the Cubans had bad things to say about the base. I was like, no, did you read the book? Like the Cubans, like all, like actually, again, I think it's somewhat nostalgic. I mean, there's also, they've lost their jobs for over 50 years. And so over time, that was a moment of economic security. You have to recognize that the only other jobs they had were most likely in the sugar industry, which were far more brutal. And so working in the base was actually often a move of social mobility. In addition, though, the two other things to make that even more complicated. One is the anger was, again, not at the military base being there. The anger was at the U.S. government not fulfilling its promises to pay pensions. And so much of the anger was that the U.S. should pay the pensions to the workers who had dedicated 10, 15, 20 years of working for the U.S. government. So that was what people wanted to talk to me about. And I often felt very limited because I was not able to help them get their pensions. The third thing, though, which I think is even more confusing might be the word, but made me think a lot and I found very upsetting was a silence about the current use of the naval base. So I spent about 5 months in Guantánamo, Cuba in 2004 and 2005. This is a moment when the law cases that you've been studying were front and center in the international news. And when I was in Guantánamo, Cuba, not one person ever asked me about the post 9/11 detainees or mentioned the torture or the detention on the base. And that silence to me was really chilling. And no one mentioned it, no one brought it up. There was zero discussion about it at all. And so there was a real question of silence. And I'm happy to share the essay that I've written about that silence. But I think it speaks to silences in Cuba about the absence of both due process and about the questions of detention in Cuba, which complicate these questions for Cubans as they talk about detention in the naval base in Guantanamo Bay.
Okay, hi.
Can I just say, if you have class at 10,
Yeah, you can go.
fine to get up and leave.
Yeah.
But please stay if you want to. It's not at all
Yeah.
rude to leave.
Yeah, and also if people have questions for me later, feel free to email me. I'm happy to be in touch with students if you have questions afterwards. I know you have to go to class, that's fine.
Thank you very much for this brilliant presentation. I like very much the Pan-Caribbean, overview that you gave. I also come from a place based where there is in Sicily, where there is the biggest U.S. Military base, and Sigonella, and I know this kind of conflict. I mean, in that case, it's like a strong conflict between the people of the area and then the invasion, basically, of the U.S. military base, and the kind of fear and risks that this brings, particularly like now in the case of Ukraine and the war. But my question is not there, although I have two questions for you. You said that you ever entered the base, so if you can explain a little bit more about this. And the other one, can you say something a bit more about the Guantánamo Public Memory Project, please?
Sure, absolutely. So the first, so some of this is just personal. So I started my research in Washington, D.C. in the National Archives. That's where I found the story of Lorenzo Solomon Deer for the first time. The National Archives was a really rich source. I then went to Cuba and did my research in Guantánamo, Cuba. This was also very complicated. For those of you who've done research in Cuba, know that it's very difficult to get permission to do research in Cuba. You have to be sponsored. The library was closed the entire time I was there. I had to get special permission to use the library. Anyway, so when I came back, I did want to go to the naval base. Again, this was 2004, 2005. For the most part, you have to be a journalist to go. And again, I didn't go largely because I stopped trying. I think that, so I wrote a letter to my senator at the time, Joe Lieberman. He was on the sort of Committee of the Armed Services. I didn't know how I was going to get on the base. I asked for permission to go. I never heard. I think I tried one or two other requests. But the short answer is I decided I didn't need to go for my research. And, I think one of the critiques I would have of my book is that I think I do a really good job showing complexity of Cubans and Caribbean actors. I don't show a lot of complexity about the U.S. sailors who are stationed there. My analysis and study of the Americans on the base is much thinner. And in some ways I decided to not pursue getting permission to go to the U.S. military base. I was a little bit concerned if I went to the base that might compromise my ability to do more work in Cuba. I was a little bit concerned I mean, I just stopped trying. I also had a new job. I had a baby, and I just had a book, and I wanted to get my book published, and I just said, enough. So I never tried after that. So the answers, and it was a research decision though, and what I wanted actually, for those of you who were in Professor Whitfield's class, I wanted the Guantánamo Gazette, which is the base newspaper which is published there. However, it's now been digitized, so now my research argument for going there unfortunately has declined. If I said, I need to go because I need to see the Gazette, they would say, well, just go to the, Holly Ackerman's done all your work for you, just go online and look at it. So I never went for that reason. I would like to go, just 'cause I'd like to see the space. I think being there physically could be very useful. But I've not actually attempted to go in many, many years. And I think at this point, the U.S. government would allow me. If I said if I was able to get a magazine to say, Jana, write an article about X, and I said, sure, I don't see any reason why I would be denied if I had a writing gig. The U.S. has allowed hundreds and hundreds of journalists to go, and I know lots of people who have gone. And you have to go as a journalist. So you need to have a writing gig to be able to go. The Guantánamo Public Memory Project is a project that both Naomi and Esther and I worked on, and actually came to Brown in, 2014, 2015. So this really comes out of my good colleague Liz Sevchenko. She had founded an organization called the International Sites of Conscience, which is a consortium of human rights museums around the globe. And she put together a conference in 2009. I remember because it was right after the birth of my daughter. And she was 7 weeks old, and I was like, I need to go to this conference. And it was about bringing together scholars about Guantánamo, lawyers representing the detainees, and people working in museums. And it was a sort of odd conference, but it was really generative, and she is amazing. And out of that, she said, well, what would it be like if we created a museum about the naval base in Guantánamo Bay? And so she worked with schools, of which Brown is a key partner, to develop an exhibit about the naval base in Guantánamo Bay and its history. So I can easily send you the link to it afterwards. It has a really good web presence, but it was also a physical exhibit, and it showed these stories about the naval base's Cuban and early 20th century history, about its history as a refugee camp for Cubans and for Haitians, and the post 9/11. It traveled to, I think, 14 or 15 universities. I brought it to Tulane as well. And each university did its own series of speakers and talks and workshops as it related to their local communities. Right now, their exhibit is on environmental justice. I don't know if it's come to Brown recently or not. And it's a really great model for thinking about public humanities, including student work and activist/scholarly collaborations. So, and I felt really great to be able to work on it. And I did bring it to Tulane, and we did a whole set of programming around the relationship between Tulane and Louisiana, New Orleans, and the Caribbean, as well as incarceration in Louisiana along its visit to Tulane.
I was just wondering, considering Guantanamo's proximity to Jamaica and China's current presence in the country, do you believe U.S. concerns about proximity to China, especially given its role as a rising global power, has any influence over the U.S.'s continued occupation at Guantánamo?
Oh, that's interesting. I've not really been following China and the Caribbean, although I know, China is trying to create ties, globally. That's an interesting question. I think U.S. security perspective, potentially, right? The U.S. would say we still need the naval base in Guantánamo Bay. It'd be concerned if another country, quote, had that territory, whether that was Russia or China or, Venezuela. I do think, though, what I would argue about the U.S. military bases' strategic value is really, though, in its ability to act as this extra-legal space. And that is what the U.S. military has really been able to use the base for. There are people in the military who argue that it is a poor use of resources, that the U.S. can do everything it does in Gitmo in Florida, as far as, surveillance, training, et cetera. They don't need the base. It is always difficult, and this is not unique to the United States, for a country to, quote, give something up. States generally don't want to do that. I generally think that the security risk to the United States would be low, although presumably there are, military officials who could argue why. If China was to have a base in the Caribbean, the U.S. would see that as a threat. There's no doubt to that, right? China equally sees all the U.S. military bases in the Pacific as a threat, right? So that is the way of states. And I think that the U.S. is always, sort of thinking about that. But really the fact that the U.S. has kept it there, it is about some of these refugee issues. And there are definitely plans in the military about if there are, another outpouring of Haitians or even, I think, Cubans by boat to use the naval base as a detention center. And so I remember when the earthquake in Haiti was in 2011, there was all sorts of analyses about what to do in terms of bringing people there. It's a good question, though. And the U.S., just for people to know, and Naomi talked about this later, has bases all over the globe, and other countries do see them as threats, as you were saying, right, in Italy. And the U.S. is very, not surprisingly, does not want other states to have military bases in close proximity. So, yeah, you have a question?
So, tracing back to 40s and 50s, I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on Guantanamo's position globally, because you have the UN Declaration of Human Rights, you have an expansion of, or a definition of kind of the refugee camp as we currently know it. And so how does Guantanamo kind of fit into that puzzle of these spaces where rights are being negated?
So it's a really good question, and I would actually argue that those questions don't relate to Guantanamo then, but I'll explain why. So in the 40s and 50s, you're right, you have the UN Declaration of Human Rights, you have a recognition of the centrality of camps because of World War II, but at that point in the 40s and 50s, the base in the naval base in Guantanamo Bay was much more about conversations of U.S. military bases in Germany or Japan. So it was much more about these questions of sort of the expansion of the U.S. military power after World War II. And so these questions about human rights, well, I do find these local stories about it. This was not in any way in a larger dialogue with international activists about human rights or about camps. Rather, it was one of many places that the United States had this new, very robust, military structure after World War II and after the Korean War, right? And at both of those moments, we see the base grow. So one moment where the base grows is in 1940. It's because of World War II. The next time it grows is in 1950. It's because of the Korean War. And so it's much more in that type of geography. And what I would argue for you and where it changes is in the 40s and 50s, it's really not that different. Well, there's one thing that's different, but from like these other bases, in Italy and Germany and South Korea. But the difference is those countries have status of forces agreements, right? Status of forces agreements are legal agreements between host countries and the United States about what to do if a U.S. Marine, gets drunk at a bar, or what to do in these legal situations. Gitmo does not have one because of that 1903 lease agreement, right? So there is no status of forces agreement. But in addition, and this goes back to your questions about the union, there is a lot of interaction. You have several thousand people working on the base. You have people going off the base. You have all this interaction between Cubans and Americans in the Cuban city of Guantanamo. And I would argue that sort of created a check on the power of the base, because they have to negotiate with Cuba. They want good relations with Cuba, or good enough relations with Cuba, so they don't want major problems, okay? But with the Cuban Revolution, and I can talk about that as well, because actually a lot of the workers on the base joined the 26th of July movement. Others of them are very supportive of, Fidel Castro for the reasons that most Cubans were. But after 1959, there becomes a rupture between the base and Cuba. And it's that separation which makes Gitmo more like these sites of detention or refugee camps today. It's because it's really after 1964, but after 1964, you only have a couple hundred Cubans going back and forth every day. You have this separation. And at that point, all of the workers, and this is very much about contemporary incarceration, the workers after 64 are from Jamaica and from the Philippines. And this is the beginning of outsourcing. This is the beginning of migrant workers coming with even fewer rights. They do not have a union after 1964, these, contract workers from Jamaica. And so what happens is it's at that point that Gitmo takes on the more camp-like isolated formation, which allows it to be a detention camp. I think that if it was still like the 1948 naval base, it would not have become the detention camp that it becomes after 2001. The U.S. does not send, the detainees to its bases in Germany, right? I know the U.S. does send people to Poland. The U.S. does have these secret black sites. It's not that the U.S. doesn't do that, but its major military installations with its allies, there's a lot of pressure from those countries to not do that, right? And those cases are going on in the EU right now. And so it's really that isolation that happens after the revolution that creates the isolation and the parameters for the U.S. to believe that it can act without any sort of support. It doesn't need Cuba at all, right? It actually is helpful that it has no relationships with Cuba. Other question? Sure.
And this is such an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
If I may just
Yeah.
continue the same line of thinking of it. It seems that when Guantánamo Bay was, the naval base was established, 1903, you say?
I mean, that's when the lease
Right.
agreement is signed.
But that's the time when the U.S. empire reached
Mm-hmm.
its height. It crossed the Pacific to the Philippines and went through Guam,
Mm-hmm.
both of which were also Spanish territory at one time. And there are still military bases on those places, right?
Yep.
Whereas if you think of Germany, Germany was never an American colony, that, et cetera, et cetera. But the bases, I believe, in the Philippines are still operating, although they have
Right now.
very seriously renegotiated their relationship. Guam is an interesting case, as you know, because the little island of Guam is so dependent on the military base for its economic well-being. Can you put these, put
Sure.
this picture together, because you also
Sure.
examine the U.S. empire, how these bases
Sure.
in the U.S. empire.
Sure. I mean, absolutely. So I would argue, so you are correct and broadly. So my colleague David Vine has written the most about this. He has a book called Bases of Empire, and David and I have done a lot of work together over the years. But you are correct. So it really begins in the late 19th century, where the U.S. begins to have these military installations, Pearl Harbor also in Hawaii, and these build up in the early 20th century. And I would argue the military, it sets the stage for it, but it's really with World War II that they become sort of the massive military installations that we know today. And they really do operate globally. I mean, this is why the U.S. has such a strong military power. And again, Naomi's going to talk about this later today in her talk. But so in the Pacific, and the U.S. uses different legal statuses. This is why I said, whenever the U.S. comes up with a new set of terms, to raise your eyebrows, because the U.S. doesn't talk about Guam as a colony, right? It doesn't talk about the Marshall Islands as colonies, but the U.S. has military installations, and the Marshall Islands are an independent country, but they have this special relationship with the United States. So the U.S. after World War II decides that it's valuable, that it creates power, and it's accurate, it does, by keeping its footprint in the Pacific, as well as larger bases in Germany. And also, I mean, you're saying Germany's not a colony. It's true. Germany's not a colony. It's sovereign. Yet there are lots of bases in Germany, and it was controversial, right? In Italy's not a colony, but Italy has U.S. military bases, and it creates these questions of sovereignty, and it pushes against the sovereignty of even, countries like Japan or South Korea, right? And so these then become real central to U.S. military power, particularly in the Cold War. And then, particularly after 9/11, the U.S., rather than saying, there was a sort of discussion in the 90s, right, that the U.S. is going to have a peace dividend, or there's going to be this change in U.S. military posture after 1991. This does not happen, as we know. And instead, the United States continues to use these military bases. And one of the things that's interesting in terms of your question about these islands is actually Donald Rumsfeld had this idea called the lily pad bases. He understood that states often resented hosting large military installations. And he believed that if you had smaller bases with a smaller footprint, that you could actually still project the same type of power and have less political pushback because they were less visible. We see this also with drone strikes, right? And so this persists. And they're part of a larger fabric, and I would argue they both need their own historical investigations. And so Guam, for example, is a U.S. territory. I would argue that it's a colony, but this is complicated. People studying Guam include Alfred Flores, who's writing a book about the U.S. military bases in Guam. He's at Harvey Mudd. Evan Espiritu is writing about this as well. And this is a place where you have massive military bases. The U.S. has actually been wanting to increase its bases in Guam as it's pulled back in Japan a little bit, right? So you can see, we're going to pull back in one place, we're going to grow in another place. And likewise, the Guam has a really complicated relationship with the military. There's a very strong indigenous and anti-base movement in Guam. You also have a very large number of Chamorros serving in the U.S. military. And so you have both of those existing side by side. So those are just general thoughts. But there's a lot of work, and you are correct to think about this globally. And the last thing that I'll add, I said I'd never given a talk at Brown. That's essentially true. But I was at a workshop here probably 15 years ago. And it was a workshop that your colleague Kathy Lutz put together. And she wrote this book, Homefront, about Fort Bragg in North Carolina. And we had been part of a consortium that was talking about U.S. military bases, and we had a follow-up meeting here. And I remember Kathy always said that, we study, I studied the naval base in Guantanamo Bay, and she was studying Fort Bragg, and David Vine was studying Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. And she said that, no, we don't need this sort of every base getting its own book. She said the military thinks about it as a system. And we need to think about it as a system, as scholars and as activists. And so really thinking about what does it mean to think about it as a system and not just one base here and one base there. And so that, I think, is you're accurate. And what does that mean for us to step back and think about that system?
To follow up, if I may, you talked about Guantanamo as a place where we've sent detainees for very specific reasons. Were any of the Southeast Asian refugees sent to American bases?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Which bases?
So I've written about this actually pretty extensively. Yeah. So in 1975, after the end of the U.S. war in Vietnam, the U.S. sends Vietnamese to bases first in Guam, and then to Camp Pendleton near L.A. or in San Diego, sort of southern Los Angeles, Southern California, to Fort Chaffee in Arkansas, to Fort Indiantown Gap in Pennsylvania, and to Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. And that's in 1975. It's for about 6 months. I think this might, again, dovetail with our conversation later about the Venezuelans in Martha's Vineyard and why they were sent to a military base on Cape Cod. But the U.S. uses these 4 military bases in 1975. Vietnamese are held there for about 6 months. So, not a short amount of time, but not a long period of time. They are then resettled throughout the United States. The U.S. at that point had a policy of individual resettlement. The U.S. was concerned about another Miami. They did not want a concentration of Vietnamese in a specific city. But of course, people didn't want to be the only Vietnamese family in a small town in upstate New York. So people then traveled to Southern California, the D.C. area, Houston, the places where today we have larger Vietnamese American communities. Then in 1980, after the Mariel boat lift, the U.S. used those very same military bases again as refugee camps. The only difference was they opened up one in Wisconsin at Fort McCoy, and they didn't use California.
I think you can see a precedent in several ways. One is how we interned the Japanese Americans during World War II. We send them in remote areas of the country, right, like these military bases. But secondly, sending these refugee and asylum seekers to all of these military bases in some ways was a precedent for Guantanamo, right? So this is not the first time we send people we don't otherwise want.
Right. Yeah, and the other thing that I will add to that, I agree, is that actually it is there's a direct political through line. So in 1980, when you have those Cubans sent to Fort Chaffee in Arkansas, which is sort of near the headquarters of Walmart, okay? So it's near Bentonville, Arkansas. It's sort of an interesting history in itself. Who is governor of Arkansas?
Clinton.
Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton gets a lot of political pressure because people in Northwest Arkansas do not want Cubans, and there actually is there's both white nationalist protests against the Cubans, and there are Cubans who actually don't want to be detained on the base, and they march off, and there's a violent protest. So there is a lot of protest of both white nationalists and Cubans protesting the situation. This then creates a political problem for Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton loses the only election he ever loses in 1982. He's running for re-election as governor of Arkansas, and his opponent has a slogan like Cubans and car tags. There was like some sort of motor registration vehicle thing. But the point was that like it was about the anger about the Cubans. And so Bill Clinton, political lesson, refugees are a problem, Cubans are a problem. So when he is president in 1994, 1995, and you have the Cuban balseros, he then does send them to the naval base in Guantánamo Bay. I've not done research in the Clinton archive. I've not tried to actually see, does he talk about it like in his papers or documents? But I'm pretty strong ground saying that there's a clear through line from the political lessons from the 80s to the political lessons of the 90s. In addition, and this I think is a really good project, our undergraduates I think have mostly left, but good ideas for theses and master's theses. The key Reagan era official in Florida in charge of the Haitian program, which was about interdicting, sending Haitians back to Haiti, as well as detention of Haitians, was Rudy Giuliani. He was in the Attorney General's office in Miami in 1981. And I think that there is an argument to be made about Rudy Giuliani's investment in that detention of Haitians program in the early 80s, and then his militarized policing policies in New York City in the 1990s, in particular thinking about Abner Louima and the detention of Black people in New York City in the 1990s. And so to really think about where Haitian refugees and these two political figures in the early 80s having their political education form their sensibilities and their decisions in the 90s.
Just wanted to add one thing to what you were saying, Evelyn, about like the JA incarceration being a precedent. The other precedent we really have to think about is the reservations.
Yeah.
Right. So to put a connection with settler colonialism, like that's where the U.S. created enemies,
Yeah.
right? And they are refugees, and they put them away into places like that. And we always have to keep that in mind as well too, because they're connected, right? These types of empire.
Yeah.
Hey, so we have a long history.
Yeah. Did you want to add something?
I really appreciate what you were saying about Giuliani.
Yeah.
And then, I appreciate your point about Giuliani and the mass criminalization through broken windows policing in New York, and then linking that to his prior history as AG and the mass criminalization of Haitians as de facto criminals.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's a really important connection to think about criminalization as one of the logics through which all of this runs. But I have a different question. So, to me, I wanted to know what you thought about how your first book about the third country national workers, how that sets a precedent for the Iraq War being a contractors' war.
Yeah.
And then also thinking about how third country nationals are now kind of like the de facto base workers, not just as violence workers, but mainly in logistics and like cooking, cleaning.
Food services.
Yeah. Dock loading, dock workers, things like this. And really, they now outnumber U.S. service people. And so I wanted to think, I wanted you to help us think through how Guantánamo serves as kind of like a laboratory, also in terms of labor regimes in the U.S. military. And so like everyone's talking about Qatar right now because of the World Cup and like how thousands of people have died building those stadiums. But the U.S. actually uses the exact same human trafficking networks to supply its military bases all over the world from these exact same places, Nepal, Bangladesh, and then many other places. So I'm wondering if you could help us think through how Guantánamo serves served as like
Yeah.
kind of a experimental site or something.
Yeah, no, again, and I will, yeah, sure.
I want to just add to my question on it because
Yeah.
it's not that dissimilar.
Yeah.
I just was wondering if you know of any kind of proto-migrant labor organizing in Guantanamo, because I've tried to look at this a little bit, and there are lots of like really happy stories of Jamaicans working on Guantanamo, saving up to go
Yeah.
back to Guantanamo, to Jamaica. Right. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I also have read that there's absolutely no minimum wage on Guantanamo, so the wages are abysmal. And I just wondered if you knew anything about that, so it seems like it's maybe just
Sure.
this question.
So I'll do my best, and I have. So the answer is yes, and I guess I'll share one story from the archives, and then maybe riff a little on that. So. And I'm so glad, actually, this is a Latin Americanist crowd in some ways, because it allows me to sort of think through the Caribbean, and sponsored by your Latin American Studies program. But so when I was doing my research, I actually think it was a sort of a laboratory. I don't think that and I do think the U.S. military does think in systems and big, but I don't think that's initially why they hire Jamaican workers. They hire Jamaican workers because they fire the Cubans. So they fire the Cuban workers after the revolution. They say these workers cannot be trusted. They are suspect. They're creating problems. We're going to fire the Cuban workers. And so then they hire Jamaican workers. And this is in 1964. And Jamaica's only been independent for 2 years. So Jamaica independence is in 1962. And so it's an early guest worker program for Jamaica, because it's a guest worker program between the new Jamaican government and the United States to bring these workers to Gitmo. And I found a story, and this was one of my very first research projects, of Jamaicans working at Gitmo. It's the only protest I've ever seen. And they're angry about something. I don't know if it was about wages or about how they were mistreated. There could be all sorts of reasons why they were unhappy. And the U.S. government finds out that they had held a secret meeting. And there's I found U.S. government documents about a secret meeting of Jamaican workers in 1964. And the U.S. and so what I have is the U.S. government document. So I repeat what the U.S. government says about the meeting. I don't actually know what happened at the meeting. But the U.S. person who was informing on them or watching them said they met, and that one of the workers took a knife and pounded it into the table and said he was going to march to Havana and talk to Castro about his worker conditions. And he was fired. And the U.S. then deports all these people and sends them back to Jamaica. And the Jamaican government basically insists that, no, we will not send you any more people who create any problems. Like, this is not going to be a problem again. And that story always, again, stayed with me, because it was about both the Jamaicans going to work there knew about the Cuban Revolution, right? They understood that there was this radical possibility on the other side of the fence. And that I think that and there were racial politics about it as well. I think, I forget exactly the quote, but the person who uses the knife basically is saying, like, I'm not going to take this from white people any longer. And so there's a sort of a clear sort of racial politics, a clear radical politics, and they want to march to Havana. And they are fired. And after that, I found no more evidence of any type of worker activism. And I've seen no evidence. Now, I've not done a large look, and I said this is where not being at the base is a limitation, right? I tried to do some research, and actually the Jamaican government, because all of these third country governments profit from these relationships, right? I tried to talk to someone who helped negotiate the contract between the U.S. government and the Jamaican government. They wouldn't talk to me. I didn't try that hard either, I should add. I think if you want to do that research, you'd have to go to Jamaica and talk to the former or current workers, not on the base, where I think they would be. Again, David Vine, when he went to the base, he told me he had to sign something that he wouldn't talk to the workers, that was actually like a group he was not allowed to speak to. So if you wanted to talk to them, I think you'd have to go to Jamaica, okay, and do that research there. And I imagine that any type of protest would be moderate and some very basic things about either wages or maybe time off, but nothing has shown up in the records that I've ever seen after 1964. And Naomi's point is correct, that this is how the U.S. Is able to have people work on its bases throughout the world. I do think that Gitmo, I don't know if it was the first one, I can't say that definitively, but it was clearly a very early case of that. And I think that the value to the U.S. military was really obvious pretty quickly. It was inexpensive. They aren't able to unionize. They don't have to protect their rights. And if there's a problem, they can be deported. And so that then multiplies. And today, one of the strangest documents I did find is in the Guantanamo Gazette, which is the U.S. military magazine on the base. And it was a group of Filipinos celebrating Philippine Independence Day on the U.S. naval base in Guantanamo Bay. And so to think about these layers of the War of 1898 and U.S. imperialism from the early 20th century, and to have Filipino Americans celebrating Philippine independence on the naval base, it kind of made my head spin. So the answer is yes. And there's a really good book called Empire's Army, and it's about Filipino workers on Iraq bases, and then Bosnian workers on those bases. It's a really good book. I can send you the title. I just read it. So, yeah.
Can I ask who the person was who negotiated?
The Jamaican?
And also,
Yeah.
just thank you so much
Yeah.
for locating
Yeah.
Cuba in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of the conversations
Yeah,
like Cuba is somewhere else.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist in the Caribbean. So thanks for that.
No, you're welcome. So the short answer is I don't know. I spoke to an American-based lawyer who worked, and I'd have to actually, this was 15 years ago. I actually don't remember. But the Jamaican, I imagine it's the Jamaican Department of Labor. Jamaica has guest workers in the United States. Jamaica has guest workers in other countries. Right. And so I imagine that it's the same division in Jamaica negotiates for these base workers in the naval base in Guantanamo Bay. Occasionally, I think there's an article. I've seen ads. I remember when I was doing this. I did this research a long time ago, but I remember Googling and I would find a posting where the Jamaican government was looking for workers for these jobs. So, but it's. And there might be some newspaper articles in the Gleaner, but I haven't done that research in a long time. But I would imagine it to be the same part of the government that does the guest worker programs elsewhere.
But let's not forget that the U.S. brought a lot of Jamaican workers to Panama to build the Panama Canal.
Well, and those Jamaican workers are the ones who then moved to Guantanamo. Yes. Yeah. Right. So the.
No,
Yeah.
that history of
Yeah.
not just Jamaican workers,
Yes.
but workers
Correct.
throughout the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Working. That's a better known
Yeah.
story, I think, than
Yeah.
the Guantanamo
Yeah.
Bay story.
But
Yeah.
they were there in large
Yeah.
numbers in Panama.
Yes. So it's 10:30. Oh, one last question. Great. Yes. One last question. Thank you so much.
Is it? Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. First of all, thank you so much. This has been very insightful, very, very interesting.
Thank you.
The class is amazing, but also getting to see the people that I've read for the class is
Yeah.
interesting. So you and Naomi, I've read a lot of you. And then I had a question. So for our final paper, we have to explore something we're interested in about Guantanamo. And I was wondering if in all your research there was any specific intricacies or exploration of gender, because you brought up the question of race, and that is something that plays out very interestingly. But reading Guantanamo is always generalized about human rights, but there is very little exploring about the specific situation of maybe women. And I was wondering if there isn't much because there is not much differentiation in the refugee experience, or simply because it hasn't been as explored.
That's a fantastic question, and it's actually one I'm hoping to work on in a different sort of language or idiom in the future. But the short answers, I can't speak about the refugees at all. I've done no research on gender and the Cuban or Haitian refugees, obviously thinking about masculinity and the current detainees. But I'm going to answer that by talking about the Cuban women who are in my research and work, although probably not to the extent that they should be. So there are two places I talk about gender and sexuality in my work. One is that there was a lot of sex work in Guantanamo, and like in most military bases, there's a lot of sexual exploitation of Cuban women. There was also a lot of marketing from the Cuban point of view of Guantanamo women as nice women to go to dances with, particularly for upper-class Cuban women. So upper-class, they did a USO, which is like a sort of a dance hall for it's sort of supposed to be clean fun for the American military personnel. It's supposed to be in contrast to sex work. And so you had wealthier Cuban families sort of talk about the social exchanges with the sort of officers in the naval base. And so there was this sort of discussion about sort of women's sexuality as almost a currency, right, between the Cubans and the United States in a way of creating friendship, right? It was always about this sort of idea of friendship, which of course then ignored the violence and the sexual exploitation. And so when I would talk to people in Guantanamo, they would remember like, oh, right, like, you know, either things were not safe or sort of the fears of American sort of men's sexual aggression and sexual assault. That said, I found no evidence. This does not mean, I imagine there were many sexual assaults, but there were no lawsuits or cases or major events about sexual assault in the naval base in Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. And so it was silenced, right? I mean, it's not in the Cuban newspapers. I looked at all the U.S. consular records. So either women did not feel as if they could go to the law, or this was something that was, you know, the government and the Cubans didn't want to talk about this either, right? I mean, it's like there was no cases of sexual assault in the written record that I found. So that's one not very satisfying answer. The second place I look at women and gender is I interviewed and analyzed women domestic workers. So we often talk about the Cuban base workers, and I also fall into this of thinking them as male. They are disproportionately men, but there were also a significant number of Cuban women working on the base as domestic servants. These also were disproportionately Jamaican migrants to Guantanamo because they spoke English. And so again, this was a much better job for, a woman to be able to get a job as opposed to being in the sugar industry. And these women worked on the base. They were not unionized. You had a few women, I think, as clerical workers, but most were domestic servants. And so they had, of course, like most domestic servants, arbitrary employment, easily fired, easily exploited. But I would say that the two women who I interviewed, I think about 5 or 6 women. Two of them, I mean, they also remembered their jobs fondly. One woman I remember, she did remember this was a place where she first heard Elvis Presley. And she talked about her access to American culture and about sort of how exciting she found that. Another woman I interviewed, and this is a great story, she worked as a domestic servant on the base. And during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the U.S. evacuated all of the American women, so the white women, right, were all evacuated, and all their children were evacuated because there might have been a nuclear war. So they were all evacuated. But there still needed to be people to do work on the base. And some of those American wives had jobs like at different stores or in different places on the base. So this woman was like super excited because during the Cuban Missile Crisis, she wasn't a domestic servant anymore. She got one of these good like office jobs during the Cuban Missile Crisis because there was all of a sudden these like spaces for her employment. And so that was another sort of unexpected place to think about gender. And I'll just add by quoting Cynthia Enlow, who is a brilliant scholar thinking about gender in the military, and she's really a formative scholar thinking about feminism and militarism. And she said when we study U.S. military bases, we always have to ask who's doing the laundry. And she said that at every single time I've ever heard her speak. She's like, who does the laundry? And that is where we have to sort of really think about who is doing the work on the base. So that is to answer your question about gender.
Thank you. And is there any place where I can find the interviews that you did with these women?
No, I actually, and I have not been able to archive them, but I could send you the chapter where I write about it.
Yes, okay. That would really be helpful. Thank you
That'd
very
be
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a quick break now, and our next panel starts at 10:45. No, maybe it'll be a little later, but 10:45-ish. Please have a break. Thanks.
Oh, I should probably sit down at that.
Okay, excuse me. So I think we'll start our next session. I know not giving a lot of breaks here, but thank you. So I'm really delighted to welcome our next speaker. Naomi Paik is Associate Professor of Criminology, Law and Justice and Global Asian Studies at the University of Illinois at Chicago. She is the author of Rightlessness, Testimony and Redress in U.S. Prison Camps since World War II, which grapples with the history of U.S. prison camps that have confined people outside the boundaries of legal and civil rights, and shows how rightless people use their imprisonment to protest state violence. And I know we've read some of this in my class, and much appreciated. Her most recent book, Bans, Walls, Raids, Sanctuary, Understanding U.S. Immigration for the 21st Century, examines the long-developing criminalization of foreign-born people in the U.S. and the need for radical abolitionist approaches to sanctuary. She's lectured and published widely in comparative ethnic studies, U.S. imperialism, U.S. militarism, social and cultural approaches to legal studies, transnational and women of color feminisms, carceral spaces, and labor, race, and migration. And as a board member of the Radical History Review, she has co-edited 3 special issues of the journal. Here's a picture of him here. On militarization and capitalism, radical histories of sanctuary, and policing, justice, and the radical imagination. So thank you so much for being here.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Not a very lively group today. Okay. All right. First of all, I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank the speakers who are all presenting today or have already presented. I want to especially thank Esther Whitfield and the organizers for bringing us together for these really crucial conversations. I also want to thank Catherine Goldman for coordinating all the logistics, as well as all the people whose invisible labor have contributed to taking care of us, people who cook the food, people who clean this room, et cetera, et cetera. They never get acknowledged, so I would like to acknowledge them today. All right, so, I have, my talk is going to go in a very different direction than Jana's talk, which was really about Guantánamo as a particular site located in Cuba, in the Caribbean. And I'm going to think more expansively about how the logic of Guantánamo travels. So we have been living with the War on Terror prison camp at Guantánamo for more than 20 years. And as we reflect on its enduring life, I keep the 35 human beings who remain imprisoned there in my mind. Among them, 20 have been cleared for release, but are still there. 10 have been charged, but their cases remain stuck in military commissions made more dysfunctional by torture-tainted evidence. Only 2 have been convicted in these so-called con missions, as survivor Binya Muhammad called them.
and 3 forever prisoners are imprisoned without charge and seem destined to die in a cage. And also, it is important to remember that more than 400 survivors of Guantanamo have been released due to the activism of people of conscience outside, and most important, to the determination and organizing of those within its confines. So over time, it's been very easy to forget how few organizations like the Center for Constitutional Rights stood largely alone in their defense of Guantanamo's detainees immediately following 9/11. Like even the ACLU was like, we're not touching this, right? So yeah. It's easy to forget that the U.S. state did not release any information about the detainees until compelled to do so by such legal and social justice organizing. And yet, despite these successes, we are unable to celebrate the closing of Guantanamo, much less giving that land back to Cuba. So I come back to the 35 people detained there. So even if the most scandalous abuses no longer pervade the camp, indefinite detention, the consistent heartbeat that undergirds Guantanamo's entire regime, is torture, right? So indefinite detention itself is torture. And it shows no signs of ending soon. Guantanamo is an intransigent problem of our own making that endures. Beyond the invasion and occupation of Iraq and the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the war on terror stretches into the future against a constantly shifting, mutable enemy that cannot be destroyed without destroying ourselves first. And as troubling as its persistence is the fact that the logic of Guantanamo is metastasizing to other locales, subjecting other groups to indefinite detention and to rightlessness, the removal from community that tries to make the imprisoned not matter at all. So the title of my talk traces how the label of Guantanamo has traveled to describe other carceral sites in order to highlight their injustice and fraught relations to the rule of law. I'll examine how states adopt and weaponize strategies deployed at Guantanamo against differently targeted groups. While not comprehensive, mapping Guantanamo through its travels illuminates not only how different empires learn from each other, but it also clarifies the relations connecting detainees of the war on terror, prisoners of criminal legal systems, migrants swept up by border regimes, and other imprisoned people, even as they seem separated by vast geographical distances, political regimes, and relations of power. So while taking seriously these connections, this mapping works to expand how we think about Guantanamo's dynamic implications, while staying rooted in grounded realities. So I never want to lose sight of Guantanamo itself and the people who continue to survive it. Again, not just the 35 people who remain inside, but the hundreds who endure its afterlife. So by naming its travels, I am riffing off of Amy Kaplan's key question, where is Guantanamo? Which raises how the site became, quote, both a product and symbol of U.S. imperial deployments of ambiguous sovereignty. But following our brilliant colleague, Jana Limpan, you retort succinctly, Guantanamo is in Cuba, right? So I also want to refuse to transform Guantanamo entirely into just a metaphor, which invites us to forget that the camp remains open and continues to torture 35 people with indefinite detention. So while the logic of Guantanamo travels, it also lands in specific places because of their relations to imperial histories and contemporary political geographies, often on the edges of empires clinging to their ill-gotten power and wealth. So in what follows, I'll trace other Guantanamos, starting with sites run by the U.S. within and beyond its territory that link supposedly externalized strategies of detention and their routine use in ordinary carceral spaces. I'll then expand out to the other Guantanamos deployed by other states and institutions like the European Union, the United Kingdom, and Australia. And I'll return to the original Guantanamo to connect the layered imperialisms and vectors of racism that converge at this site and that link the subjugation of putative terrorists and migrants. And finally, I'm going to end with some thoughts on abolition, which offers a framework for unraveling the circuits of state violence connecting Guantanamo's travels. All right, so starting off with the U.S., the other Guantanamos of the War on Terror. So one of the most infamous sites compared to Guantanamo is Abu Ghraib, a torture prison used by Saddam Hussein's regime and by the U.S. military following its invasion in 2003 until 2006. In April 2004, as many of us know, the torture scandal broke with the release of photographs showing U.S. soldiers posing next to brutalized corpses and tortured prisoners. These abuses metastasized to Iraq directly from Guantanamo. Major General Jeffrey Miller, who instated a regime at Guantanamo defined by brutal stealth torture, was deployed to Iraq specifically to Gitmoize the handling of prisoners. I'm just going to make a real quick aside here about this other Guardian headline. So this person, Richard Zule, was actually, he's a cop with the Chicago Police Department. He ended up going as a reservist to Guantanamo and was one of the torturers, one of the key torturers of Mohammedo Slahi, right? Or Mohammedo Hubeiനി, right? And he was lauded by this guy, right, Jeffrey Miller, for his aggressive techniques. And when he comes back to the Chicago Police Department, he is again rewarded for his excellent service of both torturing false confessions out of Black and brown Chicagoans and for his military service, doing the same to Guantanamo's prisoners. All right, so moving on. Okay, so another node in Guantanamo's travels is the prison at Bagram, located on a former Soviet airbase. The U.S. military took control of this airbase in 2001 and deployed the prison as a short-term sorting station and then a permanent detention facility. Bagram has been called the second Guantanamo, with fewer rights and a complete lack of due process. Prisoners had no access to lawyers, to federal courts, even to Guantanamo's kangaroo courts. Only the Red Cross knew the detainees' names. So even as Barack Obama falsely promised to close Guantanamo, his administration remained committed to removing Bagram's prisoners from any legal process and entirely from public knowledge. So the U.S. has steadfastly clung to the logic that makes Guantanamo so pernicious and so symbolically powerful. So beyond these very publicly known camps, the U.S. has deployed its vast network of military bases, as well as its alliances with other countries, to maintain an archipelago of detention sites beyond the rule of law, like the base at Diego Garcia, and sites in Lithuania, Romania, Poland, Thailand, and a secret site at Guantanamo called Strawberry Fields, as in Strawberry Fields forever, you will remain here forever. So in contrast to these seemingly extraordinary extraterritorial camps, some ordinary U.S. prisoners present other stops on Guantanamo's itinerary of travels. So the U.S. holds war on terror detainees it will never release unless forced to. And closing Guantanamo would require transferring its logic to another location, essentially a geographic solution to an intractable problem of its own making. So though Congress made moving detainees to the United States territory impossible, the government has nevertheless innovated new kinds of prisons designed for people like Guantanamo's detainees, casting its carceral net even further. It opened so-called Communications Management Units, or CMUs, in Terre Haute, Indiana in 2006, and in Marion, Illinois in 2008. Because of their populations and lack of due process, they have earned the moniker of Guantanamo North. The Muslim populations of CMUs are 1,200% higher than the regular prison population. When civil rights attorneys discovered this racial and religious profiling, the Bureau of Prisons adapted, transferring in more non-Muslim inmates called balancers by the guards, largely based on their political views and their prisoner rights activism. So designed for isolation, CMUs cut off prisoner communications and subject them to intense 24/7 surveillance, replicating tactics used at Guantanamo. Their captives are given no explanation and no means to appeal their placement. As former prisoner Iván Twitty asked, "What government agency labeled me a terrorist? What evidence demonstrated my guilt? Why was I not afforded my constitutional right to a due process hearing?" So like the logic of Guantánamo, CMUs operate through preemptive prosecution, based not on their actions committed, but on suspicion of future action based on their speech, affiliations, or resistance to injustice. CMUs speak to the deeper issue of supermax-style incarceration. Up to 80,000 people are confined to supermax or Guantánamo-esque solitary confinement. Again, people are sent to solitary not from a due process procedure, but as a matter of status. For example, in California, a prisoner can be isolated indefinitely once designated a gang member. Some have spent decades in solitary with no physical human contact for years on end. So nothing but the only kind of human touch that they have over extended decades, right, would be prisoner abuse by their guards, but not even a handshake. Right? Okay. So isolation subjects prisoners to cruelty and to radical depersonalization. And you can, there are studies about this, about how people who are locked into solitary confinement for so long end up mutilating themselves just because they're so dissociated from what's happening in reality. Right? And CMUs are not the only Guantánamo North linking war on terror detentions and U.S. prisons. The Minnesota Sex Offender Program confines clients who have already served their criminal sentences and are civilly committed to this so-called program, which locks them away for crimes they have not committed, repeating the preemptive logic that runs through Guantánamo's travels. The detained can complete their treatment and remain imprisoned. Almost no one has successfully earned a conditional release. Even though it is designed to be rehabilitative, it subjects people to the cruelty of indefinite detention. One person died by suicide in 2013, among other incidents of self-harm. And this is not the only kind of sex offender program that exists in the nation. There are dozens of them. As one client stated, "I just want people to understand that confining people indefinitely is wrong. There is a reason why they call this place Guantánamo North." So these carceral sites reveal that Guantánamo is not exceptional. It grew out of a robust imprisonment regime that incarcerates more than 2 million people in the largest prison system on the planet. And detention tactics shuttle between Guantánamo and ordinary carceral spaces within the U.S. So I haven't even mentioned migrant detention centers, right? I'm going to get there in a minute. But I haven't even mentioned the network of U.S. migrant detention centers, right, which are considered civil, not punitive. They deploy indefinite detention and operate on preemptive justifications. So while Guantánamo's logic pervades U.S. imprisonment regimes, it's crucial to avoid reproducing some kind of negative American exceptionalism that, instead of valorizing the U.S. as an exceptional democracy built on shared principles, claims that the U.S. is an exceptionally terrible, hypocritical liberal democracy set apart by relegating so many people to shades of rightlessness. Because the logic of Guantánamo's travels shows, the logic of Guantánamo extends well beyond the U.S., whether justified by proximity with terrorist-related persons or just by foreignness itself. Okay, so moving across the Atlantic, European countries and the EU are also drawing on and extending the logic of Guantánamo. The NGO Rights and Security International has condemned 2 detention camps in northeast Syria holding tens of thousands of people, including European women and children, as Europe's Guantánamo. The camps bulge with populations twice exceeding capacity. Violence pervades the camps, inflicted by guards who have opened fire on detainees and by prisoners on each other in a so-called lawless environment. So operated by the Syrian Democratic Forces, the camps detain people captured in former ISIS-controlled territories. Merely affiliated with terrorism and imprisoned without charge, the detainees are afforded no legal rights and placed outside the protection of the law, as the RSI claims. right? They are, sorry, let me back that up. They are afforded no legal rights and placed outside the protection of law, the RSI claims, like those unlawfully detained for terrorist association at Guantanamo Bay. There is no long-term plan for these camps, even as they portend to imprison their captives indefinitely without the capacity to do so. This is actually like really a brewing crisis in Syria, and also thinking about if we're really getting serious about approaching terrorism and reducing and mitigating the risks of terrorism, then having these camps open is not the way to move forward in that direction at all, right? EU countries will likely do nothing to close these camps. With so little public support for people affiliated with ISIS, EU states have instead been denationalizing their citizens in absentia, rendering them stateless. Like Guantanamo, these two camps, Al-Hol and Raj, operate as offshore detention camps beyond EU territory. So though the Syrian Democratic Forces has implored the EU to take responsibility, at least for its own citizens, the fact that the camps are located beyond EU jurisdiction enables it to deny any accountability whatsoever to its Syrian allies, to its citizens, or to the rule of law. And these are obviously not the only of Europe's camps. So, as many people know, the virtual and real walls surrounding Fortress Europe have been hardening for years, especially since the so-called refugee crisis of 2015, which is, in fact, a crisis of imperialism and militarism, with people driven from their homes, often by the war on terror conflicts in places like Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. The EU responded by colluding with Turkey to prevent migrants from reaching European shores, shutting down internal borders against migrant movements, and opening camps. Greece, for example, now hosts nearly 40 migrant detention camps, with new construction on Chios, Lesbos, and Samos, despite widespread local opposition. These camps are creating a dystopian surveillance society that threaten to spread far beyond their barbed wire boundaries. The Greek Migration Ministry is introducing a high-tech security system called Centaur, which deploys CCTV camera and thermal cameras, motion sensors, drones, and augmented reality glasses with information channeled to a central surveillance room, sometimes on the camp, sometimes far away. So after visiting the Samos camp equipped with Centaur, French Interior Minister Gérald Darmanin praised this impressive camp that allows the Greeks to hold their borders and advocated for the Greek model to be applied in other Mediterranean countries. The United Kingdom also looks to the Greek camps for its so-called reception centers, like the one it's planning on a Royal Air Force base in Linton-on-Ouse, a small village whose 700 residents resist the camps, knowing it will bring surveillance and policing they have never needed. The camp is expecting an anticipated 1,500 single men to populate this camp. So calling it Guantanamo on Ouse, City Councilor Daryl Smalley condemned the camp as a cruel and morally bankrupt ploy to reduce our obligations to the most desperate people. And in addition to Guantanamo on Ouse, the UK's new plan for immigration would also send thousands of migrants to Rwanda through a migration and economic development partnership brokered between the two states. Employees of the UK Home Office are revolting against working on a plan that violates their ethics, but it still seems to be moving forward. The Rwanda plan also follows the proposals for regional disembarkation platforms or migrant camps outsourced to non-European countries like Tunisia. Promoted by European leaders like Viktor Orban, Emmanuel Macron, and Sebastian Kurz, this program is waiting in the wings for the right political moment or migrant crisis to move from terrible idea to horrifying reality. So responding to critics, European Commissioner for Migration, Dimitris Avramopoulos, stated, "I am against Guantanamo Bay for migrants. This is something that is against European values." But this already existing reality shows the fragility of European values. Such values need not apply to migrants or to citizens racialized and cast out as terrorists. So as we follow the trail of Guantanamo's travels, it's clear that political leaders increasingly boost camps as solutions against the migrants always identified as the source rather than the symptom of structural problems. In late August 2001, the MV Tampa, a Norwegian freighter, sailed into Australian waters carrying more than 400 migrants who would have otherwise perished in their sinking boat. Responding to the rescue, Prime Minister John Howard ordered the military to seize the ship and use this spectacular standoff to launch an enduring, politically popular assault on the dignity and rights of migrants. With the so-called Pacific Solution, the Australian state excised more than 4,000 islands from its territory for the purposes of migration, meaning that any migrants whose boats landed on them could not claim asylum. So basically what I'm saying is, all these little islands that are off the coast of Australia, it's still Australian territory. There are Australian citizens who live there, pay taxes, go to school, etc. But if a migrant boat, especially on these northern islands, lands on one of these Australian islands, for the purposes of those migrants, they haven't landed in Australia at all, right? So that's what I mean by excision, right? So in this legal fiction, they're not actually in Australia, which means that Australia is not violating international law by sending them back. Okay? So the Pacific Solution also authorized naval forces to interdict and force small boats to turn around. If those boats refused, the migrants would be taken away and indefinitely detained in camps located on the island nation of Nauru or on Manus, Papua New Guinea. Critics have referred to these camps as Australia's Guantanamo, or the Guantanamo Bay of the Pacific. Though Australian Immigration Minister Peter Dutton rejected this comparison as a ridiculous analogy, the migrants' experiences reveal otherwise. Indefinite detention has instigated mass protests, including hunger strikes and practices of self-harm, like sewing their lips shut and eating razor blades. Since 2014, 13 people have died after being detained. However, as Dutton further explained, in addition to Manus, Nauru is not part of Australia. So this is an issue for the Nauruan government. So the utility of offshoring border and carceral regimes is not just about removing migrants from Australian territory and from Australian public consciousness, but it is also about displacing any accountability to the migrants to those other colonized nations that host the camps at Australia's behest. And while the contours of this anti-migrant policy have shifted over time, with a brief suspension and relabeling as Operation Sovereign Borders, the three main elements of excision, interdiction, and indefinite offshore detention have remained stable with broad political support. Australia has in fact escalated these draconian efforts, banning all seafaring migrants from gaining residency. And its Border Force Act made bearing witness to the camps punishable with 2 years of imprisonment, criminalizing a core tenet of democratic governance. And yet witnesses like author and artist Behrouz Boochani, who survived 4 years imprisoned at Manus Island, have wrenched open windows into the camps. Boochani reveals how Australia's camps orchestrate systemic torture through indefinite detention. Going further, Boochani sought to reveal the relationships that connect Australia to its border camps. As his translator, Omid Tofigian, states, "What happens on Manus impacts Australia in the same way that Australia impacts Manus. The relationship is symmetrical." So these witnesses expose our proximity to, as well as our accountability for, the violence committed against others in our names, even when they are swept away to distant camps far from our eyes. So clearly, Australia's approach to migration and border control is in no way unique, but in fact points to an expanding network of global border regimes deployed by imperialist nations that seek to exclude and remove migrants. So indeed, Australia adopted strategies from the United States, which innovated the use of interdiction in international waters and offshore detention to prevent Black Caribbean migrants from reaching its territory and to force their repatriations. And this story brings me back to the original Guantanamo and riffs off of Jana's paper earlier today. So as I've examined elsewhere, the US state first deployed Guantanamo as a refugee camp for Haitians in the early 1990s, as tens of thousands fled their home in the wake of a coup d'etat against President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. While the U.S. forcibly repatriated the vast majority to a country riven with political violence, it indefinitely detained nearly 300 refugees who passed their asylum screenings and could not be repatriated, but who also tested positive for HIV, which ostensibly justified their exclusion from the United States. This so-called HIV prison camp extended previous policies, like the Haitian program, a constellation of exclusion, detention, and deportation policies, including the interdiction of small boats in international waters. This targeting of Haitians and its underlying anti-Black racism pervades U.S. immigration policies today, as seen in the mass deportations from the U.S.-Mexico border and in the expansion of extending sovereign powers far beyond U.S. territory. And as the outline of Guantanamo's travel shows, this refugee camp that indefinitely imprisoned people due to their race, national origin, health, and impoverishment set precedents not only for the current camp, that again continues to torture 37 humans that target supposed terrorists, but it has also anticipated the border and migrant camp regimes metastasizing all around the world. So for the United States and other imperialist nations, the concept of homeland security that emerged with the war on terror has driven this dual targeting of so-called terrorists and of migrants. This concept worked to buttress national borders whose vulnerability was made so visible by the 9/11 attacks, in part by asserting a U.S. national identity rooted in the homeland that must be protected by the security state. Returning to Amy Kaplan, she highlighted that homeland performs the cultural work of securing national borders, while simultaneously producing a sense of radical insecurity that compels the state to extend its sovereign powers far beyond its borders, whether waging endless preemptive wars, imprisoning captives in camps abroad, extending border enforcement into international waters or other nations' territories, or offshoring migrant detention. But this security of homeland security can never be realized. No matter what the state does to make the homeland secure, it forever remains utterly vulnerable, necessitating more security measures and more state violence in an endless escalating spiral. And this is as true for other security states as it is for the United States. It should thus come as no surprise that the putative terrorist and the migrant are subjected to similar forms of state violence. States view migrants as people out of place, and thus as sources of social disorder, the specter of terrorism haunting their movements. This boogeyman story goes something like this. Migrants cannot be trusted. They defraud liberal immigration bureaucracies by falsely claiming asylum. They are not refugees or asylum seekers, but illegal aliens who already violate state laws with their mere presence. They employ criminal trafficking services that pose threats to national security and sovereignty. How can citizens trust such mendacious foreigners? They could be terrorists preying on our liberal values. We cannot risk our security for them. The quiet part said out loud is it's better to put them in camps forever than to have any kind of process. After all, terrorists are always foreign. They always come from somewhere else. And unlike the white nationalists who pose one of the greatest threats to U.S. public safety, as has been repeatedly reported by DHS, which is not exactly a friend to Muslims or Arab people, right? They don't fit our national identity, and neither do migrants, right? So going deeper, the long history of Guantanamo reveals how the legal and physical infrastructures of empire undergird the forms of state violence that converge in this camp. Guantanamo's camps are built on layers of imperial history stretching back to Spain's colonization of Cuba and to the U.S. intervention in the Spanish-American War that wrested this struggle for independence into a vector of neocolonial control, sealed in part by its one-sided lease of Guantanamo Bay for a naval base, as Jana has told us this morning. According to this lease, Guantanamo Bay lies under the United States' complete jurisdiction and control, while remaining under Cuba's ultimate sovereignty. And it is this ambiguous legal status that enables the U.S. to deploy the base however it wants, including as a camp to detain people purportedly beyond the rule of law. And so we absolutely must fight for closing of the camp, right? Liberating the prisoners cleared for release and bringing those who remain in the camp into the rule of law. And yet, Guantanamo's imperial history means that closing the current camp would not resolve any of the issues undergirding it at its core. So Guantanamo remains a U.S. imperial property under military control. As the story of the Haitian refugees reveals, while the camp's prisoners might find release from its confines, the conditions that enable their indefinite detention remain stubbornly in place, always at the ready for new targets of state violence. And so the strategies of imperialism, creating and weaponizing ambiguous legal regimes, run through Guantanamo's travels. Australia and European states deploy imperial relations to compel other states to host their camps and then deny all accountability they owe to those nations and imprisoned people. Guantanamo's travels show how it's not just about this one site, the United States, or any particular state. Unlike the people detained in their enclosures, the logic of Guantanamo is mobile. So even when we force Guantanamo to close, and I still believe we will still have to wage a deeper struggle to grapple with all of Guantanamo's travels. This means we need to work on multiple fronts all at once, not just to close all these camps, but to tear apart their fundamental conditions. Otherwise, we're just like with all of these examples. If we're playing like whack-a-mole, right? You close one camp, it pops up in another place. You close that camp, it pops up in another place. It goes from Manus to Naro back to Manus, these kinds of things, right? So these conditions, enabling conditions, include imperialism and capitalism, which as we know is always racial and has to be imperial. There is no version of capitalism that doesn't exploit the reproductive labor as if it is for free. There is no version of capitalism that exploits the resources of nature as if they are free, right? So we have to abolish capitalism. These other conditions include state violence, including militarism, imprisonment, policing, and surveillance, and we must abolish the nation state itself. Okay, so I am arguing for us to engage in the kind of radical analysis that, as Angela Davis argues, means grasping things at the root, extirpating the root causes that lead so many millions to be subjected to torturous forms of confinement, and not just trimming the branches only to watch them grow back stronger. So if you've noticed, the circulation of the label Guantanamo never comes from the states deploying camp confinement. Indeed, these perpetrators resoundingly reject such comparisons. Rather, these other Guantanamos are named by their captives and opponents to make visible their lack of due process, rightlessness, and indefinite detention. So by drawing on Guantanamo's symbolic power, they link differently oppressed peoples separated by vast geographical distances, justifications for imprisonment, language, religion, gender, and race, among other differences. So put differently, Guantanamo's travels point towards the root causes underlying these different manifestations of camp confinement and the necessity of fighting interlocking systemic oppression and advancing shared liberation. So in making these arguments, I am drawing on the wealth of knowledge emerging from abolitionist thought and praxis. So abolition grows out of a genealogy of U.S. abolitionist movements against chattel slavery and liberatory practices like the Underground Railroad. Its contemporary iteration, as seen in the wake of George Floyd's slow-motion execution at the hand of cops, focuses on problems of imprisonment, policing, and surveillance, particularly in the United States. So it is a very US-centric kind of framework. But its principles are as capacious and portable as the logic of Guantánamo. And its principles offer a lens to clarify the interlocking struggles unconfined by any nation's borders. At its core, abolition is about creating new structures for economic redistribution, political empowerment, and social equity. Crucially, as Davis argues, abolition is not only, or not even primarily, about a negative process of tearing down, but it is also about building up, about creating new institutions. Or as Ruth Wilson Gilmore argues, abolition is about presence, not absence. So while we need to dismantle the camps and extirpate their roots, more important is creating the society that we actually want to live in, one in which we refuse to solve problems by resorting to violence and refuse to create the illusions of safety for some by violating others. So in addressing root causes, abolition would take the massive resources expended on violent forms of social control, like imprisonment, and redirect them to community institutions that provide long-term safety, ensuring that every person on earth has what they need to thrive where they already live. So things like housing, education, healthcare, and clean air, water, and food. It would invest into caring for communities instead of locking them down. And it would foster shared well-being in ways that reduce the risk of interpersonal violence. And so if this vision of a transformed society seems completely out of reach, it is because so many of us have become so inured into thinking that state violence makes us secure, despite all the evidence that shows us that that is not the case, right? This is about getting the cop outside of our head as well, right? Abolishing the cop in our head. But this assumption that makes it difficult to see how our current solutions to violence, like escalating securitization, militarism, policing, prisons, and surveillance, do not solve the problem. They not only fail to address the root causes of violence, but in fact escalate violence. So soldiers and survivors of Guantánamo have long known this. As Mozambique told us years ago, many soldiers had said to me, "Hell, if you weren't a terrorist when you came in here, by the time you leave, I'm sure you would be because of the way you've been treated." So our current solutions to violence are entirely self-defeating, even on their own terms. So prime example is Afghanistan. Are we safer now than we were 20 years ago? I don't think so. I think we're worse off, just in terms of a national security point of view. So even on its own terms, our solutions are not working. So that means we need to innovate solutions that don't try to annihilate each other, but actually care for each other. We're not going to murder our way out of this problem. So I'll focus on one abolitionist strategy of divest, invest in relation to Guantánamo's travels that might help us envision how to create this new world. So divest, invest names reversing the direction of resources and funding to divest from social control and state violence, and to invest in the social good. So this is basically the opposite of what's been happening for the last 50 years, where we like gut the welfare state and then massively expand policing, imprisonment, and surveillance. Okay, so the expenditures on Guantánamo's travels are so astronomical that they might as well be play money. So I want us to play a game. So tell me think about this. This is like so much money. Right? Like, it really feels abstract. Like, I don't even know what $1 billion feels like, right? Okay, so I've cobbled together these numbers from various different sources. So they're not official numbers, but they indicate the kind of direction and the massive amounts we choose to spend on violence. Okay, so 120 million pounds is the startup cost for the UK's proposed camp in Rwanda. That's just startup. It's not operation. So once it opens, you still have to pay for staff, food, security, like all of that stuff. This is just to get it off the ground. Okay, 10 billion euros is EU expenditures to Greece and Turkey for border control. So the EU pays these border states to manage the camps. 543 million euros annually is Frontex's annual budget, which exploded to this large amount from an initial 6 million euros. Okay, Australian $2 billion annually is the annual cost of Australia's camps and border enforcement. And it costs about 4 million Australian dollars to detain one person in Nauru for 1 year. So it's very expensive, right? 26 billion is the annual budget of US immigration enforcement. 540 million is the cost of running Guantanamo in 2018 alone. This averages out to about $13 million dollars per prisoner in that 1 year. Okay, so pundits are just like, this is very expensive, right? And so maybe one of the arguments for transferring them to the federal detention center or federal prisons is that it's a lot cheaper, right? We only spend like $78,000 a year on federal prisoners annually. Okay, that's still a lot of money. That's more than we spend on students, for example. And if you take that $78,000 per prisoner annually, it adds up to $80 billion, and that's just on direct incarceration costs. Okay, so that's why I have all these dashes, right? The total cost of U.S. imprisonment balloons to $182 billion when you account for the broader infrastructure that enables mass incarceration. So this includes things like policing, courts, judges, cops, etc., right? And a 2016 study estimated the true cost of mass incarceration, most of which is not borne by the state. It's borne by families and regular communities, okay? So including the social costs borne by communities and families, this swells to an unfathomable cost of $1 trillion annually. That's a lot of money. Okay, what would you do with that money? If I handed you a bag of money, what would you do with it? Would you spend it on this? I sure wouldn't, right? So we seem to have endless, really bottomless resources and wherewithal to socially control the most vulnerable and targeted members of our society. But when it comes to addressing shared root causes of the convergent catastrophes we face today, all that manpower and money just dissipate into thin air. So this predicament of upside-down values, shown so clearly in what we literally value with funding, is clear, at least to those who want to see it. So after taking over the Bagram prison camp following the U.S. withdrawal, one Taliban guard remarked that the United States had spent billions of dollars on the base and prison that could have been used for humanitarian projects. Or as Ella Jakubowska of the European Digital Rights stated of the dystopian surveillance systems being put into place in migrant detention camps. Money which could be used to help people is instead used to punish them, all while the surveillance industry makes vast profits selling false promises of magical technology that claims to fix complex structural issues. So how could the billions and billions of dollars, actually trillions, spent on locking up people and locking down borders be allocated otherwise? Investing in what Christian Parenti calls the politics of the armed lifeboat is doomed to fail. Its pursuit defies logic, especially if our goal is to create a livable world for all of us. And yet abolitionists are dismissed as being impractical for addressing the structural causes of the challenges we face. Massive global inequality, climate change and environmental destruction, authoritarianism on the rise, militarism and the threat of nuclear warfare, all of which drive migration, feed into divisive ideologies, and foster violence. But as a livable future seems to be slipping away, it seems to me that we don't have a choice but to embrace abolitionist principles. So following the trail of Guantanamo's travels reveals an inchoate power base. So by naming those other Guantanamos, people are already making the connections among these divergent and spatially separated camps, meaning the grounds for resistance are already there. Oppressive power systems work together and amplify each other's destructive effects. As Nadine Naber argues, these oppressive powers thus make the connections for us. And so while the world can seem intolerable, the structural roots undergirding our predicaments are shared, meaning that extirpating one can shake the foundation of multiple problems and perhaps lead us to build new, stable foundations on which a livable future for all of us could be built. One based not on profit or the fantasy of total security, but on the interdependence that is core to all life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Have you got any initial comments from
I don't know where the mics went, so. Okay.
This is just a question on the numbers that you gave. Do you have the other figures of social welfare programs at all?
I should look that up. Okay, I'm going to do that. Sorry. Yeah, it's not as much. I'm gonna go with not as much. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Teachers can you hire?
Yeah.
There's a cool website that does that, the conversion, based on your state as well too, right, that does that.
I would love to have that website.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay, that'd be awesome, yeah.
Thanks for fascinating, wide-ranging
Very
talk.
Yeah.
As you were speaking, it struck me that looking at Nauru, for example, and the kind of the UK's proposed arrangement with Rwanda, which is not unique to the US,
Yeah.
the UK,
Yeah.
in that European countries generally have been pressuring
Yes.
African countries
Yes.
to accept third-party migrants, so
Yeah.
not even their own migrants.
Yeah.
And it comes back, an element that is not in your talk, but is very much part of the economic inequality that exists, and the use of economic superiority to coast countries, which obviously, despite the construction of the global economy through the WTO as a level playing field where everybody can thrive, is really, it obscures the deep imperial and colonial and, foundations in savior of the modern economic system. So I'm thinking that all of these things are intertwined.
Yes.
And history is not in the past, but lives very much in the present, and the structures that that sustain these continued inequalities. So just a comment.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree completely. Yeah, and I think that none of these offshore camps, they rely on these forms of the legacy of imperialism, not just politically, right, but also economically. Like the story of Nauru in particular, I think about that one a lot because Nauru was basically it was hollowed out of its own only natural resource, right? And then it was it was one of the top 3 richest countries in the world because of all of its phosphorus. It gets carved out mostly by Australia. Australia then sells it to Australian farmers trying to fertilize their own soil at below market rates, like 50% below market rates, right? And then when Nauru actually gets independence, it's this very wealthy country, it does all these bad investments, and then it goes broke, right? But the only reason that it allows Australia to, or one of the reasons it allows Australia to basically turn its whole country into a migrant detention center is because they get financial resources, right? So it has long been a client state of Australia, an extractive, from this extractive economy, and now it's become this other kind of client state for the purposes of migrant detention. So those two things have to be thought of together. And the other thing that I'm thinking of as I'm going into the next project, which is trying to use abolitionist sanctuary to combine or to think about environmental and migrant justice together, is that you actually have to think about Nauru's place in extractive economies and also industrial agriculture to its current use as a migrant detention camp. Like all of these things are actually connected, and there are certain dense sites that enable us to see this going together. But absolutely, none of this is possible without an imperial framework, and also a modern economic system that is designed from the jump in order to oppress formerly colonized countries for the continued wealth aggrandizement of colonial powers, right? Yeah.
Follow up on that. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor.
Thank
Following up on this comment, I kept thinking about externalization of the border and how we continue to place the burden, for example, on Mexico to stop the flow of immigrants, and how we talk about now these days about the U.S. southern border not being, in Texas or Arizona, but being in southern Mexico with Guatemala, and where the interventions are being made. And so this externalization of the border is happening for sure.
Yes.
And at the same time, I kept thinking about the expansion of immigration activities, particularly during the Trump era, how people would just get plugged away from their homes in Indiana, in communities in the middle of a cornfield, far from the border. And so how these two things work in tandem, both the expansion of apprehensions and this idea that you no longer have to conduct enforcement just in the border itself, but internally within the country. And that those people, of course, would be sent to camps and detention facilities and detention centers. So it's both the internalizing of the border happening simultaneously with the externalization of the border itself.
Yes.
And so I just wanted to comment on that, because as I heard your remarks, it just laid much of that, illustrated much of that functioning, which I really appreciated, so thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what you're pointing to is the fact that the border is not a geographic concept. The border is a practice concept. The border happens wherever the migrant's body is going to be found, right? And so migrants are found far beyond our borders, in other countries' territory, in international waters. They're also found well inside the, what is our territory, right? And so I think, I'm riffing off of Harshawalia here, that the side of the border is wherever the migrant is found, right? But the other thing about this kind of inside-outside thing is also we are deputizing other nations in the same way that the UK has this agreement with Rwanda, but we are deputizing Mexico. Mexico actually deports more people than we do, right? I think they annually detain more people, but then they're also they're expelled more immediately. So we're also making them do our work for us, right? And there's been statements from DHS that our southern border is the border with is the Chiapas border with Guatemala. It's no longer ours. But I think it's really important to think about how these two things go together, right? And we can think about even just, it's written in policy, right? So these different kinds of policies that fund Mexico's security state, but also the policy of CBP's jurisdiction is 100 miles within any border of the United States, right? Or we could look at the Interior Enforcement executive order that Trump signed in his first week in office that made basically the entire United States as border territory, right? So all of this stuff, it's not like we're making this shit up. It's it's actually in the documents. We can actually read it and see how it actually works. But yeah, I really appreciate that comment.
Thank you, Professor. I'll pass the baton.
Thank you, Naomi, for making us think harder and maybe ponder more deeply, and also very disturbing. You haven't mentioned what happened in China with Xi Jinping and the Uyghurs. Does that fit into your model at all?
It does. And also, okay, so I will first of all say that I don't feel totally comfortable talking about what China is doing to the Uyghurs, just because what I know about it is mostly from mainstream media and things like that. So I haven't gone deep into it. But the reason that I focus on the U.S., the EU, and Australia is because they kind of laud themselves as these liberal democracies that believe in rights and like whatever, like they're the heartbeat of liberal democracies around the world, where China is not. Right? So I think there are some like general qualitative differences in the apparatuses of the state. But I also think it's really important to look at what is happening in Western China with the surveillance and like the incredible social control over Muslim minorities there and Uyghurs, because a lot of the technologies that are being used to expand a carceral and surveillance state are being innovated and deployed there in ways that other states are paying attention to and are going to borrow. So if we want to see our future, I think we should look at Western China, because it's not a replacement of the carceral state with a surveillance state. The two things are working together, right? So it's not like Uyghur, like they're just living in this terrible, surveillance state with CCTV cameras and like state agents like even coming into your house to live with you, things like that. Like all of that is definitely happening, but people are also being taken from home and being sent to camps to make whatever Adidas products and things like this. So I think we need to think about how what we're moving into with, someone had mentioned the ankle monitors before and things like this, the expanding surveillance state. We need to be thinking about how these are going to be working together and that it's not going to be like a replacement of one for the other. And I think it's really nefarious and also very, very like frightening. And it's also, this is not also my lane either. I don't know as much about this as people who are real deep in surveillance studies, but we participate in this growing surveillance culture just by being addicted to our phones, right? And so I think that someone like Byung-Chul Han, who talks about our participation in cell phone technologies and self-surveillance and things like this are going to be really important to us, as well as thinking about how all of that data that we're just handing over to corporations in the state are being mobilized, stored, deployed for all these different kinds of purposes. So I think Western China for me is important to think about and look more deeply at because it's, I feel like it's a harbinger of what could be coming if we don't get in front of it now. So
I just didn't want to.
Yes.
When you give this talk, to not let China off the hook in
Oh, no.
some way, because
Yes.
what they're doing is a proportion of immense magnitude.
Yes, yes, no, absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Thank you for this really great and informative and disturbing talk. Right. So I think that what we see is the ways in which so many things are connected, right? And then you had said at one point in kind of a flip way, but also really real. We got to get rid of capitalism, right? We have to get rid of all that. And then I think that in those crowds, probably a pretty friendly crowd, and we understand
Yes.
and we agree with the goals of abolition. It makes a lot of sense to us. But the problem is that we have a publicity campaign or information campaign that we must do, right? So, half the country don't believe in our goals.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So what do we do with that? So I'm wondering about the words, right? Because I think that I am deeply committed to the ideals of abolition. I wonder if that word just scares people so much, and they see anarchy instead, right?
Yep.
And how do we combat that? Because it's almost like we're at a disadvantage rhetorically.
Yeah.
And so how do we deal with that? And it's also the other thing too. Maybe if y'all remember watching Inconvenient Truth, there's Al Gore saying, "I just went down some facts," and once people see the facts, they will come to my side.
That's
and
not how
okay, that
that's
hasn't
not
happened.
that's not how anything
easy.
works.
So we really have to deal with this sort of like affective, kind of like rhetorical campaign, and how do we do that better, right?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think that's the main question we're all kind of trying to answer in different ways, some more successfully than others, for sure. But I was actually, one of my colleagues at UIUC, James Kilgore, when I was hosting all those abolition things my last couple of years there, we had this workshop, and James was saying, one of the reasons why abolition has become the term is because all the other kind of synonym-esque terms, revolution, socialism, anarchism, things like this, communism, they've all been completely so discredited in the United States. But abolition, there's something about it that, first of all, it's very US-centric in terms of the genealogy it traces back to the movements against slavery, and then also the Underground Railroad. Like there's this kind of genealogy that feels very like rooted here. It is very rooted here. Of course, it's global, but there is a kind of rootedness, and that it's harder to discredit the movement to abolish slavery in a certain way, right? And so I think that's one of the reasons why abolition has become the term. I agree with you that one of the issues with the term, and this is why Ruthie and Angela Davis and other people are always like, it's not just about absence. It's not just about tearing down. It's about building. It's about building. It's about making things, right? But you have to explain it because abolition, just like its dictionary terms, means to take down, right? To tear apart. And so I think there needs to be a relentlessness in the explanation that abolition is always about presence. And even when I'm in rooms like this where everyone's sympathetic, a lot of the questions go to, but what about, in terms of like really emphasizing the tearing down part and kind of not thinking about the building up part. You can't actually tear down things with no alternatives. If you want an example of that, I recommend my colleague Liat Ben-Moshe's work on decarcerating disability. So she talks about the deinstitutionalization movement. Okay, good. People aren't being held against their will permanently in these like messed up institutions because they're disabled or whatever. They have mental illnesses and stuff like that. But so we deinstitutionalized, but none of the building up stuff happened. There were no community clinics. There wasn't the kind of outpatient care and like other kinds of resources that would replace what the institutionalization was ostensibly giving, right? And so now you have, mental health, people with mental health issues or disabled people basically living on the margins, not able to make ends meet because we haven't restructured society in a way that would be not ableist. You have people ultimately getting mental health care in prison. You know what I'm saying? So like that building up part is like really crucial for us. And we do have examples of like what happens when we don't when we only focus on the tearing down what we don't like without building up all the presence that we do like. So I absolutely see what you're saying. I actually am agnostic about what term we use. I don't care. I just want the work to be done. So like if abolition is the thing that mobilizes people, then great. If it's revolution, awesome. So like some of the environmental studies stuff that I'm reading is not based in the US. And so they're using terms more like revolution, right? But we're talking actually about the same thing, that this shit can't happen under capitalism. That we really have to, if we're going to the roots of this, then we have to abolish capitalism and things like this, so.
Speaking about capitalism, if I may. So I was wondering if you followed the money at all in terms of the building of these, prisons, and, right? Like, this is, so like our economy now is based on debt, right?
Yeah.
So did you do a little bit of the political economy work in this and following the money as to, who's getting paid a lot to make these,
Yeah.
things?
I haven't followed the money as much, but there are other people who are doing that really good work. And then thinking about, okay, like, where is all of this going? Where does the money go? Yeah. Right? And so a lot of it is going to like these surveillance and security corporations. G4S is the world's largest private employer, for example. Did you know that? I didn't know that until recently. But yeah, it's the world's largest private employer. So like G4S is at your local branch, standing by the door. And they're also running the camps in Nauru and Manus, right? They're also managing a lot of immigrant detention centers, not only in the US, but all over the world, right? So they do they're like a full service organization when it comes to security, right? So thinking about things like, I do think that's really important. I haven't done it myself that deeply, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is
Hello.
yeah. Okay. This is like sort of related to the question about like
wording and like abolition and stuff in terms of like activism and educating people about these camps. And so I was wondering, like, do you think that that should start with knowledge about just Guantanamo, like it probably did for a lot of us, because we're all already familiar with that one? Or should it begin with like an overarching education of all of the camps because of the like conflicted narrative in the U.S. surrounding Guantanamo?
Yeah, that's really hard. Okay, so I mean, it's gonna sound like a total like avoiding of your question, but I would say yes, like to both, because I think this gets back to what Jana was saying earlier, right? So it's important to have like deep and located histories of these different sites, and also to understand that they operate systemically. In the case of U.S. military bases, it is a system. It like the people who run this stuff, fund the stuff, they see it as connected, right? But even in these seemingly disconnected and actually, you know, the not bureaucratically connected sites, we need to do the work of seeing how they are connected, because I think what's so important about that is to see how the people detained or directly affected by these different sites, how their struggles are connected, even if they don't know each other. So, I mean, I have so many slides, my goodness. Okay. This one. Okay. Okay. So this is an activist image that came out during the Pelican Bay hunger strikes of 2005. Wait, 2000, I think it was 2015, right? Okay, so Pelican Bay, this started in solitary confinement, right? Out of the solitary confinement unit. So, and protesting against solitary confinement, the fact that people could be put into solitary without any kind of process, any kind of hearing. So, and the only way to get out is to snitch on other people and have them take your place, right? So it was against that whole system. But at the same time, one of the biggest hunger strikes at Guantanamo was kind of winding down after the death by suicide of Adnan Latif, right? And so out of that became like a hunger strike just basically swept through the camp. This is when they were doing 24-hour like force feedings and all this kind of stuff, right? So I think that there were connections being made by activists, especially this one was made by Pelican Bay activists, right? But they were trying to make those connections that these two things are actually not disconnected from each other, right? And it's not just historical convergence, like they just happen to be going on at around the same time, that there are actually enduring structural issues, and that the culprit behind both of these forms of oppression was the U.S. state. It was the U.S. security state. One was legitimized under crime and punishment, and the other one was legitimized through anti-terrorism and homeland security, right? But the effects on the human body, right, the effects on the people inside are shared, and then the struggles are shared. And so I think the more that we can insist on these kinds of connections, the better chance we have of creating something else, right? And refusing to see how either one of these things is legitimate, solitary confinement in Guantanamo or solitary confinement throughout California, right? So there's one and then two. Yeah.
Thank you. So I wanted to, it was something that first kind of came to mind during Nell's presentation, and then also connected to something that I remember seeing in one of the clippings that Professor Lippman showed, which was about specifically migrants when they were being proposed that they would be relocated to Puerto Rico, as it worries about disease and that come with migrants. And you also point this out when you brought us back to Guantanamo and the detention of HIV positive Haitian prisoners. And so I was wondering, in light of sort of a global pandemic, not only the COVID pandemic, but then also basically other ones, both past and then also future ones, how that kind of fits into this sort of larger network of detention. Because you've talked a little bit about health and the disregard for health in detention. So yeah, I just wanted to bring up this extra thing.
Yeah, totally. So, okay. So one thing I'll say is that the exclusion of people based on health and ability goes all the way back to 19th century, right? So the 1882 Immigration Act, right? It has this list of excludable categories, including like idiots, right? So people who are mentally disabled, right? And then there's also stuff around people who have a noxious disease, right? So excluding people based on health and ability is like goes back to the very origins of immigration restriction altogether. So it's not like some new thing, right, that happened with the pandemic or that happened with HIV or whatever. But I think that these kinds of diseases or illnesses, they are very good at mobilizing a lot of different kinds of discursive histories all into this one site, right? And then are able to be mobilized in very particular ways. And usually with immigration, it's to exclude people or detain them or get rid of them somehow. So we're seeing like an escalation of this with the Title 42, obviously at the U.S.-Mexico border, which still has not been dismantled. You know, like I think it's more a continuation of, and again, you want to think historically specifically about these kinds of iterations when they come up, like what else is going on, what are the kinds of discourses that are being, through which that new disease is being understood. So with HIV, for example, a lot of it was around race, a lot of it was around sexuality, and around behaviors that we had already decided made that person cast outable, I guess, or it didn't matter that they were dying of this terrible disease, and like we didn't need to do any research or like have any palliative care for them because they were drug users or they were sex workers or they're gay. And in the case of specifically with HIV, also Haitians were identified as de facto carriers of HIV based on like really bad science. Right? And so there's this kind of linking, but that doesn't also come from nowhere. There's also a long history of linking Haitian people in particular to notions of contagion. So like that's what I'm saying about like when a new disease like COVID or HIV comes up, there's already discourses that are around and available that then get kind of like tied to that new kind of scary unknown thing and then get mobilized in very particular ways in terms of borders and migration, usually to exclude a certain category of people, right? So I'm not sure if that answers your question. Okay. Okay.
I actually had one other thing was that it's sort of a contradiction, although not a surprising one, which is that the sort of rhetoric around disease, and now I'm speaking specifically about COVID, is deployed in order to justify certain exclusionary tactics. But then at the same time, again, it's kind of internal, external. Internally, there's a denial that the pandemic happened.
Yes.
Is happening. And so again, it's kind of a question of like, both that it's this hyper visible thing.
Yes.
And as part of securitization, but at the same time, it's also like it's not happening. So yeah.
I also think, you know, the way that Title 42 got initiated and also blaming of China and like hating Asian people, like all of it goes together, right? But like I think that this, what you're pointing to, that we internally denied that the pandemic was even a thing, which is why it kind of like just like killed so many people, especially early on. But like I think that totally the Title 42 totally goes in line with that, because the whole approach of the administration is like we are accountable for nothing. Nothing is our fault. Everything is always, all of our problems come from somewhere else. And so the solution to our problems is to always like get to remove those problems back to where they came from, right? And so I think this kind of pointing the are implementing, or not implementing, the resurgence of Title 42, basically waking it up, right, from a dormant state, that has everything to do with the Trump administration's, like, just total not doing anything around COVID, right? So, like, you know, we were the ones who had the highest COVID rates. We were the ones who were being excluded by other nations, right, because of our terrible response to it. And yet we are also the ones who are saying, it's not us, it's Mexicans. Like, come on, right? Or it's people coming up from Mexico. So I think these two things they are tied to each other, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could walk us through a little bit about how you envision the building up and reconciliation between the United States and everywhere else. And so I was, I was struck a little bit. So much of the Guantanamo story, the way we tell it now, starts with 9/11. And when you're young, if you have a kind of very simplistic version of American history, you're like, oh my God, this is awful. And then once you get a little bit older, I was 12 when that happened. Once I start learning American history, I'm like, wow, we spent 100+ years meddling in everybody else's business, destabilizing everybody else's governments. And we've had one continental attack, really, in that time period. And I wonder, it's ironic almost, the placement of Guantanamo given the history of the Cuban Revolution. So the Batista government chooses not to keep Castro in jail for too long because of what it could mean to have him on the island. They send him off. He goes, raises more money, meets a charismatic Argentinian guy, gets on a ship, comes back and takes over. And so how much of that shapes future head of state's responses to a threat like that and saying, well, we have to put them in jail or else they're going to come back. And what does it mean to forgive the U.S.? I come from people who live in the eternal spring. We come from paradise. I tell people I'm only here because the U.S. fucked with us for 100 years and we had no place else to go.
Yeah. So, small question. Okay. Okay. So, I'm going to go back to the conference that Jana, Esther, and I went to this summer, where it was a Guantanamo conference, and there were formerly detained people from Guantanamo there. And one of the kind of consistent themes among all of those formerly detained people was that they have already radically forgiven everyone who hurt them, all the guards, anyone who had anything to do with their detention. They have personally forgiven those people. Mohamedou Slahi breaks bread with one of his guards. One of his guards flew out to, I think he was in Mauritania at that moment, but they did iftar together, right? So they have radically forgiven everyone who's harmed them, but there's a difference between their personal forgiveness, right, of people who harm them, and the question of justice. They're related, but they're separate issues. So Mozambique, this really stuck with me. Mozambique, who was not able to come because he didn't have a passport, but he was saying that it is within me to forgive anybody who has harmed me, because that's about me and that other person. But it is far beyond what my capacity, right? And it's actually unethical for me to forgive the U.S. government. Right? Because it's not just about me. That is about a structure. That is about a system that, yes, it did hurt me, but it's done this to so many other people. Right? And so he was talking about different ways of imagining that kind of justice through tribunals or like truth and reconciliation or things like this. But I think it's, so the question of like, what does it mean to forgive the U.S.? I think maybe the question, maybe we should think about what does it mean for the U.S. to enact justice for all of the harms that it's caused around the world. And so, kind of one way to think about it is through the logic of reparations, right? But I'm also, I really appreciate Tendaye Achiume's work. She's a legal scholar, but she has talked about migration as decolonization. And one of the arguments on which she's grounding that is that sovereignty isn't just about single states, but because we live under these imperial histories, that sovereignty is actually relational. So every country that we've gone and fucked with, right, and that has produced migrants that have then come to the United States, there's a relationship of sovereignty between the two countries, right? And because the United States, its imperial tentacles have really gone everywhere, that means that we kind of have shared kind of sovereignty with a lot of different places. So I think it's a different way of thinking about this question and kind of opening it up a little bit more, but also thinking about, like, if we're going to get real about decolonization, first of all, for many places it means giving the land back, not just like Guantanamo, the area of the naval base, and then all these other places, but also like the United States itself, or what we consider the United States itself, right? But it also means like decolonizing and giving reparations to all the countries that we've extracted wealth from, right? Extracted labor from, things like this. So it really is about, for me, justice would look like, creating a new kind of economic system where we redistribute wealth in radically different ways, right? Instead of this kind of wealth hoarding that we have at the current moment. But I think, I think forgiveness and justice need to be think of as related but kind of separate categories that require different kinds of processes. I will also say I am not as good of a person as those former Guantanamo detainees. I find forgiveness very, very difficult, and that abolition is really hard for me in my head. Yeah, so I'm Korean. I believe in revenge. You know what I mean? Like, as a matter of just Han and whatever. So it is really, I understand how a lot of this is really hard to think about and accept, right? But I don't see how we have a different way forward. So I was in a discussion with Lisa Hajar, who she's like, we can abolish the prisons after Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney go to jail, right? And I'm like, yes. And also, throwing them in jail or in prison doesn't release anybody who's still in Guantanamo. It doesn't undo it doesn't stop the war on terror. It doesn't stop the DHS from getting these it doesn't do any of the things that I actually want to happen, right? It would feel so satisfying, but it's not actually leading me towards what I want. So, yeah. Did you?
I was going to actually.
Yeah.
More of a I was just going to comment. So I've been struggling with a related question. So this is more of a riff than an actual conversation. But no, because I think about the question about Castro, because the question you didn't answer, Naomi, is Castro is released from jail, and Castro is released. And then he does overthrow the government. That is, in fact, what happened. And so it's not as if the threat to state power is not real. And in Cuba, it is a spectacular surprise that it is able to happen so quickly with so few people, right? I mean, the Cuban Revolution is there's a large support against Batista, but the people supporting Castro is relatively small, and they succeed. And I think for me, when I've been thinking of these questions of social, maybe incarceration, but about questions of when should this, this is unpopular, but should the state repress, those who try to oppose it? And one question that I've been having today is, of course, with January 6th, where I'm very supportive of the state prosecuting those who are trying to overthrow it and resist it. And I think it does pose questions in some ways about liberalism, right? And on the one hand, your talk is very critical of liberalism, and you are intentionally even saying that you are, focusing on the U.S., the EU, and Australia as liberal states because there's a hypocrisy in their support of liberalism and their repression. And I guess my fear is what happens, though, when liberal states are no longer interested in being liberal states. So, for example, on the one hand, I am very open to the critique of the Biden administration's continuity of the Trump policies and the violence of that. On the other hand, and this is my own politics, but I am relieved that there's at least a pretense of liberalism. And I'm very fearful of what happens when the liberal state is challenged, and what other possibilities there are. So and this is, I am one of those, people saying the what ifs or whatever, but I hear the abolition take on and actually it's very compelling. But I also am concerned about the threat to liberalism, and in some ways your question, I think, it is, historically I've always been this, it's horrible for the state to repress those who are critiquing it or, or radicals, because generally those have been on the left. And those where my politics tend to be more empathetic. But here I see this radical project on the right, and I find it terrifying. And so I think that leads to a more complicated question about the role of the state and about state power.
And I think for me, and this is going back to, people like Angela Davis, and it's what defines a movement is not the tactics and the strategies. Any tactic can be used by anyone. And there is no tactic or tool that is left or right or progressive or whatever. It depends who's using the tool and for what ends. So whether the tool is a violent tool, right, or whether it's like working through legislation and things like this, right? But so the movements are defined by their content, right, and their goals. And so for me, that's the distinction between January 6th and other kinds of radical critiques of the U.S. government and the U.S. state, right? And so they are qualitatively different to me, even if they sometimes use similar strategies, right? So there is no tactic that the left has ever used that can't be appropriated by the complete opposite side that wants to murder them, right? And so, yeah, this isn't totally answering your question about what do we do with the liberal state? Is it worth even hanging on to? I think, these are really complicated questions. And then this is also the thing where people are like, well, we're not going to have abolition today. So what does this mean? Like, how do we get there? And I think that the test of non-reformist reform is like one of the things that we can use to think about how do we get from what the kind of, tire fire that we're living in now to something else. Right? But I do think it's important to think about that it's not the tactics. I don't have a problem with January 6 people going to Washington, D.C. and having these public protests. I obviously don't support like them killing people, right? Or using the forces of violence. I have no problem with them like having a protest, right? That is, they are exercising their democratic rights. What I have a problem with is why they want to have a protest. Right, and that's to overthrow. They want to implement a white nationalist state. That they want to kill the rest of us. So, like, that's my problem with them, right? More so than the fact that they got themselves together on January 6th. You know what I mean? So.
But I guess the question is about the government's. But the government is now prosecuting people because the question is and I think they're not being prosecuted because they had a rally.
Yeah.
They're being prosecuted because they
conspiracy.
Right.
Yeah. No, and yeah, it's hard. it is really hard. I will say, okay, because like I was grappling with this a lot, after it happened. What I knew for sure that I was against was creating new kinds of laws that would criminalize anything at all. Like, I live in Chicago. I'm still 100% against criminalizing gun possession. Do you know what I mean? Even though we have big problems with that. So I knew I was against any kind of new innovations of criminalization. And then I was confused around the question of prosecutions. Because I do think that there needs to be accountability, but what I would like to see is that question of accountability not always tied to a criminal legal system. Because the criminal legal system does not, in fact, hold people accountable for harming others. If they did, then the people who polluted our air and leading to millions of people of dying, they would be in jail, right? Instead of like somebody who sold like, a couple of ounces of marijuana. Do you know what I'm saying? So the criminal legal system is not about accountability, but I definitely believe that we need accountability super, super badly for people who produce harm, including the people who organized January 6th, right? The problem is right now our system of accountability is tied to the criminal legal system, right? So.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm mindful that we need to
wrap up pretty soon.
What time is it? Can I just put something on your... I'm going to make this a comment, not a question, because I don't want to... Well, not a big thing. But it's really interesting hearing you talk and Patsy's questions about these sort of offshoring of... offshoring of migrants, because I think that what we've seen in the post-Guantánamo, the Guantánamo release is a sort of offshoring of responsibility for the sort of post-release lives of people who have been incarcerated for a long time. I was looking recently at the list of where Guantánamo detainees have been released to. And it's a little bit like this sort of alternative shadow map that you're talking about here. So there's some went to El Salvador, Uruguay.
Uruguay.
The Uyghurs went to Cape Verde, to Palau. It's the places that really, I think, present this other geography of Guantánamo travel. So it's very much about what you were USA.
Yeah, with no passports, almost no funding, almost no housing. I actually wrote about him. I can't remember his name right now, but one of the people who was deported to Uruguay, and it was seen as like this big thing, and like this person had been tortured through force feeding so many times and had a case going through the federal courts, but he tried to leave without a passport, and they couldn't find him. They found him in like Argentina or something like that, because even though he was out of Guantánamo, he's like, I don't care. The point is that I need my life back. I need my family back. I have not seen my wife. You know, I've lost a child. Like all of these things. So so again, this is about it's not just about abolishing what we don't want, which is like people in Guantánamo, but it's also we are accountable for them. You know what I mean? And we have to they're not whole. They haven't been made whole. The ones that we got to meet have been able to, you know, build new lives, but there's many hundreds who really have not, right? So.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Thank
you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a break, and then Iván is going to talk at 2.
Okay.
Joining us for this afternoon's events. Welcome to people who are just joining us, and thanks to everybody who's been here since 8:30 this morning. Really appreciate it. So I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker, Iván Espinoza-Madrigal. Iván is the Executive Director of Lawyers for Civil Rights in Boston, an organization which he may tell us about, but founded at the request of President John F. Kennedy in the 1960s at the height of the civil rights movement. LCR is one of the largest and oldest organizations in New England working on legal and policy issues at the intersection of racial justice, immigration, public health, and entrepreneurship. So Iván has filed and won dozens of life-changing cases on a wide range of civil rights issues, including racial justice, immigrant rights, and LGBTQ HIV equality. He's currently representing over 30 of the Venezuelan migrants who were flown to Martha's Vineyard in September as part of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' so-called immigration relocation program. So I think this is sort of bringing some of these questions very close to home. Iván has received a very long list of awards. I won't take up the next half hour reading it out. But including a place on Boston Magazine's list of Boston's 100 most influential people. So he is a summa cum laude in Phi Beta Kappa graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, and he received a JD from NYU School of Law. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. It's a pleasure to be here. I've already learned so much just listening to a distinguished group of scholars and students and alums share their incredible perspectives, which frankly remind me why I need to get out of the legal trenches more often. And so thank you for inviting me to this beautiful campus. I want to thank Professor Whitfield, Professor Lewis, Kate as well for all of the support. Thank you to Brown University Center for Latin American Caribbean Studies. And it really is a pleasure to share the stage with Professor Lipman, with Professor Paik, amazing scholars. And so I'm going to change gears a little bit in a couple of ways. One is because I'm not an academic, I am a lawyer. And so my work, like I was saying earlier to some of you, is in the same neighborhood, but in a different house. And I also do not do slide decks, but I did put up a couple of pages that I'll share as I do my talk. This one's actually an article from October. From a little bit more than a month or two ago, from when I was at the border right after filing the Martha's Vineyard litigation. It was written by Cristela Guerra over at WBUR, which is the NPR affiliate in Boston, and so it's actually meant to be heard, but I won't torture you with that. But it has some really amazing images of, this is actually within one of the facilities at the border. And this particular one was striking, seeing the brothers in matching outfits. And then we cross the border, and this is an image of what's happening on the other side before people come in. This is me supposedly giving advice to immigrants on the Ciudad Juarez side of the border. The first image is from a detention facility in El Paso. And just, as you can imagine, just the incredible need that people have, the intense vulnerability of people who are trying to cross the border, I thought was really captured by some of these images. And then, of course, with the unfolding crisis at the border, we are seeing unprecedented level of intervention, I would say, or interference, depending on how you see it, with people being bused from the border to northeastern cities, as you see in this image, and of course of people arriving in Martha's Vineyard who were flown there instead of taking the bus that was in the image. And I think the central point of my conversation is that it's going to be the Martha's Vineyard experience, but based on the themes of today and the conversations that I've heard some of the speakers give, I will also talk about their placement in the base in particular and some reactions to that, as well as the shutting down of the immigration facility in Massachusetts, the Bristol County facility, which we helped to shut down a little bit over a year ago. I think there's some important lessons there as well, particularly in light of the next panel on the Wyatt facility here in Rhode Island. So I'll focus primarily on Martha's Vineyard. I'll talk about their placement in the base, and then I'll close with the Bristol County facility's closure. So imagine, and this is of course from my case, from the Martha's Vineyard case, imagine fleeing on foot from Caracas. You, your children, some as young as 5 years old, decide that you can no longer live here. This place is not viable. It is not safe. Your well-being is at stake. You are being constantly surveilled because you're engaged in activities against the dictatorship. And it is a dictatorship. This is not the word that I use. This is the word that the U.S. government uses. This is the word that the Department of State uses. This is the word that human rights organizations use. This is a dictatorship in Venezuela that has a stranglehold in every aspect of life, from what you do for work to how you express political opinions. And the surveillance has gotten more intense. People scrutinize everything you're doing. People are following your kids to school. On top of that scrutiny and that surveillance that is constantly hovering over you, there are no medicines. There's no access to medical care. And the meager amount of money that you're making isn't enough to buy food. And it is in this reality that you decide to flee. And you can't get a passport because you've been marked as a dissident. And the government isn't giving passports to people who it doesn't recognize as members of the regime, as members of the society. And so you flee just with a backpack and your kids in tow, and you go in foot into Colombia, make your way to a border town with Panama, cross the Darien Gap, the jungle, on foot, with your 5-year-old daughter on your shoulders. You survive the Darien Gap, which is no certainty. In the Darien Gap, you have encounters with gang members who are extorting you. You're trying to avoid both human smugglers and drug smugglers that have operations in the Darien Gap. And you're trying to avoid everything from a snake bite to having the water current just drag your 5-year-old off of your shoulders in a day when it's rainy. This is your reality crossing the gap. You reach the Panamanian side where a Red Cross station is available, and you get immediate first aid right there in the first town after the Darien Gap. And you also get told that you can't stay there. You have to keep moving. You have to keep moving. And you're doing this basically on pennies on the dollar. I mean, all you have to your name is the stuff that you brought in that backpack, half of which, the provisions, you used in the jungle, and clothing that you were just leaving behind. Because just carrying the book pack and your kids is just too much. And with this, you continue on foot through all of Central America, crossing Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, and in each border being extorted and being told that to pass through you need to pay. And in each major city that you are arriving, you are, of course, without a place to go, without shelter, without medicine, without food, and most of all, extremely vulnerable to the escalating violence that pulsates throughout Central America. Gang members, rapists, extortionists, all of this is your lived experience. You make it to the border, which is in itself miraculous that you have made it in one piece with your family intact. And lucky you if you were not raped along the way, and lucky you if you were not otherwise exploited. And in the group of immigrants that I represent, many of them were exploited, many of them were subject to violence and abuse. One of them, for example, was kidnapped as he was approaching the border with Mexico near Eagle Pass. The most intense period of violence occurs as you're approaching the border. It is what immigrants call little hell. As he was approaching the border, he gets kidnapped by a group of people who see that he's obviously an immigrant heading north and say, we want you to call your family and friends in the United States and tell them to send money because we're kidnapping you. And he says, I have no family in the United States. I'm fleeing alone. I have no relatives. I have no one I could call. They don't believe him, so they start extracting his teeth with a set of pliers in the back of a pickup truck. And as he keeps saying, I don't have a family member or relatives in the US, I don't have any money to give you, they just keep extracting more teeth because they think you're lying. And they think that at some point you're going to break down, give the phone number, give the address, give the name, or give the bank account. They rendered him toothless. And then when they realized he really doesn't have anybody, they kicked him out of the moving vehicle and left him in the middle of an intersection in a border town. This is one of my clients from Martha's Vineyard. This is the reality that they live getting to the border. Now you obviously are here because you're seeking safety, you're seeking refuge, and you immediately surrender yourself to an immigration official when you come to the border. Immediately. You try to find the patrol. You try to find the vehicle. You try to find the station. Try to find the guard to turn yourself in and your family because you have kids. And the last thing you want to do is spend another night without shelter, without food, and without asylum protection. And so immediately you turn yourself in and you ask for asylum. Immigration officials take anywhere between 3-5 days, if you're lucky, sometimes much longer. If you're a family, they try to expedite you so that they don't keep the kids in there too long, but families are still in there for at least a week sometimes. And don't think that this is a facility that is anywhere near set up for this type of really humanitarian crisis. We have clients from Martha's Vineyard who are telling us that they couldn't even sit or lay down in the cell because the cell was so small and so crowded that it was impossible for them not to just remain standing. And this is during COVID. This is supposed to be public health measures of social distancing when it comes to these type of facilities and interactions. Most of our clients were released within 5 days after being in these conditions. And when they got released, they were told very clearly, this is your immigration status. You have what we call humanitarian parole. and they sealed their documents and showed it to our clients, gave them information in English and Spanish, and told them your next scheduled appointment is right here. This is the date when you check in. This is the number you call, or this is the office where you're gonna go and go in person to check in. So all of our clients leave immigration detention hell, and they get released into the community with their papers. And when they get released, they start trying to figure out, where do I go? I mean, most of these people, out of the 50 that arrived in Martha's Vineyard, only 2 had friends in the United States or any type of contact. 2, which is actually not dissimilar from what is happening with the Venezuelan diaspora. Overall, this is actually quite representative of the dynamics. And so most of them have nowhere to go, and they start hearing, if you make it to San Antonio, there's a migrant resource center where you can stay. So you do what you've been doing. You hitchhike, you walk, but you get your family to the Migrant Resource Center in San Antonio. And at that Migrant Resource Center, you're told that you have 3 days to get your affairs in order. 3 days. They give you a bracelet with the date of your departure. So every day, you are reminded of the specter of displacement that will hit you and your family imminently. And you're supposed to figure it out. We were talking earlier about how this institutionalization reflects disinvestment in resources. I believe one of the words used by one of my much more brilliant colleagues was organized abandonment from the state. Think about that. 3 days to get your affairs in order, and you have to figure it out. And so in that intensity of vulnerability, where people don't have anywhere to go, don't have clothing, don't have food. I have a client who arrived in Martha's Vineyard wearing a pair of sneakers. Both of the shoes were right feet. He didn't even have a pair of sneakers that fit him and that were properly, and that were proper. When you think about how this support actually rests on a scaffolding, when you think about the intense vulnerability of individuals, then you start realizing how someone like Perla, who has come out over the last few months as being one of the key organizers of this entire scheme of relocating my clients from San Antonio to Martha's Vineyard, how Perla can approach you and say to you, I see you need shoes, I can give you shoes. Has your daughter eaten today? If she hasn't eaten today, I could give you a $10 McDonald's gift card. And that is the foundation of trust. That most basic necessity of giving a kid a meal, giving a kid pizza, giving an adult a pair of shoes is how Perla started reeling in our clients, passing herself as a good Samaritan. I was at the Migrant Resource Center shortly before I was at the border, which was covered in this article, as I was just illustrating. And at the Migrant Resource Center, it's incredibly depressing. It's incredibly depressing, but it is amazing that there are good Samaritans. And people do congregate outside of the center. And they do because people will drop off things, the same way that many of us will just take things to a Goodwill if you're cleaning out your closet, or to Salvation Army, or to wherever you go. People do that in San Antonio. And so staying outside of the Migrant Resource Center is considered actually strategic, advantageous. Like if I stick around out here, I am bound to find somebody who will bring bras, is what somebody told me, a woman who needed a pair of undergarments. I mean, this is the level of vulnerability that people have. And how easy it is to prey on people. How incredibly easy it is to prey on people. Now imagine under these circumstances, the same person who bought your kid a slice of pizza, who gave you a pair of shoes, says to you, I am organizing a flight, and
if you qualify, I can make sure that you have a job waiting for you on the other side. I can guarantee you housing. I can guarantee you assistance connecting your kid with schooling. I can even arrange free English classes for you and your family. Gotta love that one. And this is the exact same recruitment speech that each one of our clients received in San Antonio. This person just bought you pizza, gave you a pair of shoes. Well, maybe she can do more. Maybe she can help. And then she starts saying that she needs to check whether or not you qualify to get on the plane. She needs to see all of your immigration papers to see if you qualify. And so you start turning over copies of everything you got at the border, including your humanitarian parole stamp, your Venezuelan identity documents, if you have any. And Perla would get really excited if it was a family, if there were kids that she could help. And of course, after seeing the paperwork, then she would let them know, oh, yes, you qualify. You need to go and get sequestered in a motel for several days while I finish organizing the flights, and then we're going to get you on that plane and take you. And so, sequestered far from the Migrant Resource Center, because she moved them basically outside of the city, away from anywhere where they would be able to be told, you're being tricked, you're being deceived, who's this person, have you looked into them? Sequestering them away, really isolating them, enhancing even more their vulnerability. She eventually starts, of course, controlling every aspect of their life. If they're staying in a hotel with Perla, they're relying on Perla for food. They're relying on Perla for everything. And then several days later, the flights actually get arranged, and 50 of you all head to the airport to get into the flights. And midair, you're being told there's a slight change of plans. We had told you guys that you were going to go to a large city, but we are actually going to take you to Martha's Vineyard. You've never heard of it? Don't worry, it's great. You'll be fine. And at this point, we have clients saying that they started looking around like, am I getting deported? Am I still in the United States? Why is there just water and water as I'm looking out the window from the plane? And many of the mothers describe like, I have my kid with me. Like at this point, what am I supposed to do? I guess I'm here. And then you arrive on Martha's Vineyard, and there is no one there waiting for you. Like, no one had been told you were coming. You had not been announced. No one had been scheduled to give you any support. At this point, all of the family start just breaking down, breaking apart. Mothers thinking like, what have I done to myself and to my family? Where are my kids going to sleep tonight? And they make their way to the Martha's Vineyard Community Services office, which in Martha's Vineyard is like a little house, because everything in Martha's Vineyard is like a house. And so they're like, we're going to this house, but it's supposed to be an organization. And of course, nobody was expecting them. And they arrive, and the executive director, who happened to be working late that evening, sees these 50 people coming to her, and they're all in a state of distress and all disheveled. And she goes out to try to talk to them, and she says, she's trying to talk to them, but she doesn't speak Spanish. None of them speak English. So she calls her friend, that Spanish teacher at the high school, which is just down the street, who comes over and starts translating, and that's how this whole mess just kicks off. With the Spanish teacher translating that they were there because they were expecting to receive jobs and housing, they were expecting medical care, they were expecting schooling for their kids, they were expecting free English classes, and of course, within a matter of hours, there are photos all over the news. Fox News has an exclusive on this, and DeSantis, no later than the next day, takes full credit and responsibility and admits that he spent, hundreds of thousands of dollars to pull this scheme, including paying $12,000 for each migrant to be flown over to the vineyard, and how he intends to continue to do this to make a political point about immigration. Within a matter of hours of the migrants arriving in the vineyard, I was on the island with my team from Lawyers for Civil Rights, doing legal triage, assessing how they got there, what they need, what their immigration situation was, and starting to help with the community response in anything that we need to do. If we needed to set up cots, we set up cots. If we need to pass out food, we pass out food. And for the last 2 months more, that's been our world in a way. And shortly after their arrival, we filed a major lawsuit in federal court against DeSantis and against Perla and against all of the other perpetrators. And we alleged a host of issues, which I'll run down quickly because I know you're not lawyers and you don't care so much about the technicalities of the complaint. But we're alleging, for example, that this was an illegal scheme perpetrated for personal gain by Governor DeSantis and by Florida officials. We are alleging that the defendants, including DeSantis, targeted our clients based on discrimination. That to me has been one of the most interesting aspects of the case, the fact that our clients were pre-screened. And I think that they did that for a couple of reasons. One is that they were actually avoiding any contact with anybody who is actually undocumented or illegal, because if they had transported them, it could have been smuggling, or it could have been aiding and abetting of illegal immigration, which are all federal offenses. And so by pre-screening them and making sure that they were all actually authorized to be in the United States, they were avoiding those charges. And the fact that the planes were filled with Venezuelans was no coincidence. No coincidence. At the Migrant Resource Center in October, I found Ukrainians, Russians, Indians, Haitians, Venezuelans, people from many different nationalities across Latin America. These were carefully pre-selected. They were pre-selected to make a political statement about this community. They were pre-selected based on their nationality and race. That is not a coincidence, especially not when you have our clients consistently saying that they all provided their paperwork ahead of time to be pre-screened to see if they were approved, if they qualify. And so we are alleging the intentional targeting of our clients in violation of constitutional principles like 14th Amendment equal protection. And an interesting part here, along with this issue of identity, is that our clients were not illegal here, right? So you're making a point about immigration with people who were not unlawful, which is crazy because, the number of phone calls that I get after this, the number of hate messages has been intense, and everybody says, how stupid can you be? Don't you get that illegals are illegal and that they have no rights? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, my clients are not illegal. And we work with undocumented people all the time, but these clients happen not to be undocumented. And that's part of the problem here, which leads me to another important element of the case, which is that we are alleging that the state of Florida interfered impermissibly in the orderly administration and operation of federal immigration law. The feds had already screened them and tortured them, or whatever else we want to say they did to them, poked and prodded them, released them. Once that release is done, this state cannot interfere. It is unlawful. It is disruptive. It is dangerous to tell immigrants, you can live here, but not here. You're welcome here, but not here. And there are long lines of cases that specify how state, county, local governments cannot interfere in the administration of federal immigration law. You cannot, as a town, determine we're not going to house people or rent people who are undocumented or who have different immigration statuses. You cannot As a state, for example, Arizona show me your papers law. As a state, single out these people for enforcement. Like, the state cannot engage in this activity. There are many, many examples. And so we are alleging that this is the latest manifestation of inappropriate state interference in federal immigration law. And so then the lawsuit is designed to do two things. Number one, it's designed to seek an injunction to block this from ever happening again. And then number two, it's designed to get our clients damages, money for the harm that they went through. And I think that's important. I think the injunctive relief to block efforts to prevent this from happening again is a critical policy matter and a deterrent effect against other players doing this. But our clients were also harmed. There were kids as little as 5 years old sitting in that tarmac unattended. Kids who had to be rushed to a doctor when they arrived in Martha's Vineyard. My client, who was rendered toothless through torture, had to be rushed to a dentist when they arrived in Martha's Vineyard. Don't get me started on why the feds did not provide appropriate medical care for him at the border. But my point remains, these folks were vulnerable, they were even more endangered, and they were exploited. And this also ties into themes that have been strongly discussed today about the importance of maintaining the dignity and integrity of everybody, of every human being, including people who are this vulnerable. And one of the things that also strikes me as particularly problematic here, and then I'll go into the base, is that our clients were fleeing from an authoritarian regime where the state would constantly manipulate them. They arrived here expecting better. And the first thing that they encountered was the Florida governor taking advantage of them, manipulating them, relocating them, all without agency, all without autonomy, all under false pretenses, all with a scheme to deprive them of their dignity and civil rights under the color of state law, under Florida government. I mean, this is directed by the Florida governor using taxpayer money. I mean, that parallel between what our clients fled and what happened to them here is not lost on them. They talk about it all the time. My clients talk about, in Spanish, they say, yo pensaba que este es un país de leyes. I thought this was a country of laws, of the rule of law. And now imagine how they felt when they found out that it was DeSantis taking credit for this. Turning to the base placement, so of course they're in the vineyard, and I've thought a lot about this today, while we've been here in particular. Not that I hadn't thought that it was problematic, because I did. Actually, I thought it was very problematic from the beginning. But frankly, I didn't think we had a choice. I don't think the state ever asked me or my clients what they wanted. And I know for a fact that my clients voiced that they didn't want to go to the base, that they thought that the base was militarizing them in a way, placing them outside of the civilian world, which for them, coming from Venezuela, was very concerning. And so my clients did voice that, and on their behalf, I voiced this to the state, but the state's response was always like, this is the way it has to be done. Which is interesting because as I've sat here today, I kept thinking about how we had a unique opportunity to treat a humanitarian crisis, reflecting our priorities and values in New England, and we resorted to the same mechanisms that we have been discussing all day. And maybe, in a moment of reflection here now, maybe I should have put up a bigger stink. Maybe I should have raised a host of different arguments for why our clients couldn't have been placed on the base. And at the time, I justified it in a couple of reasons. I justified it in that even my staff couldn't get to the island. It was still the tail end of wedding season in Martha's Vineyard. Hotels were hard to come by. That day that I flew out, the day that this happened, I took the last seat on the last flight. Like, it was just impossible for people to get on the island. And so I kept thinking, like, how am I going to get here to talk to my clients, and how am I going to get my attorneys here, and how am I going to get the pro bono team that we need to do the type of work that we have to do? We need to match up each of these 50 people with an immigration attorney so that they don't go alone to immigration proceedings. And how are we going to continue to keep the resources that they need going? Like, they were staying in the homeless shelter, if we could call it that, basically the basement of a church in Edgartown. And so they were all in one room, one giant room, and it was just not really viable for them to remain there either. And there's an extremely limited social safety net infrastructure in Martha's Vineyard. And so there really isn't a homeless shelter where they could stay long term. And so at the time I kept thinking through all of this, right, just from a practical perspective, like I need access to my clients and I can't get to Martha's Vineyard easily. And my clients are really uncomfortable and they can't stay here long term. And this is an extremely uncomfortable setup for them. And so thinking through all of these different permutations for why I guess I was, in a way, also facilitating their move to the base, right? And so when we got to the base, of course, my clients are like, this is not like Martha's Vineyard. And I was like, astute observation. I love that about you guys. And there were some things that were much more improved at the base. There were, from an objective perspective, it was. The camp allowed us to have steady access to the clients. A steady stream of resources started flowing in that was much easier to coordinate. We could get social workers, case managers, housing assistants, all to the base in real time, right? If a client voiced a need, we could get it to the base immediately. And because I wasn't going to just hand over my clients readily, we had full access to the base at any time that we wanted to go in. And so we were constantly at the base. I spent weeks on the base myself. My staff rotated in and out of the base every day. And as concerns came up, we would address them immediately with the governor's office, with the base leadership. But things were not perfect. Things were not perfect at all. For example, they were in the middle of a barracks. They were staying in the barracks, the same barracks actually where the Afghan migrants were kept when the Afghan migrants arrived. That's actually why the state thought they should go there, because there was a history of this, some institutional memory. But it was still not ideal. They were in a barracks that were isolated. For them to be able to leave the base, it needed intense transportation coordination. And there were other little things that you would think wouldn't be a big deal, but that it was impossible to do, even to get internet access. Like the base told us that it was a security risk. So I had to bring in my own internet devices to make sure that my clients and the volunteers all had internet access. I mean, little things like that, that were just things that you wouldn't think you would have to deal with when you're supposed to be guests in a base. And ultimately, I think the state realized that it was really heavy lifting to do humanitarian work out of the base. And then after about 2 weeks, a little bit over 2 weeks of keeping them there, the state decided to shut down the base and started dispersing our clients across the state. And so I think that was really good for our clients, because at that point, children needed to be connected to schools. Families were tired of being disconnected from community. It was just important to get them out of there. And so I think the base setup, while extremely problematic for many of the reasons we have discussed, was at least very short. And I'll close by talking a little bit about the Bristol County setup. We sued the Bristol County facility in March of 2020 at the height of the pandemic, right at the beginning of the pandemic, because they made zero preparations for COVID. And we were getting reports of no toilet paper, no soap, no sanitizers, no disinfectants, no social distancing. And when we sued, people thought we were crazy. People, just like they think we're crazy about suing DeSantis. We sued saying that the facility had an affirmative obligation to release each person from the facility due to COVID, humanitarian releases from the facility. The facility refused. And to our amazement, the federal judge agreed with us and started releasing people in waves, which was amazing. And in the course of that, the federal court made many interesting observations. For example, that the people who were there were not criminals. They were being held pending asylum hearings. None of them had a criminal record. None of them posed a public safety threat. And the court was actually amazed. We're like, why are these people even confined? And the fact that that was being brought to the court's attention, I think even supported more our argument that a humanitarian release in light of the health crisis was necessary, and it pushed the judge to say, these people shouldn't even be in there, number one. Number two, now we have COVID? Hell no. No one's going to die on my watch. And so we were able to reduce the population from about 150 people to 7. 7 people who the judge said he would not release for a host of reasons. And when we were down to 7, that was when the Biden administration came in, and we started heavily lobbying Biden to close the facility. And so the week after we got the last one that we could voluntarily get out, the Biden administration announced that it was closing the Bristol County facility for its failure to provide adequate care for the inmates, which was incredible. And so the 7 people who we were not able to get out were transferred to other facilities in the region. And so I think there's a lesson there in many ways about how to hold centers accountable, particularly in an era when we have so many of these centers proliferating and so few of them under scrutiny. The closure of the Bristol County facility happened at the same time that the Irwin facility closed in Georgia, which had been accused of experimenting medically on people. The 2 facilities were closed at the same time, and it marked the first time in recent memory that any immigration facility was closed. And so I want to close with this in saying it is so important for us to use advocacy. If we had not spoken out for the people in Bristol County, that facility could very well be open now. And if we had not spoken out for the Martha's Vineyard migrants, they would not have been able to get connected to the services that they did. And as imperfect as the response was, especially after a lot of retrospective thinking today and hearing many of these themes, it is still incredible that we were able to do crisis and emergency support work overnight with the first issue of its kind in the country. And so with that, I'll close. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you so much, Iván. Any questions from Laura?
That one's on. Thank you so much. That was really incredible to hear your story from Venezuela to Bristol. Your advocacy is amazing, and I wanted to ask you how much hope you have about the continuing success of your advocacy, considering the federal appointments of judges. And I imagine that for the Bristol case, the federal judge had not been appointed by Trump, I figure. So looking ahead, thinking about, things that could eventually go to the Supreme Court, how much confidence do you have?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I think a couple of thoughts there. One is, in Massachusetts at least, we are blessed to have the only federal court that does not have a single Trump appointee, which is incredible. It makes us fertile ground for continued impact litigation of this type. The First Circuit, where the regional federal court, which covers New England, where federal cases from the trial courts get heard, has no Trump appointees either. We are the only circuit in the country without Trump appointees. And so our region is really incredibly blessed. I mean, even longstanding liberal and progressive places, New York City, San Francisco, Los Angeles, all have significant Trump appointees at the district court level and at the appellate level. And so the urgency of filling vacancies by the Biden administration is, I can't even overstate it. But we are in a really unique place legally, which makes me very confident in continuing to bring cases, and also thinking through just from a practical perspective. The court accepts 50 a year. You know, the likelihood of the court, well, it could grab something interesting like Martha's Vineyard, but it's the reality is that the majority of the cases, 99.99% of cases, do not go to the Supreme Court. Most cases settle, right? And so I don't think I am risking creating bad precedent or even risking giving the court something to reach for because of the low likelihood that some of these things will percolate to the court. But it's not unusual, too. I mean, we are in front of the Supreme Court right now on affirmative action. We represent the students from Harvard in the Harvard affirmative action case, which was just argued just a couple of weeks ago. That's a case that I wish had not been picked up by the Supreme Court, and I'm fully confident that we will lose. We will lose affirmative action as we know it today. So there is a concern. There is a concern with taking things to the Supreme Court. But I think in the way that we're building and continuing to build these cases, the idea is to keep them discreet, keep them in our area, and explore win-win scenarios for settlement that take them out of the long-term trajectory to SCOTUS. But I think it's a good question, and I answered this very differently before the Roe versus Wade issue. Before then, I always held strong faith that creative lawyering would be able to win the day in the Supreme Court, that we could be sophisticated and nuanced in drawing broad coalitions within the Supreme Court. But after seeing Roe v. Wade, I have to say that I am very concerned about the future of precedent. And that is, everything from marriage, equality, to even the rights of undocumented children. Texas has said that it will challenge Plyler v. Doe, which is the 1980s precedent from the Supreme Court saying that undocumented kids can go to public schools. Texas doesn't want to educate undocumented kids. I could see this Supreme Court saying that Plyler v. Doe was wrongly decided, something that I would have never in my lifetime thought would happen. But I don't have faith in our ability to keep our rights safe with the current composition of the court. That is certainly true. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can you hear? Yeah. Everyone can hear me anyway. Okay. No, thank you so much. This is so sort of fascinating, and I really appreciate getting to hear you speak about this firsthand. I had sort of a factual sort of based question, and then a second question, and then maybe a comment. So I'll just start with the comment again, actually. So the question about militarization, I think, is really, it is what I've studied a lot, and I would say that when I started studying how military bases were used as refugee camps, I did not think I was going to see all these cases happen after 2010. I started doing the research around 2008, 2009, when it had not happened in a while. And so I was really sort of struck by the fact that now military bases have been used as these camps repeatedly. And I would only sort of add that one thing I think is really complicated and interesting is that sometimes the military feels very ambivalent about this process. Because on the one hand, the military actually likes the opportunity to, quote, do good. And so, there's a way where the military is like, this is something we can do. Mm-hmm. And then on the other hand, this is not part of a military project, and it does in fact isolate these individuals and treat them as a security problem. Mm-hmm. And so it reinforces the idea that this is a community that must be surveyed, that is a risk, et cetera. And so anyway, I think that it's and the practicality and logistics almost always trump those larger political concerns, right? That they have beds, they're doctors, et cetera. Then it becomes more important than what is the signal that this is sending. And so I'd be interested in talking about that a little bit afterwards. But thank you for sharing and sort of explaining it. It's useful for me to think about. My questions were twofold. One is really just practical, like it's a factual question. I've not followed this, I guess, as carefully as I should have. So this scheme was happening in Texas, even though Governor DeSantis was in Florida. If you could talk a little bit more about that, I would be interested in hearing about that triangulation, because I clearly have not been paying enough attention to the specifics. I knew DeSantis was involved. I didn't realize that the whole project was happening in Texas. The second is also about location, which is the role of New England in this story. And on the one hand, you're talking about New England as potentially a place to be creative with the law, because of the integrity of the justice system. You have somewhat greater faith in this region than in other parts of the country. And yet, immigration law is, of course, federal and not state. And I think, so I'm from New Bedford, and I think about the ICE raids in New Bedford in, oh goodness, when was that? That must have been 2007, right? And it was specifically targeted at Massachusetts. And even though every single elected official was supportive, it didn't matter because it was federal case. It was a federal situation, and all of those undocumented workers, but many of them who had been brought to Texas were then deported. And it didn't matter that Senator Kennedy or Kerry supported it. It was federal, or it was an executive issue. And so I was curious about sort of the role of New England as this place which presents itself as both being more liberal, and sometimes that is true, sometimes it's not. And how does that play out on a state basis, given that these are in fact federal cases, not state cases? Thank you.
Yeah, both observations, great. I think we saw much of that at the base, where some of the base personnel were very friendly. I mean, super friendly, right? Like, oh, your computer's out of juice. Here's an electrical cord, right? Like just going out of their way to make you feel like, okay, you should be here. I'm happy you're here. And what do you need to be able to connect with these people, right? And then there were officers who were just like, and if they were assigned to the gate, even if you were on the list, they would harass you. Like, I have to say I was never harassed, but probably because they saw me and they were like, oh, I just don't want to fuck with him. But and my reputation precedes me. But I did have a lot of my volunteers harassed at the gate. So people who are coming in who might seem like a little bit more out of sorts, like they're new there, they would get hazed at the gate. It's like, why are you here? Yeah, your name's on this list, but I don't know what you're going to do here today, right? Like, why should I let you in? And it's like, if your name's on the list, your name's on the list. You shouldn't be harassed. But many of my volunteers were getting hazed, right? And you're reporting this and you're saying, at the gate, there's some people who are not friendly. We need to work on this, right? And so we saw both of that. We saw the we're glad we're able to do this, and we saw the get the hell out of here response. And I think that, frankly, as the situation continued, right, week 1, week 2, and nobody tells you, or at least speaking with a nice statement, nobody told me how crazy busy it's going to be to respond to a humanitarian refugee crisis. It is insane, insane. Everything from I need access to a doctor. I need access to a social worker. Where are the blankets? How do I contact my family member in Caracas and let them know that I'm still alive? I have my cousin crossing the Darien Gap right now. They're probably about to approach Panama City, and I would like to make sure they're safe. Can you make arrangements for me to contact them? I mean, everything under the sun. It's day 5 and my kid's not in a classroom. What can I do to get them enrolled? What is this I'm hearing about mass health and signing up for health benefits? I don't understand that. Right? Think about it. You just get dropped off in a foreign country, and then you're just told integrate, and what every facet of integration would look like. Just go through your day thinking about what if I had just been dropped off here without any connection, linguistically, culturally, or otherwise, how do you go through those interactions and transactions? And so I think the base got tired of doing a lot of that, a lot of the hand-holding, or facilitating the ability for us to do it. And it was kind of, at some point, the base thought, well, if we just get rid of them, then those crazy lawyers will have to just figure it out working with other social organizations or with the state, but not with us. And so, in a way, I think the base felt an exhaustion. And that facilitated the process for expediting the fact that families were being moved out. And then the other issue about the raids is an interesting one. So the composition of the courts that I was talking about are the federal courts, but I think your point still stands. One of the worst things that can happen is have a patchwork of laws. I think that we've seen that in so many ways. Seeing that right now with Roe v. Wade, right? Your rights to reproductive health should not change as you cross from one state to another. It creates anarchy. It creates an inability for people to organize their lives in a way that makes sense. It creates inconsistencies and outcomes. It creates also not just interruption, but it creates a lot of uncertainty even around business decisions, right? This is why we want certain things to be federal and not up to the states. And why this mess with Roe v. Wade should be resolved definitively, because what the Supreme Court did was untenable and is dangerous. And the same thing applies for immigration. We want one system of immigration law so that we don't have to be interacting at a local level with different levels of enforcement or engagement or immigration enforcement that is more concentrated here versus there. But the reality is that the federal system is so broken that we've always been subject to intense uncertainty. Right? We were just talking a little bit about the and Professor Paik made really great points about the extension of the border doctrine outside of the 100-mile radius, about enforcement activities, especially during Trump, that were really erratic. We sued the federal government, we sued Trump for starting to do immigration enforcement in courthouses, which started here, particularly in Massachusetts, as a punishment for the increase in sanctuary cities. And so then we sued the Fed saying, you cannot conduct immigration enforcement in a courtroom. It's chaotic. And we saw the scenes in Boston. We saw defendants trying to leave and then literally enforcement officers coming and arresting somebody in a courtroom. I mean, it was insane. It was insane. And talk about a chilling access to justice where you have victims of domestic violence, people who have lost wages, stolen wages, unable to come to get judicial remedies and relief because they're afraid of immigration enforcement and being just grabbed by ICE as they enter or leave the courthouse. That's a crazy world to live in, but that's the world we were living in under Trump, right? And so we've had to deal with this patchwork of immigration enforcement activities in Massachusetts and across the country for many, many years, which frankly, just in response to this situation with New Bedford that you put on the table, I would say we need comprehensive immigration reform. Because with comprehensive immigration reform, we wouldn't be talking about the shitty treatment of immigrants at the border. We wouldn't be talking about barriers to asylum applications. We wouldn't be talking about labor shortage in critical industries and sectors. We would be talking about family reunification. We'd be talking about how the economy can grow with talent. And so all of these things have been placed in pause because we're afraid to actually tackle what meaningful, systemic, comprehensive immigration reform looks like that prevents episodes like New Bedford from happening, but that have some teeth to them. I mean, I, as a litigator and as someone who settles most of the cases, because it's just the nature of litigation, I believe in compromise. I believe that we can compromise. We should compromise. I won't get everything I want out of it, but if I can get enough out of it for it to be meaningful and material for my clients, then this is a win. And the fact that we've lost sight of that politically on both sides of the aisle, from Democrats to Republicans, is problematic. It's problematic because we shouldn't be having New Bedford. We shouldn't be having the state of Florida moving people from San Antonio to Martha's Vineyard and claiming that it was because they're intercepting them before they arrive in the state of Florida, which is why they're authorized to use the taxpayer money from Florida to move them, because they're intercepting them before they get to Florida. So you're moving them from the border to Massachusetts because you don't want them in Florida, right? Again, the whole issue of federal enforcement and interfering with enforcement. You can't tell an immigrant where he or she can or can't live, or that you don't want them in your state. You're not allowed. That's just not allowed. But the absence of immigration reform has created this vacuum. It's created the vacuum that we see that makes the manipulation of Venezuelan immigrants easy, that makes the type of immigration enforcement that you point to a reality when we have a conservative administration. I mean, and I said conservative and not Republican because even under Obama, we had extensive enforcement activity, right? So let's be clear about that both political parties use immigration issues as a ping pong. So no one there really has the moral upper hand. But I think that immigration enforcement is critical so that we can have one consistent system of enforcement and activity across the country with certainty, with the ability to organize lives that having a patchwork does not provide. And so I think the solution there is that ultimate solution. But yes, thank you for his questions. Mm-hmm. Professor, yes.
Okay, thanks so much for your talk and for the work that you do, more importantly. So I have a couple of questions. So one is, why were the 7 not released from Bristol County Detention Center?
You want the dirt.
Well, so that's my fact-based question, which leads into my actual question. So what were the grounds on which they were not released? I'm wondering if it's because they had a criminal record or because, they had drugs on them or whatever. And the point of asking the fact-based question is I want to ask you, what are the limits of compassion for migrants in these kinds of situations? Because, yes, it's important that the detention center was closed. It's also important that 7 were not released and that were just moved somewhere else. Okay. The other thing is...
the professor leaves no one behind.
Yeah. That is an abolitionist principle, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The other thing, and then also as you were talking about the Venezuelan migrants, I'm wondering, like they were selected, pre-screened because they're Venezuelan.
Yes.
They were not undocumented, and they're fleeing a government that the U.S. state has declared like basically an enemy state, a dictatorship. So that kind of argument or that kind of line of empathy towards migrants is not available to most migrants from other kinds of countries. Like, just pick one, So I'm wondering. I'm wondering about these kinds of questions. Our Venezuelans are seen as more worth our empathy for Martha's Vineyard residents because they're fleeing a dictatorship that is already castigated as a communist, like whatever, like oppressing their own people, and that even the U.S. government doesn't like that. You know what I'm saying? So, like I'm wondering if they were Haitians instead, if Haitians were hand-selected by this person, if it would be different, or what kind of limits there were. The other kind of, I have so many thoughts about this. One thing that kind of struck me is that when you were talking about this woman going and like building trust so easily in this context of like radical vulnerability and radical abandonment, I felt like what I was thinking is that in that context, there's also a lot of opportunity for not DeSantis to build trust with migrants and lead it in a different direction that might open up other kinds of possibilities. And then finally, I'm sorry. Regarding your question about comprehensive immigration reform, I firmly believe that our last attempts at comprehensive immigration reform are actually at the root of the problems that we're facing today. And I think that some of those compromises I actually can't get behind. Because comprehensive immigration reform, we're not going to get it unless we throw more and more resources into ICBP and USCIS. And it's that kind of resources and funding that lead to more border buildups, more raids, more harnessing of power towards the security state.
Yep.
And we're never going to get the kind of concessions we want, like a path to citizenship for people who are undocumented, or the citizenship for all movement. They're not even talking about people at the border. They're talking about people who already live here. Do you know what I'm saying? So I feel like all the concessions we would have to make in order to get the things that we really want and need are almost not. I know this is going to sound so messed up.
No.
But like I just feel like, you know, like the 1980 or like the IRCA, the Immigration Reform and Control Act that Reagan signed. I felt like that was a real watershed moment for the amplification of immigration enforcement.
Yep.
And we've never been able to walk that back.
Yep.
And in fact, things have only gotten worse. And so I actually am very empathetic to the former dreamers who are now like in their 40s, as basically saying we're not going to back down. You're not going to criminalize our parents and our aunties and you know our other people in order for us to get citizenship.
Yeah.
So I'm entirely empathetic to that kind of framing. So I was wondering, I understand what you're saying. I really do. And I do believe that we need, like what we have is no good and like we need to have some kind of reform with it. But I just don't see how under these political conditions, when nobody has immigrants' backs, like on any side of the aisle, how we could possibly move that forward in a way that's actually advancing migrant justice.
I'll take them in reverse order. So you might be right. You might be completely right, and I certainly respect that perspective, and it's a perspective shared by many friends of mine and even many people on my team. And in response to that, I would say that I would also be an advocate for a more piecemeal effort, and a piecemeal effort is kind of what we have, right? It was creating DACA because we needed DACA to cover them. It was extending TPS and doing it gradually, right, year by year or every few years. And we also saw it, actually. We sued the Trump administration for canceling TPS, and we've been able to preserve TPS since then. And then we sued Trump for canceling the Liberian version. TPS is temporary protected status, and it covers many Central American countries. It also covers Haiti, it covers Nepal, a few other countries, Sudan. Liberia was not under TPS. It was under its own thing called Deferred Enforced Departure, DED, which is actually more vulnerable because it's not congressional in nature. It's not by statute. It is by presidential decree. And when Trump canceled it, we sued saying that Trump couldn't cancel DED. And we lost in court. And we were able to get the congressional delegation to push forward a legalization bill for the Liberians. And so it was the first time that people were legalized since the 1980s reform that you're just referencing with Reagan, which is amazing. I mean, the first legalization since the 80s took place because we lost a case. And I wish that was the outcome every time I lost a case, which reminds me of the importance of cultivating multiple strategies and methodologies for the way you do the work, right? If you have a legal action in court, you need to have legislative activity, keep people engaged, let them know what's going on. Keep people organized in the movement at the ground level. That's how you do something like Bristol County shutdown. And so we got the Liberians legalized. And I think that's a really good example of like piecemeal things that could go through more discreetly. And that happened during Trump, right? And so I think that there are viable examples of immigration reform, even short of what I was describing. And I think it's important to think about, especially as we think through climate change and climate refugees in particular. Then the real Samaritans, the real good Samaritans, it's kind of like this, the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Perla, not you. Real good Samaritans. I think that's true. And again, it's around how are we creating a safety net for immigrants? Like, how is it that the best you have is 3 days stay at a migrant resource center? Like, that to me leaves a lot to be desired. And how somebody with intense vulnerability in a resource-rich state like Massachusetts can arrive and have it be an incredibly challenging undertaking just to get you housing, just to get you connected to food and other services. Like, the amount of work we had to do to connect people to social services is intense, like all the red tape, all the bureaucracy. And so I think that in response to your question about Good Samaritans, I think the state needs to step in a lot more and coordinate these efforts and resource them and provide the coordinating with the community groups. In full transparency, it was my organization coordinating the community groups, which is kind of crazy that I was the one who was convening the state players, convening the housing advocates, convening the pro bono immigration lawyers. And I'm sitting here, and one day I thought to myself, if I had been too tired to pick this up, like, who would have done this? And I think somebody would have probably stepped up and done it. But the fact that it was just random as opposed to a specific system of triage that gets triggered in an emergency situation, like, I kept thinking, Jesus, take the wheel half the time, right? And so the whole Good Samaritan thing, I agree, that requires an entire infrastructure that currently does not exist, or maybe the connective tissue with the infrastructure that does exist, and that connective tissue doesn't exist. Now, the Venezuelans, yes, they were selected specifically, and this is a really interesting point. The Venezuelans are not necessarily loved. You know, if you look at some of the news accounts coming from Breitbart, coming from Fox News, they say that our clients all have criminal records in Venezuela, that they are all criminals, which is why they fled Venezuela, that the reason why they don't have passports is because they're criminals. They fled because they, abandoned prisons, that they were sent here by the Venezuelan regime to destabilize us. That is the rhetoric. That is very much the rhetoric. And probably 1 out of every 4 hate messages, and believe me, I got hundreds, were from Venezuelans saying, how dare you represent these Venezuelans? As a Venezuelan, I disagree with your representation of these criminals, of these people who shouldn't be here. And so it goes into intense issues of class, intense issues of privilege, of when you left and those who stayed, and the continued collapse of Venezuela triggering the expulsion of even more people who perhaps were supportive of the regime maybe a decade ago, but who are now on the blacklist because they're the ones who are actually out on the street protesting now. And so there is a big disconnect between the idea that these are Venezuelans that we should help and the idea that these are Venezuelans who we don't want here, it's intensely particular to the Venezuelans, particularly in Florida. In Florida, this is very popular. What happened to our clients? Do that to all of them. There's a broad sentiment of that within Venezuelan and Latino communities in particular. And I think it tracks also a lot of the political rhetoric around immigration, right? If you hear government officials constantly saying, these are bad hombres, we don't want them here, they're all criminals, which is why we're going to close the border. And then what you know about the conditions in your country is that the state has collapsed, it's imploded, there are gangs controlling everything. You start connecting those narratives, and what you get is this idea of like, well, maybe we shouldn't be taking any more people from my country. And so there is an intense political element that comes from the Venezuelan identity of our clients. That was deliberate, and deliberate to trigger this conversation that we're talking about, to trigger those sentiments in certain political communities. And then the Bristol County 7 that remained. So we can't save everyone, I wish. And those were actually really interesting incidents. They were held back for national security reasons. And the most we were able to really gather is that they had been suspected of some type of terrorist activity. And before you ask, no, they were not all Muslim or Middle Eastern. It was actually a really interesting array of people. Some Europeans, and what the government, obviously the government was giving this information to the judge, less to us, was having conversations with the judge about the reasons why these people were considered to be national security risks. But it was interesting to me that in a facility that has the capacity to hold over 200 people, there were 7 people who the government felt posed a public security threat. 7 people. Nobody else. So why was everybody else in there? And if those 7 are posing a national security threat, and I think we mentioned some of this, particularly during your lecture, then what is the due process that they get so that if they're not they can't be kept there indefinitely, right? And so what's happening with that? And so we did referrals for those 7 individuals to be able to get connected to attorneys who would look into why they were being indefinitely, I don't know if indefinite is the right term, but I'll use this term, detained for a prolonged period of time, which is equally undesirable. And so that's why they were held back. They were held back for national security concerns. But I think that in and of itself, again, has interesting observations about the demographics of who is being held itself, and just shows that the entire apparatus is not needed when we're talking about such a small subsection of people that should be dealt with through the appropriate judicial process, with due process and date certain for any hearings and releases, obviously, all of that jazz. And kudos also to for earlier on pointing out that many organizations didn't hold any attention for the Guantánamo detainees. That is very true. That is very, very true. People were afraid to touch it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming and for all of your work. Most of my family has left Venezuela and is living in Florida now, so your work really means a lot. I have 2 questions for you. How have DeSantis' actions affected Venezuelans living in Florida right now? And what is the reality like for Venezuelans in Martha's Vineyard today?
So I'll start with the last one first. So the Martha's Vineyard migrants have now been dispersed after the base closed its operations, as I was describing. And so we have families that are living all over the place now. We have families living in Boston, in suburban communities north, south of Boston. We have families living all along the Cape Cod area. We also have families that went back to Martha's Vineyard and are there. And so the dispersal has been real. The majority of the families are, I would say, as well as could be expected, especially the families with children. The state did do a very good job at our prodding to make sure that they were all set up in an apartment or a house where they can be with their children, where their children could go to school long term. And so those connections were made. I think the individual men, it was mostly individual men aside from the families in the group, the individuals, the men, the single men, it's been harder. The single men were not entitled to an apartment or to housing. They were placed in shelters, and they were placed in shelters across the state. And so that created a lot more instability. And the state felt less of a responsibility over them than it did over families that were together, with children in particular. And so the outcomes, I would say, have varied. Our clients the families, or clients that are in families, have been okay, as far as you could, as far as you could be after surviving that and surviving the journey I described. They still report many issues. For example, a family I was just talking with over the weekend was saying that their son, who is a teenager, doesn't want to be identified as somebody from Martha's Vineyard in school. That just doesn't want the stigma that comes from having lived through that. And has been very withdrawn. They started going to a therapist, all of that, right? So doing well as could be expected, but still with lingering trauma. And then I was also talking to another family where the kids constantly say to the parents, "Are you sure we should be doing this? This could just be another Perla situation." Another Perla situation. That's become common parlance in their homes. And I hear that from multiple families, right? And so I say as well as could be expected, but obviously the trauma and all of the lingering impact lasts. The immigration cases will go on for a long time too. So this is not going away anytime soon for any of them. And then for the individual men, being in a shelter is still, there's a lot of feeling of being uprooted, of not being rooted and anchored somewhere, of, how long am I going to be in this particular shelter, and when am I going to be able to go out to get my own apartment, and just a lot of instability, I think, is still being felt there. And so that's been hard. It's been hard. And I wish that things could just change overnight for them, but like I was saying before, there is no social or community infrastructure to make these things better overnight. It takes many months. The immigration system, for example, will take many, many, many months, if not years, to be able to adjudicate them in a conclusive way about their asylum cases or other types of immigration relief. And so they're as well as could be expected under the circumstances. And I think the question about Florida is a tough one for me to answer because, my contact is primarily with my clients, with the communities that we serve here in New England, and through the hate messages that I get. So that's kind of like my data set, right? And I think it's been a mixed impact. For all the hate messages and death threats that I've received, I also got a lot of really wonderful messages from people in Florida saying, thank you for doing this, and this does not represent me and my values. And a lot of people from Florida also reaching out saying, can you sue on my behalf because it was my taxpayer dollars that got used to do this, and I do not agree. And so you hear that too, right? So it's been a really interesting mix of perspectives coming from Florida, but I think ultimately, this is going to be an ongoing issue. We just amended the complaint last week to add the plane companies that transported them, because they were in cahoots, and they knew what they were doing. They totally knew what they were doing. And so we also want to deter private players from colluding and entangling themselves with this type of immigration enforcement, which we believe is unconstitutional, and are prepared to prove it. And so there are all of these dynamics, right? These dynamics of what will happen with DeSantis in the case, what will happen to DeSantis politically, what is going to happen with our clients as they go through their individual cases for immigration relief, and how their lives will unfold in the United States, and ultimately, I think a lot of this is still in its infancy. I mean, a lot has happened over the last few months, but we're just getting started. And I think it'll be interesting to just stay tuned in to see how all of this develops. And now, particularly after this conference, and talking so intensely and intentionally about the role of camps and bases and how they respond to humanitarian and refugee crisis, I think it'll be interesting to see lessons learned from this particular Martha's Vineyard crisis and how that plays along. Hopefully another thing like this doesn't happen, but how it will shape the treatment of similar situations. So I think that's also something to be tuned into, to see if there are lessons that are being applied by policymakers, by the states. And so I think a lot of this we're just starting to get our grip on and starting to unpack, but more will be coming down the pike for sure. Mm-hmm. Yes.
This has been such a stimulating day, and if you will allow me, let me draw some thoughts together that speaking for myself. We heard two excellent talks and expositions on a less on a global level and a theoretical level. That's the job of academics and intellectuals. But you, Iván, you are a civil rights lawyer and an immigration lawyer. You're on the ground, and you have to deal with these issues that we have identified in our big general global talks on a daily basis, and you have to deal with real people, with real lives, and you have to figure out how to solve their problems right now. You can't say, wait till we abolish the system, then we'll deal with you, right? I mean, even though you may agree with that theoretically, that's how I hear your answers. And I think we're all working, we have equal, similar concerns, but we're working at different levels, no? And different. Yeah. So that's what I got, and I appreciate all of you. And I think that many of our students who are here, some of my students are here and wonderful, they are hearing both of us. They're hearing the professors and the intellectuals and the scholars and the theorists talk about the large picture, which you have to understand, because we always emphasize in our classes, you've got to know the context. But they're also hearing you, and why I think so many of them do aspire to become a civil rights and a immigration lawyer, because they see you actually dealing with the issues on the ground as they're happening. So I want to tell you that I have a PhD student from American Studies here. He's finished. His name is Eric Larson. He was here briefly. And look what he has organized for today. It's just coincidental that he has this event tonight, and I'm inviting all of you, if you want to come up later and ask for more information. It's called Break the Cycle. Break the Cycle is to learn how to organize formerly incarcerated power through worker-owned cooperatives. So Eric, without having been here, he said he would like to come. He's kind of bringing the two together, no? Because he too is an academic. He teaches at UMass, but he's also an underground activist, and he's organized this event tonight, and he's inviting all of us to join them and see how they and worker cooperatives, worker-owned cooperatives of formerly incarcerated people trying to deal with their lives. No? So this is Eric Larson, American Studies PhD, teaching at UMass. And thank you all very much. It's just been a wonderful day. Thank you, Esther. And one more thing, if I may. Think of so many of us in this room, those that I do know, many of you I don't know. We are ourselves immigrants or children of immigrants. And some of us, I myself, I was a refugee. So, you know, our personal lives also speak to what this conference has been about. And I think that's the reason why everybody speaks with such passion, and such commitment. And thank you all very much.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Professor.
I, like everyone said, I want to reiterate how impressed I am with your work and everything. And at the beginning of your presentation, you said something about how hearing everyone's presentations made you want to approach these issues in a realm that wasn't legal. And I thought that was really interesting because you've done so much, you've changed so many lives, you've had such an impressive career, and I'm just wondering how you, sort of going off of what you were just saying, how do you separate your work from your life, and how do you compartmentalize and work with such intense issues, and do you sometimes see yourself, wishing that you were addressing these issues in a more academic setting or in different ways, and how do you think those two realms play off of each other?
So it's interesting because my role at Lawyers for Civil Rights, I'm the executive director. So litigation, although that is my background, and I think I'm pretty good at it, it's actually like a small part of my role. The majority of my role at Lawyers for Civil Rights is to keep the organization running, right? To find resources for the organization, to expand relationships with the organization, to increase the visibility of the work. But I really do love litigation, and so I've always kept a bit of a hand in there, even though I have a full team of 12 people that do that work. And when there are issues of immigration, I like to get involved myself, personally, probably because that is my area of expertise. If I had to identify one, is the constitutional rights of immigrants, like how, what rights immigrants have or don't have is my area of expertise. And so when something like Martha's Vineyard happens, or something like the Trump litigation I was describing about immigration enforcement in courthouses, I love getting involved, and I still get very, very excited about that. I do think it is incredibly important to get out of our silos and to cross-pollinate, which is why I enjoy participating in these type of activities, especially outside of a law school, outside of a bar association, because you get a mixture of so many other things, and there are lessons there that get applied in discrete ways, either short-term or long-term. And I've always sought to unsilo the work that we're doing in that way. Earlier, I was talking to a couple of students about travel. I was actually commenting that I was in El Paso. I was actually at an Annunciation House when I was in this particular trip. And that I went down there because I wanted to see for myself how the buses were being loaded and what the conditions in the border are, right? And when you are in scenes like this, where you're surrounded by people asking you, like this actually happened the day after Biden closed the border to Venezuelans. And I was on the Mexican side with a whole bunch of people who were not able to cross. They had tried, they had been expelled back. And so I was actually explaining to them the new protocol that you have to go through family members or another type of sponsor and all that jazz. It's actually quite complicated. And I mean, the look in these people's face, right? And to do this, and I didn't do this because it was connected to any type of fundraising, or even though I did go with a reporter, so I guess in a way, maybe a little bit. But the issue here was I wanted to see what it was like to be in that space so that it could better inform the work that I do. And so that's been a really big role in my work, and I think one that has enriched the perspectives that I bring to the legal practice, to think about it from a much more intersectional, multidimensional way through other lenses and layers. And so I don't tend to think about lawyering as its own thing, but lawyering as it connects to social justice issues and to the lived experiences of the communities around us and how they inform those issues, and really as a dialectic between me as an attorney and the communities that I serve and represent. And so I actually have picked up a lot here today. And the other question that you're asking about kind of like how heavy the issues are. I have to admit that the majority of my work, maybe because I'm just cold-hearted, that's why I'm a litigator, doesn't touch me all the time. You know, I just do the work, and it is what it is. There have been a few things in my career that have actually really touched me, and one was Martha's Vineyard, and I'll describe that shortly, but the other one before, during the Trump era, it wasn't the courthouse arrests. I thought that was just crazy, ridiculous, and chaotic, and patently illegal. And so you just go in, litigate, get the job done. It was the family separation crisis during the Trump era that completely triggered me. And it was the first time in my career that had happened, you know, like 10, 15 years practicing law, and it never happened. And it was a mother coming to me, the first mother who arrived in my office, saying that she had been released from an immigration facility after being there for 2 months, and that she had just arrived in Boston. She came directly to my office, and she was like, I haven't seen my 9-year-old son in 2 months. I haven't talked to him. I don't know where he is. I am desperate. And she was just crying. And you know, we were in our conference room in our office in downtown Boston, and my team is there, and then we're working with her to file an emergency lawsuit. We filed one of the first family reunification lawsuits in the country in Boston. Within 24 hours of her coming to our door, we were in federal court asking, where the hell is this kid? And turn him over, give him back. And it was like 24 hours were a whirlwind. And she would cry, and my attorneys would cry. And I was in the office, and I was like, keep it together. We need to get this done. Like, we need to get the motion drafted, get the affidavit drafted, get everything. We just need to get this done. And I got home that night, maybe like at 10, 11 o'clock, and I sat on my couch, and I just started bawling the entire, right, everything that I've been holding up from the entire day. I just started bawling, and my husband was like, are you okay? And I'm like, clearly not. You know, I'm like, not okay. I'm like, I am not okay. And I kept thinking about that 9-year-old boy, and I thought about how my mom brought me here when I was 9. And I was raised by a single mom, and how I just kept thinking about what that 9-year-old boy was going through, and how not having talked to or seen his mom for 2 months, he was like off in some cage. He'd been separated from his mom. She was in one detention center. He was in a different one. And like what I would be feeling like being that 9-year-old kid. And I just couldn't. It was like really emotionally intense. And of course, the next day I called my therapist, and I'm like, oh my God, like, you know, all of this is happening. But that was the first time in my career, and this is like after practicing for many, many, many years, that I actually had like such a visceral reaction to the work. And the second time was Martha's Vineyard. It hit me really suddenly because the work was so intense. I mean, we were helping people with everything from, you know, people were getting, volunteers were bringing in smartphones, and then they didn't know how to use them. So I had paralegals helping them set up the smartphones, and we were helping with all of the different things, and it was just really intense. So it was long work days. We were with them in Martha's Vineyard. I was with them when they got moved into the base. I was on the bus with them as they were coming into the base, right? I was the one setting them up at the base, which was kind of crazy, right? Talk about the complicity with the system. And I'm making sure that they're being set up okay, that the whole the thing is being set up okay. And then when I got home, I started feeling like, oh, like this is like really heavy. And the next day I woke up, I usually run in the mornings. I woke up and I went for a run. And I was at a park, and at the park there was a soccer ball, just like randomly a soccer ball out in the field. And I went to the soccer ball and I just started kicking the shit out of it. And it just felt so therapeutic to do that. And it reminded me that on the vineyard and at the base, my clients would organize these like, you know, informal games where they're like kicking the ball. And it just dawned on me, like having the control over something when you have so little control over everything else that's happening in your life. Just like you and that ball, and how at least you have control over that. That was the reality for my clients. And it just like really like shook me. It really shook me up. And I had decided that I was going to go to the base and play soccer with them. But then that happened to be actually right at the time when the base was getting dismantled. And so I never had an opportunity to do that with them. But it was a really just powerful example of like how, you know, people need to have autonomy, and people need to have the ability to control their lives. And when there's so much challenge, so much adversity, it can be really daunting. And so I think at Lawyers for Civil Rights, we pride ourselves in being able to stabilize and support our clients and to provide the free legal services that they need to thrive, and to do that in a really holistic way, right? We're even helping set up cots at a homeless shelter, right? We're going to the border to meet with folks. And sometimes, you know, in cases where there's just that much more injustice, it does trigger me. It has. And so I try to really be conscious of that, and also be conscious of how the team is doing as they're working on the cases, because, you know, vicarious trauma is real, and we're working with people in highly traumatized situations. But yes, even the strongest among us have our days when the work, this type of work, can be very challenging. And at the same time, so rewarding, right? We got that kid back within 48 hours. Within 48 hours. That's amazing. And we are going to do right by these people on Martha's Vineyard. Mark my words, you know. And so it's nice to be able to have that ability to wake up in the morning and see an evil that you can wrong, even if it's a small one, or sometimes a big one. And to have the resources and capacity to do that, I think has been a huge blessing. And yes, and sometimes I do have to go to an extra therapy session to make sure that I'm not bringing it home. But it's been a nice journey, and I get to share it with you guys. So thank you for having me here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iván. Really appreciate that. I'm sure people want to talk to you afterwards. So we have another, our last panel of the day will be starting at around.
Okay, cool. Do you have another card? Do you have another card, Iván? Or if not, I'll just make a copy and send it. That's okay. I'll send it to her. Stay in touch with
So we're going to get started with our final panel for today. And I want to welcome again all of the folks who are watching us on YouTube or who have logged into the webinar on Zoom. This is the last panel of the Camps in the 21st Century Symposium. And I wanted to begin with a land acknowledgement. Brown University is located in Providence, Rhode Island, on lands that are within the ancestral homelands of the Narragansett Indian tribe. We acknowledge that beginning with colonization and continuing for centuries, the Narragansett Indian tribe have been dispossessed of most of their ancestral lands in Rhode Island by the actions of individuals and institutions. We acknowledge our responsibility to understand and respond to those actions. The Narragansett Indian tribe, whose ancestors stewarded these lands with great care, continues as a sovereign nation today. We commit to working together to honor our past and build our future with truth. My name is Kate Goldman. I'm the Center Manager for the Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies. I'm also the University and Academic Partnerships Lead for Respond Crisis Translation. And I wanted to thank Esther Whitfield first for organizing this event, and our CLACS director, Patsy Lewis, for her support, and my colleagues Emily Rubelman and Alex LaFerriere for their technical, logistical, and communication support. Before I introduce our speakers, I wanted to give you a little background on the focus of this panel, and I know that they will speak more about this. But it is the Donald W. Wyatt Detention Center, which is located about 5 miles from here in Central Falls, Rhode Island. According to their website, wyattdetention.com, note the .com, the primary mission of the Donald W. Wyatt Detention Center is to protect the public from people who pose a threat to society. And the Wyatt, as it is known, is the nation's first publicly owned and privately operated adult secure correctional facility. Going back to the point that Professor Paik and Iván made about the location of the border, or the sort of fluid location of the border, Wyatt has brought the border to one of the poorest communities in the country. It is a city that is just 1.2 square miles large. And actually the Wyatt sits right next to Maycomber Stadium, which is home to the Central Falls High School football, soccer, baseball, and softball teams, which means that there are youth in our community who welcome their sports adversaries looking at a maximum security detention center. This facility provides housing, according to the Central Falls website, to up to 730 adult male and up to 40 adult female detainees, and it's accredited by the American Correctional Association. Advocates' accounts and news reports suggest that it's not actually a safe place. To echo Professor Paik's discussion of the money involved, each ICE detainee at the Wyatt generates $114 a day, or over $40,000 a year. Funds that one would imagine would be reinvested in the facility where they're held, but it would seem that that's not the case. We know that inmate Hugh Lu Ning, or Ing, died in the prison in 2008, even after a federal judge insisted he be given medical care. It was determined that he was suffering from untreated terminal liver cancer and a broken spine. More recently, in 2021, a federal judge allowed a Dominican detainee at the Wyatt to proceed with claims that the prison had violated his rights by failing to give him prescribed medication for severe burns that he sustained in the prison's kitchen. And activists and inmates have spoken out against the center and its staff, who have made headlines recently, or as recently as August of this year, when the warden was twice arrested in Connecticut, I think on the same day. And before that, when a corrections officer, Captain Thomas Woodworth, ran over protesters outside of the center, which was national news. So we've welcomed two important voices in this discussion about our community and detention centers and camps in Rhode Island to speak with us today. The first is Jasmina de León Gill, a non-binary Latinx queer community leader in Providence, Rhode Island. Mm-hmm. They started working with Amor in March 2020 as a case manager. And since working with Amor, they've also begun organizing direct action in Providence within the network. They have seen the stress and struggles movement work can create and have witnessed the marginalization of communities significantly affected by police, state violence, and racism, made even more visible by the lack of resources to meet basic needs. As a case manager and organizer, their goals are to create accessible resources while building a stronger relationship with this community and shutting down the Wyatt. And Jonathan Acosta is a father, educator, Eagle Scout, youth wrestling coach, and doctoral student in sociology at Brown University. He earned bachelor's degrees in political science, political theory, and ethnic studies, and master's degrees in urban education policy and sociology from Brown. He's a former member of the Juvenile Hearing Board and a former city council person representing Ward 1 in Central Falls. And he's currently Rhode Island District 16 State Senator representing Central Falls and Pawtucket, and serves on the Senate Committee on Finance and the Senate Committee on Rules, Government Ethics, and Oversight. So I'd like you to help me welcome these two advocates. And we can start with Jasmina.
Okay. So hi, my name is Jasmina. I work at the Alliance to Mobilize Our Resistance as a case manager and the Deportation Defense Organizer. I'm going to talk about immigration detention in Rhode Island and our campaign to shut down the Wyatt detention facility. The Wyatt is a semi-private federal prison located only about 5 miles from here in a majority black and brown city in Central Falls. The Wyatt was founded in 1993 and expanded in 2005 with an addition of ICE contract and $105 million in bonds. The facility is owned by corporate shareholders, but run by nonprofit board of directors, making it a hybrid model. These corporate shareholders are all global investment companies with no connection at all to Rhode Island. In 2005, ICE contract was terminated. ICE contract was terminated in 2008 after the murder of Aung San Suu Kyi due to gross medical neglect and a subsequent bad publicity and backlash. There was a New York Times article about the incident at the facility, and the Wyatt caved to the bad press. There are very clearly no moral shifts since this incident. However, due to political and financial pressure in 2019, the Wyatt signed another ICE contract, which allocated dozens of beds and people detained at the border and people from nearby communities. After members of the community, including ICE officials and those organizing with Amor, spoke out and demonstrated against the facility and its new ICE contract, Central Falls made moves to cancel the contract with the Wyatt altogether. The Wyatt seemed as if it would finally close its doors. In response, its primary shareholders, including Atlanta-based company Invesco, filed a $130 million lawsuit against the Wyatt in order to force it to remain open. This lawsuit remains open today, 3.5 years later. As of their last meeting in September of this year, there are 638 people detained at a 770-bed facility. 62 of those people are detained by ICE, which pays for a Wyatt $114 per day per person held there. 5 held by the FBI, and everyone else is held by the U.S. Marshal Service. The Wyatt loses money annually and regularly lies about and inflates its tax benefits to the city of Central Falls. The majority of the people who work there are from Central Falls, and according to Planned Parenthood survey, 99% of Central Falls residents do not want the facility there at all. Some of the conditions and practices inside the Wyatt include forced rapid withdrawal for opioid users, which is a form of torture. Torture is nothing new for the Wyatt since the death of Aung San Suu Kyi. So like back in May is when we found out that they didn't have any sort of detox program for them. Medical neglect, which in the past resulted in death. Poor COVID protocol, which led to people on the inside going on hunger strikes in 2020. Amor has been working hard to shut down the Wyatt using various tactics since 2019, when they announced the new ICE contract. Some of these tactics include nonviolent direct action, community mutual aid drives in Central Falls, posting bonds, and applying pressure to investors. Amor has coordinated numerous rallies and vigils at and around the Wyatt. When we make noise outside the prison, we often see people on the inside banging on the windows to participate in demonstration. There have also been multiple direct actions that have blocked vehicle access in the Wyatt in order to interrupt the functioning of the facility. Additionally, this past May, activists traveled to Atlanta to confront executives at the annual shareholder meeting of the Wyatt principal bondholder, Invesco US. If you would like to learn more about any of these actions, the rest of the work we're doing, you can follow Amor on social media. It's at Amor Network on all platforms. This work takes a lot of time and money to sustain. One of our most tangible ways that you can immediately get involved is to donate to the Amor Legal Fund and become a monthly sustainer so we can continue to post bonds and free those at the Wyatt.
So thank you guys for doing this. I like to think that there's nothing more American than to have a detention facility in the smallest city of the smallest state of the United States of America. And Professor Hudehart mentioned this earlier, and I was one of her students in the late 2000s. So it's important to understand the historical context in which this emerges. And so Central Falls has always been an immigrant working class city. And while some people will tell a story about how in 1895 the city was incorporated into its own, it's really much more of a story of getting kicked out than it is one of becoming oneself. And what I mean by that is that Central Falls is located right next to Pawtucket. Pawtucket, and we had this conversation earlier, is hailed as the birthplace of the American Industrial Revolution. It's where Slater Mill is located, the first industrial mill in the U.S. And so the factory workers and the factories themselves were located all along the Blackstone River, mostly in Pawtucket and Central Falls. Central Falls at that time was part of the town of Lincoln, and before that it had been part of the township of Smithfield. In the early 1890s, the landowners, and this is key here because it's going to connect to where I'm going to in a little bit, the landowners in Lincoln were tired of paying for the costs of the fire department for the workers' homes and the factories in Central Falls. They lived in subpar housing. They lived in relatively inhumane conditions. At the time, workers were mostly Irish, English, French Canadian, Polish, to a lesser degree, later on in the 1930s, Syrian. And so they decided to hold a referendum, a vote, on whether or not Central Falls would become independent. Now, key to this is that at the time of the vote, property ownership was still a condition for suffrage. And so landowners voted in a 51-49 split to kick Central Falls out and make them their own municipality, therefore being responsible for their own municipal services, including the fire department. Now we flash forward about 100 years to deindustrialization. So from 1958 to 1992, Central Falls lost 43% of its manufacturing jobs. And around the same period, from 1977 to 1992, it lost 33% of total jobs in the city. And we tell this story as companies going internationally, but they were also going south because labor was not as strong in the south. And so the tax base of the city almost completely erodes. And the obligation for paying for city services really gets shifted to small property owners, homeowners, multifamily, single-family homeowners. And so in the 1980s, the city finds itself in financial ruin, collapse really, not too unlike many Rust Belt cities across the United States. So the mayor comes up with this idea and says, we're going to either bring in a waste transfer station, a trash dump, or a detention facility, because that will solve our economic problems. They lobbied to the state to have this enabling legislation in 1991 that would allow any municipality to create these quasi-public-private municipal corporations. Important for our advocacy at the state level is that there was a sunset clause to the bill. It expired in December of 1991. So as soon as Central Falls approved it, no other municipality would ever have to face the creation of something similar in their city, which really leaves us on our own when it comes to fighting, getting rid of this. It's not a, it could be in your town too kind of situation. The center ends up opening a few years later,
And what we were promised at the time was anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000 per year in payouts to the city. Now, importantly, because it was a quasi-public-private detention facility, the land is owned by the city, but it becomes tax exempt because it's owned by the city in perpetuity when it's under operation by the municipal corporation. And so they don't pay any taxes. And the way that the deal was structured was that bondholders had to get paid first before the corporation delivered its pilot, its payment in lieu of taxes. You fast forward to the death in 2008. And so because they faced financial collapse, from 2009 to 2015, the city received $0 from the detention facility. From 2015 to the present day, it's received approximately $566,000. Now, regardless of how you feel about the human rights abuses, the reality is that the economic impetus for the creation of the detention center, the municipal corporation, never been satisfied. But the bondholders are owed now over $110 million with interest. And so when we first started organizing, as the ICE contracts started again, I was sued personally because at the time I was a member of the city council. And the way that the legislation was written, the city has a fiduciary responsibility for the survival of the corporation. And so we were part of this $100 million lawsuit. In effect, we were muzzled, and so we couldn't speak out against the detention facility until I left that office and moved on to a higher office, which ironically enough gave me a bigger platform, but I no longer have the muzzle. And so we sit here now trying to figure out how to undo the Wyatt Detention Center. And as a bit of a pessimist, what I would say is that the U.S. values contract law above all. And so we tried to devise a 4-bill strategy for trying to get at what the Wyatt Detention Facility does. One of those bills was simply a non-cooperation with ICE bill that would make it so that no state agency could employ or take a contract from ICE for the purposes of holding people. That's not currently happening, but we were trying to get ahead of the game. There was another bill that said that no state dollars would be invested in any fund that is in the private prison game. We're waiting to hear on our treasurer whether they're going to support that. There was another bill that really copies the California bill from about 4 or 5 years ago. That bill made it so that you couldn't send a California state inmate to any other state or take an inmate from any other state in yours. It also provided a sunset clause for the operations of all private prisons within the state of California. And it was designed to respect this contract problem that I just mentioned we're trying to get around. So essentially what they said was you have until, I think that bill was 2029, you have until 2029 to finish paying out any bondholders in this private prison game, and then y'all gotta go. You have to shut down. And you can't, importantly, sign any new contracts from the day this bill is signed to the day that the 2029 date comes. The last bill, I'm trying to remember, what was it? It was non-cooperation with ICE. There was the banking. There was this. There was one other one, but I think we actually collapsed into another. So my apologies, I can't remember the last one. But as was alluded to earlier, because of this quasi-nature, there's very little oversight of this facility. The State Department of Corrections does not have any relationship with the Wyatt Detention Facility. So that means as state legislators, we really have no oversight over the operation of the facility itself. We are at the mercy of what credentialing the U.S. Marshals are willing to accept in order to place their prisoners there. And it's important to note that this is a cash cow for these folks. It's currently about $110 per prisoner per day for ICE. But before COVID, it was closer to $140 per prisoner per day. And the conversation at that time was, well, if we were here to provide material resources for this community, then you have to let us bring these folks in so that we can pay our bondholders and then be able to pay you as a community. In the lawsuit, we've been in mediation with a judge. Our city solicitor has been negotiating that. Our understanding so far is that the bondholders are willing to accept the payment to leave the city, but it's much steeper than what the city can afford. So circling back to this issue around services and a tax base, the entire budget of the city of Central Falls is about $18 million. The cost just to run the schools is over $45 million. And so, related fact is that Central Falls is under the longest state takeover of a school district in the history of the United States. By the time that the city was bringing the jail in, they already recognized they couldn't afford to pay the schools. They simply just didn't have the local property tax or business tax base anymore. And so at that time, the state stepped in. And so the state covers the entirety of the school district budget in recognition of the fact that the city itself could not pay for it. Just fire and police alone are more than a quarter of the entire municipal budget. And so here, being less of a well, I guess it's still a sociology observation. What I would say is there's an over-reliance of local property taxes instead of on redistributive income taxes in the state. And all municipalities are required to essentially provide some version of the same services. But they don't all have an equitable tax base in order to do that. And so when you're put in that situation, you essentially create the kind of desperation that leads to either a trash dump or a quasi-public prison. But happy to talk more and to keep the conversation going.
Jonathan, you didn't go into how the Colombians got into Central Falls. Can you just go into that history, please?
Sure. So I'll cover this briefly, especially because Jasmina mentioned it in the 2008 article. And so the New York Times headline was "City of Immigrants Fills Jail with Its Own." And as I kind of mentioned, the city has always had a working class immigrant origin. In 1965, after U.S. immigration reform, federal immigration reform, they were having an issue finding workers. And people have different arguments. Economists disagree about this all the time. You know, was it the pay? Was it the status of the job? But at the end of the day, what everybody could agree on is they didn't have workers to take the factory jobs that were still there. And so the son of the owner of one of those factories took a trip across Latin America, and he ended up in Colombia. And he found that the folks that worked in the textile mills there were using the same machinery as the ones that his father had in his factory. And so it starts with 3 Colombian guys. There's a historian, a great oral historian named Marta Martinez, who has done a lot of work on this in the state, who knows the exact date that the 3 of them arrived together. And that started this trickle of migration that would eventually kind of change the face of the city. So Central Falls today is the most Latino city in the state of Rhode Island, where over 2/3 of our population identifies as Hispanic or Latino. For the last 2 municipal elections, we've had a Latino majority on the city council. We had the first Latino mayor in the state of Rhode Island in 2011 or 12 in James Diosa, and now we have the first Latina mayor in the entire state in Mayor Maria Rivera. And so the city itself has changed as the working class population of the state has changed and has come to reflect that.
I was hoping that you could speak a little bit more, Jasmina, about what Amor does and what the bond part of your work does, just for folks who may not understand like exactly what is involved with that, with the Free Them All slogan that you use or we use.
Yeah, so we have the Shutdown Wyatt campaign where like a few of us meet every other, we're starting to meet more regularly, but yeah, every other week, and trying to always like recruit more people to join us, because obviously it's a really big campaign that like a lot of us have been like just experiencing some pretty big burnout, especially after the disrupting the Invesco shareholder meeting. But yeah, basically we have this legal fund. At the moment, it's definitely not doing the best that it has in the past, but we work with Bijan, just collaborating getting information from people who have different bond hearings within the Wyatt, and we go to there's a nice office still in in Warwick, although it technically, like, when you look it up, it says that it's not there anymore, but it definitely is still there, and I don't know why they're doing that. But yeah, just like to go to the office to post the bonds. Yes. No, it's okay. You can, yeah.
All right. And I have to leave very soon, so if I leave, it's because I have a plane to catch. It's not because of a lack of interest in the panel. So that's why I want to get my question in. I just was curious if you could both speak, because it seems like, Jasmina, that you are very much sort of involved with this activist network, and you're very involved in city politics and state politics in more formal sense. And I was curious if there are moments when you work together, or sort of how you've chosen to do your activism, because they both are important, and I just was curious how you see this relationship between activism and representative politics.
Well, we haven't worked together really as of yet, but there are just like the Shutdown Wyatt campaign is just like trying to find like different targets, like different tactics usually in general, and like one of them that we've been like trying to like focus on or want to focus on more is just like the fact that like Central Falls as the city just like doesn't want it there. So yeah, hopefully in the future work together more.
So I'll give you a more nuanced answer. I've been involved with this probably since 2016. And I would say Amor has been a good partner at mediating what I think initially was probably leaning towards too much of a white savior activist space. And so by nature of the demographic composition of the city, it's very hard to organize within Central Falls. In part, just straight material conditions, you're working all the time. You know, it's a very working class community. The median household income is $32,000. Now, just like let that sit for a second. We talk about a family of 3 today, $32,000, which means if that's the middle, the other half is below that, right? And so I think the facility itself is intentionally placed to be out of actual sight. Now, with the exception of the field that's right next to it, it was formerly next to the train, where the trains pass, and where there were other factories. And so you could live most of your life without having to see it. And so in that way, it's not at the top of a lot of people's mind. And one of the first groups that started getting involved was Never Again Action, who are great. None of them live in Central Falls. And so there was this huge disconnect. And even, you know, when local elected officials started getting involved, we held a march. And we had communicated with law enforcement. So a secret that is probably safe to tell here is regardless of how you feel about police, you know, they serve multiple purposes besides just straight up, you know, coming to your help when somebody's trying to break into your house. The city has a population of over 22,000 people, and we have 40 police officers for the entire community. So it's very hard to police that space. And so when Never Again would show up and put on a demonstration, they were draining some of our resources. So like if you had a real emergency with something else, the cops were like pissed. And they're like, who are these outsiders, people who aren't from here, who are, you know, bringing trouble to our community? And so that was their perspective. And so whenever we would try to organize something as city leaders, we were way more aware of that than people who were coming from the outside. And so what happened after the car assault, where the corrections officer ran somebody over and the attorney general refused to press charges, was we started coordinating a little bit more together. And so at that point, I was also transitioning from the city council to the state legislature so I could take the muzzle back off. And so we started having meetings between Never Again, Amor, and the two now state legislators. We had a state rep who was also interested, who had previously been kind of involved in local government, and myself. and started thinking a little bit more through strategy, but then also through simple things like communication. So if we're gonna go, we still gotta deal with the cops when y'all leave. Like, we live here, we interact with these police. And so, there's a certain level of, hey, we just wanna give you a heads up, we're gonna be here. It might not go the way you want it to go, but at least that way, maybe that day you bring some people in from overtime. So that if there's a car accident or if there's, some other incident that police have to respond to, you have the human capacity to deal with those. So I think those things have gotten better. I give credit to, again, Amor for bridging that and Never Again for being cognizant of that and saying like, hey, we kind of dropped the ball on this, but we want it to be more of a local effort as well. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you both so much for your work. I was wondering, so you were talking about these sunset clauses that were built into that 1991 law. So the Central Falls Detention Center, once that was built, it wasn't an issue for other communities in Rhode Island, right? Mm-hmm. So I was wondering though, so I understand the limitations of like making alliances with other towns in the state, but I was wondering if either Amor or the city work with other communities, maybe nationwide, that are dealing with exactly the same thing that you're talking about. So like the deindustrialization, the false promise of a dump or a detention center, like solving all the fiscal problems with the city, and then like it not delivering on any of those promises, all the things that you laid out so clearly. Because there's so many communities like in kind of abandoned places, either rural places or urban places, that kind of are dealing with that same thing. So I was just wondering if you guys are networked and like share strategies, or like y'all amplify each other's campaigns or try to coordinate campaigns, or what does that look like?
So Amor lately has been like helping. We're going to these pre-convening meetings for the National Bail Fund Network. And yeah, I often try to plug into those as much as possible, going to different workshops or just literally just spaces where we can speak with each other. And yeah, that's obviously like, I think one of the things that like definitely helps us going, because yeah, hearing their wins and their losses and how similar they are, just like it could be so defeating sometimes. And just like hearing people just being like, oh, like we're taking a break, actually we really need to take care of ourselves, or like so we can continue doing this work, is also just like so wonderful and powerful to hear, because it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. But yeah, with the National Bail Fund Network and Bijan, just like we have like, I mean, with Bijan itself, like they're like only in Boston. I mean, they're obviously really close, but just like we have these like weekly meetings, or like also like Amor is trying to support even to like shut down Plymouth, which still has an ICE contract. So.
Yeah, I think there are structural conditions that make that a little difficult, but not impossible. And so, I was a student of Evelyn Hudehart, and I'm working to get a PhD. So I may have painted a picture that seems very coherent, but I think if you're in the space of city administration, or you're in the space of activism, it's hard to see all those pieces. Not everybody knows the history of Central Falls or how that bill was structured and so on and so forth. And I say that to say, like, the city's on fucking fire. I think we're doing well, and I'm making the case that immigrants have saved Central Falls. But at the end of the day, if you were a mayor, right, like all the things that we were in the news for before 2012 were bad, right? The state took over our schools, the mayor went to jail, the city went into bankruptcy, and so when you come in and you're thinking about like, what are my priorities? The jail that's kind of in the corner of the city, and that importantly from 2008 on really didn't house anybody from Rhode Island. And this gets to the disconnect between local activism and what state priorities are, right? Because the people are coming from all over New England, from the Marshalls, and then the I-specific folks are coming from the southern border. So it's very rare that you have someone that has a direct link to someone in the facility. And so if you're just trying to go on about your daily life, you could do that without it really affecting you that it's there. And so I don't know that it was at the top of a lot of previous administration's priorities. The mayor now was part of the organizing that we did. She was part of the march that we brought together. She's part of the lawsuit. And so I think what previous administrations has done is said, look, at least pay us something. Like if you're going to be here and you're not going to pay taxes, and particularly because it was the era leading up to and right after bankruptcy, like what the city was looking for is how do we provide the people who live here now the most basic of services. I think that was the goal or the strategy, but I think that could change now as things are starting to turn around for the city.
I have a follow-up question. So you said that most of the folks, or if not everyone at the Wyatt, is not from Rhode Island. Is that still true? Because one of the arguments that has been made to me as an advocate is that we need these facilities here so that people are not separated from their families, right? So like, if someone in your family has to be in detention, wouldn't you want that? Wouldn't you rather that they be close by? And in Rhode Island, that means like within 15 minutes, right? No. But but what you're saying is that that's actually not even on the table at this point for the Wyatt.
Last I heard, it's like pretty much even since, I don't know, maybe since the beginning of the pandemic is when I started working with Emoji. So it's like when around that time is when I heard that like people were coming directly from the border to the Wyatt. And then recently, I feel like maybe it was October or something, some people from Pear went into the Wyatt, and there's like 60 people detained by ICE in one unit, and they're like from all over the place, and a lot of them are from like Maine, getting picked up from like literally the streets, raids, some with criminal history, some without criminal history, but none from Rhode Island.
Yeah, and getting to this story of the post-industrial city that I was telling earlier, one of the original promises was also that the staff would be from the city. And, you know, our last reporting had less than 5% of the staff. And as Kate had mentioned at the opening, you know, the warden lives in Connecticut. The corrections officer who wasn't charged for vehicular assault was from Connecticut. And so the overwhelming majority of the staff doesn't even work in the city. So there's no resources, you know, that are kind of even, what could you say, like residual resources going into the city.
I have a question for you, actually. So, like back in the 90s, there was a old mill found like bunch of like hazardous, like barrels of like hazardous waste that was like taken out, and then you know like more recently there's like the Macomber Stadium that has been dug up because of the contaminated soil. Obviously, like yeah, there's elementary school across the street from the Wyatt. They go down there to like. They had to stop going down there to use the fields. And just out of curiosity, if you knew about the contamination of the soil and like how it affects the Wyatt, because it is like literally just like the most narrowest street between the Macomber Stadium and the Wyatt. And like I understand that like the AstroTurf is supposed to be enough of a barrier between the soil and people playing on the fields, but and like obviously there's like you know the foundation and like the like cement that's like a barrier between like the ground and the Wyatt, but just like yeah, if you knew anything about that.
So the field before was grass, and that was found to be contaminated. So the Department of Environmental Management, DEM, shut it down for 2 years. In some ways, it was a gift and a curse.
Yeah.
Because the Narragansett Bay Commission, who is also, interestingly enough, a quasi-public-private corporation that manages our poop, is responsible for using some of the revenue that they make to do remediation around the state, so to improve the environmental conditions of the sewer. And so the state or the city rather, was able to get the state DEM and this quasi-public-private corporation and some outside grants to come together and remediate the fields. Now, the Wyatt itself doesn't really have any green space, so it's probably less of a concern that there's a direct transfer of contaminants to the folks that are being housed there. It was certainly a problem for the athletes who were, you know, playing on the fields. So as of now, our understanding is the fields are back open. They're brand new. They look great. And so we do have athletics going on there again. We were also able to convince the state to construct a new high school. Ours had been built in the 1930s. And so we got $144 million in order to build a new school. But we're having kind of similar issues. So the school proposed site is where Higginson Avenue Park Complex is, and there are also these old manufacturing, sites right there. So we'll have to look at that again, and that might drive the cost up.
Question for you guys, going back to the type of advocacy that you guys have been doing, which is impressive and really amazing. Thank you both. Have you guys, thinking about multiple methodologies and deploying that, have you thought of, or have you been engaged with the federal congressional delegation about applying pressure for the feds to close the facility? Has that happened? Because I heard lawsuit, I hear a lot of community organizing. I'm wondering if on a parallel track there may be other type of advocacy going on as well.
The Secretary of Commerce, who was previously the governor, had pretty much signaled that she was not willing to financially bail us out. And so I think it really is at this point a straight up money problem. So we've built what I would argue is enough local and social pressure that they don't really want to be here, but they want a big check in order to leave. And we're talking about, it's not just investment, it's like UMB Bank is who's named in the lawsuit. This is a lot of money that they're throwing around. And so I think if we could come up with anywhere between $50 and $110 million, they would leave. But for a community with a budget of $18 million, per fiscal year, it's not really doable for us. It's also, like I said, it's kind of a hard sell for a place that has a very onerous property tax on its current residents, right? And so to your point about advocacy, like some of this is, and maybe this is like too real world, right? Like we can, I think, appeal to people's like principles and their moral feelings about some of this stuff, but people also hate paying taxes. And so trying to get the community to choose between, do we try to go out to bond? We're just recovering out of bankruptcy a couple years ago. The bonds we just took out were to build schools. So this gets to my point about like it's a dumpster fire. What do you address first? I think the average resident of CF is really interested in their quality of life right now, justifiably so, given that they've been kind of discarded by the state for so long. And tangentially related to this, we talked about other communities being involved or caring. I think the school case is really telling. So right before the state takeover of the public schools, we explored other options. And some of those other options were, Pawtucket is right next door. It's a community that on many demographic indicators is identical to Central Falls. One of the proposals at the time was the state would cover the per pupil expenditure for each kid if they just took the CF kids. Pawtucket said no. Cumberland, also right next door, much more affluent, much whiter, also said no. Lincoln, our former big sister, also said no. And so I do think there's an element of classism and kind of ethno-racism that's at play that nobody really wants to tag, but it would also need to be the state to bail us out. And the state narrative is very much, well, we already pay for the Central Falls Public Schools District. We already pay for the buses that go through CF because we do have a pilot program that makes the public transportation free in the city. And so why are we going to give them this when they kind of made their own bed? What I would argue, though, is we've created so much of the surplus value that everyone around us has been able to benefit from. And so by being the working class residential hub for the for the state, since before it was even its own city, Like, we've been paying our taxes. Our taxes are living in these subpar conditions compared to everybody else. And so, like, that's what redistribution is. Like, that's why you pay taxes. But not everybody finds that as compelling.
I haven't spoken to our congressional delegation about Central Falls or the Wyatt in particular, but I do want to say that I have spoken to them about the border, and there seems to be this belief that New England, and I guess this is sort of what DeSantis played into when he sent people to Martha's Vineyard. There is this idea that New England states are blue states and they're on the right side of history, so we're all set. And so, I mean, that was never stated directly to me by an elected official, but I feel like there's this sort of like, well, at least we're not Florida or Texas. And so my sort of response is that, you know, there doesn't seem to be a huge appetite to get involved in a situation as like radioactive as the Wyatt, or Central Falls even. And I think it's unfortunate. You know, like, I think that we have some really excellent leadership that could go further, but doesn't necessarily feel like they're being pushed to, or that there be any benefit for them to do so. And obviously with Secretary Raimondo, you know, coming off of her stint as the governor of Rhode Island, you know, it's sort of, I don't know, the field is not level as far as this is concerned, like in DC, I guess I would say.
I will give Cicilline credit. Mm-hmm. So I was at a dinner with him we have 2 Central Falls Housing Authority public high-rises. So this is like, you know, built back when we used to build public housing. And so we had a dinner there, and there was a guy, senior gentleman, who very clearly spends a lot of time watching Fox News. And I don't know why he chose Cicilline as his target. And this is why I give Cicilline credit, because there was no media there. There was no cameras or nothing like that. And the guy was like, what are you doing about these illegal aliens in the border and all this crap? And Cicilline hit him with you know, part of the argument that Iván was making, which is like, it's not illegal to seek asylum. And, you know, he went through and kind of tried to walk this guy, but just really didn't let him have the moment, and did that in a room full of a lot of white ethnic seniors, which I think, you know, the city, as I alluded to before, has been undergoing a demographic transition. And one of the stories that I tell about the reason why it's so important for there to be some representation in office, I don't think all skin folk are kinfolk, don't get me wrong. But when Trump got elected in 2016, our police department and our mayor put together a community meeting in the cafeteria of our public high school. And there was no media, there was no public announcement. It was really like a word of mouth thing, things that went out through other channels of communication. And at that time, it was designed so that the police chief could speak to the residents of the city and make the point that he was not a federal agent, that he was not to do immigration enforcement. And I think that went a long way in terms of trying to build a relationship between law enforcement and our community. But it also might have had the unintended consequence of really making people feel like they're separate from what's going on at a place like the Wyatt, because like we're okay in our city with our cops. Our cops aren't going to mess with us. But I thought it was a very, it's not the kind of usual story you hear about urban policing. So there was some optimism there.
And I should also say that our delegation is going to change in like 5 minutes. So, you know, elections have happened and we have new folks that, yeah. I don't see like $110 million being on the table
Same.
to bail out Central Falls, sadly.
Although we do have a $600 million surplus. So.
Are there other ways to drive up the costliness of keeping Wyatt open to the bondholders and to the private side of the public-private corporation, other than like just the financial cost? This is why I'm wondering if they're like just thinking about other strategies. Like, so a lot of the migrants are being sent from border regions like Texas or whatever. Is there a way to like kind of shine a light on that so that I don't know, I'm just trying to think about how to drive up the cost to make it not, Because what you're saying is, if we could just pay them off financially, then they would leave, right? But if is there a way to make it too costly otherwise to keep it open? Because it's like $150 million, right? If you could come up with it. Yeah.
I'll be honest. I think they'll leave for, I don't know, I'd call it 60 million. I think they're still owed like 105.
So that's like so much money for a small town. Yeah. That's really not that much money for some of these bondholders. I mean, or like for the corporate side. So I'm wondering if there's other ways to kind of buy them off, or to make the cost of it just like not worth their money, or not worth the time and energy. It doesn't solve the problem of detention because they would just move people elsewhere. Right. But I don't know, it like to throw a wrench into the kind of gears of it. You know what I mean?
So early and often.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's it. It's giving them as many headaches as possible, but the ebbs and flow of that. So even, speaking for myself and being honest, and Jasmina kind of alluded to this because this is when she was coming on, was once COVID-19 broke out, my priority were the residents of CF. So I was way more active and involved with shut down the Wyatt stuff before COVID happened. And then COVID happened, and there were weeks where our transmission rate was higher than New York City. And, one of the things that I feel like is a sub-theme in some of what we've been talking about, and part of why this kind of private space emerges, is that the state is not as powerful as we think, right? And I think the COVID pandemic really made me think about what state capacity really is. And seeing how much we struggled with something as basic as how do we get testing up in a city for 22,000 people? That's only a mile. It was really hard. How do we get vaccines out to them? Now we're kicking ass. We're like second or third in the state. We're above 90% for adults. That's rare for a predominantly working class, black and brown community. But we didn't have any infrastructure to do any of those things. And so much of our energy and focus went into how do we manage this? We have a really skewed population pyramid. And so our white people are mostly old and our Latino folks are really, really young, right? And so we had like crazy infection rates because like young people were kind of less protective and less guarded, and senior folks it was spreading like wildfire because we had so many seniors. And so we just didn't have the bandwidth to really engage too much in this kind of work. And I think a lot of the folks in the Wyatt suffered because of that. At one point, I think they had like more than 60% of the inmates and the staff had it. Like almost everybody in the Wyatt facility
and they weren't requiring masks. They weren't requiring like any of these things. I mean, it really did almost like, it really felt like maybe it could have closed during the pandemic. And then back in like July, that's when like Invesco decided to like refinance or figure out how to refinance with them. And that's when like the prices changed per person. They were like hoping to like build a detox program for people with opioid use. And yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, just like I feel like our tactic is just to try to apply as much pressure on Invesco as possible because, yeah, like you said, it isn't that much money for them. Just like, why are they here? Why did they choose this town out of all places? And I don't know.
And I'm not trying to be too nerdy about it, but I have a professor here who's obsessed with Sewell and the whole logics of history and stuff. And so just looking at the trajectory of activism against the Wyatt, it's very kind of like event structure based, right? So in some ways we're following this larger story of mass incarceration in the U.S. We're the first city that creates this quasi-public private municipal corporation, and so we're like early to the game of private jails. And we're suffering financially. We never get the money that we were supposed to get. Then it becomes unpopular, and so like they're thinking about leaving, and the times that the pressure is applied is always when some bad shit happens, right? So like somebody dies or somebody escapes or all of a sudden you start getting these new ICE contracts, and that's part of a larger national conversation on immigration and the fear stoked by Trump. And so like we've almost been reliant on the need for events, but the problem with events is that, there's going to be another event that is going to distract your attention. So no one could have predicted COVID, so that happens, and so like we're less concerned with this, and it's the kind of thing where it makes you fear. Do you need somebody else to die in order for this to close down? Do you need a few more escapes in order for people to really start paying attention again? They weren't allowed to house women because of so many kind of allegations of misconduct at the facility. They've been fighting to get women back. And you have to wonder, like, what is that going to mean? Like, do bad things need to happen to female inmates in order for us to get reinvigorated and to have people come back out and roll? And the fatigue is real, right? So I do think part of what we were doing legislatively was trying to take advantage of this broader national conversation around reform. And you had seen different big investors threaten to pull money out or not want to invest in corporations. So thinking about where money is was something that we were trying to piggyback off of. Looking at the California reform was something we were trying to piggyback off of. But some of those things wane as the lens shifts.
So two sort of levels of questions. One is, it sounds like, so I think what you're describing is a detention center that is very disconnected from its community. Is that right? So the staff is not from Central Falls. The people who are detained there are not from Central Falls. It sounds like, there's a sort of a level of community awareness, but, it reminds me of
Guantánamo.
Well, no, this is what it's reminding me of a lot, right? Is that, and I think Jana said this, but I've had this experience in Guantánamo City too, is that, when people have very challenging lives anyway, yeah, and they are not informed about this thing that's sitting in their backyards, then they're not that. They don't ask a lot of questions about it. They're not that concerned. I mean, why they're not advocating? I think Jana said she was surprised. People who live in Guantánamo are not advocating for the closure of Guantánamo. But it's, there are all these sort of structural reasons why clearly they're not. They don't know anything about it. Mm-hmm. They're not told anything about it. They can't get into it, and they have to figure out, what they're going to eat for tomorrow. So then it just isn't on their radar. So it sounds a bit like. So one of my questions around that is like, how do you find out about it? I mean, is there an information access issue? Like you say, you think you sort of know what's going on there, but you don't know exactly. So my first question is that, is there a sort of information access problem? And my second question was just more general, was that how each of you, including Paik, got into this work and into this issue, because it sounds like because of the closure around it, it's not the obvious issue. It's not an obvious issue to be getting into. There's two questions.
Well, for the first question, I don't know, like back during the election in November, a few years ago, we did try to have this mutual aid march where we did have a bunch of bags of food and some coats and stuff in this big van, and we were all marching throughout from we started at the very edge of Cumberland in all the way through Central Falls to the Wyatt, and just yes, people are worried about what they're going to eat, so doing these mutual aid drives, supporting the community into for reaching basic needs, along with also being hey, do you know what's in, do you know what's here? Do you know what's happening? Do you want to support? Do you want to I think I know that a big part of Amor's mission is to work with people who are directly impacted and uplift their voices, have them start leading, because we just know and think that that's important, and so trying to support their basic needs and then also informing them is definitely what we're trying to do.
So as far as how we get information, I mean, I think you're spot on about what's happening between the on average resident of the community and the facility itself. Organizationally, Amor has really led the charge on trying to engage with ICE detainees specifically, but there are also non-ICE detainees. The overwhelming majority are non-ICE detainees, and I think that's also what complicates this picture a little bit, as far as where the money comes from. But so they will often put in requests to find out how many ICE detainees are there. You know, do they have legal services? Can we come? And there are some ministers who are associated with Never Again who are also have access. But sometimes it's also just luck. And so, you know, as we mentioned to Kate, most people there have no connections locally to the state. But sometimes randomly, you get a person whose cousin or distant, you know, brother-in-law was migrating, got caught at the border, is there, and they realize, hey, I'm in the state. And so you'll get a call from a Pawtucket resident or a CF resident saying, hey, I have a family member that's locked up. What can I do? What can we do? And so it really is random and luck sometimes as well. But it's less often the case that it makes the news or it's newsworthy unless it's the type of event like a break, like someone escaping or like somebody getting seriously injured. As far as how I got involved, I think I have a deep sense of survivor's guilt. And so my parents were both undocumented. My father crossed, my parents were both Colombian. My father crossed the Mexican border and used a straw to breathe underwater. And my mother came to the U.S. on forged documents because her parents, you know, got in this like weird, funky divorce. And so I lived on the kind of, quote, legal side of the system where I had a ton of family that didn't. And it was just based on the luck of when my parents met and where they had sex. So, you know, I was born in Jackson Heights, very Colombian enclave in the 80s. And I had all these rights that tons of people in my family just didn't have, just based on where I was born. And I was able to do all sorts of things that I had a lot of family that could do, just based on where my parents had sex, which is completely arbitrary to me. And I had this question for Iván earlier because one of the conversations that I think we started having in 2016 when Trump got elected that has kind of faded, but I still consider a very serious threat is, and also a potential avenue for building solidarity, is what happens if they try to take away birthright citizenship. You know, I was paying very close attention to what happened in the Dominican Republic. You know, before we could always say, well, Israel, South Africa, that's all on the other side of the world. Then all of a sudden you see what the Dominican Republic does to folks of Haitian descent, and you hear that Trump is having this conversation. What better way to build your white nationalist nation state than by disenfranchising a few million people who are becoming more and more a significant part of the electorate? And so it just made sense. Like, we had to, and I don't question why people come here. I mean, this was kind of my question to you, right? Which is like, what does reconciliation look like? Yeah, I don't think we would be here if the U.S. hadn't been fucking with us. I'm from paradise. Like, I don't know if y'all ever been to Medellin, but I've traveled a lot. I think it's much nicer than most places around the world. It's a little smoggy nowadays because we had too many of those old diesel buses, but it's beautiful. And so we're here because of things that happened before us that were outside of our control. And I don't think there's any reason we should be criminalized for that, or that it should be based on just random luck, which is how I feel I came to be in the position that I'm in.
Did you have a connection to Central Falls, though, or is that something that developed?
Yeah, so my grandmother worked in factories in Central Falls when I was young. My mother, after she left my father, moved to Central Falls, and she was raising my uncle and I. He graduated from Central Falls High School. He's probably the most celebrated teacher at Central Falls High School now. So he used to work at Brown. He's a biology teacher. He teaches AP Bio there. And so when I moved back to Rhode Island, I had grown up in Miami and was not very comfortable being in New England spaces. And so the closest thing you could get was to be in the majority Latino city. And so I wanted to live and spend money and pay taxes in a place that I was comfortable in, that didn't make me feel like a constant outsider.
Mm-hmm. And how I got into it, well, my family is from Guatemala. I'm first gen, and I was raised in the Catskills in New York. And I literally just moved here on a whim because my ex-girlfriend was living here, and I was farming most of my 20s. And then I just started hearing about Amor and just getting more involved there, and applied for the case managing position, and honestly, it's like the same thing. It's like, okay, like I was born here out of luck too. It just like really like, I don't know, I could have so easily been born in Guatemala. Like we moved back there when I was 5. And it's just, yeah, it's just like very random. And it is just like so many things that like my family couldn't do, I can, including like reading and speaking English for so long. And yeah, like I said, I was farming for most of my 20s, early 20s, and that's just like also like very like white world and just like not what I was like trying to be a part of. And yeah, just wanting to just relate more with people of color and support the people that don't have basic privileges the way that like the ones that I do for whatever reason, for no reason.
Very similar. I mean, I think my favorite quote from the day was, I'm Korean and I believe in revenge. So I guess the first answer to the question is I'm Jewish. You know, I mean, like, it's just, I've been doing this for a while now, and there are a lot of us involved. And I think the other part is also survivor's guilt or privilege guilt, in the sense that when I wanted to move to another country, I could do it. And then when I wanted to come back with my spouse and kids, I could do it. And the only sort of negative interaction I had the entire time was someone assuming that I had adopted my children because I'm white and they're Latino. I mean, that's nothing, right? And I think that it really drove home for me the disparities that exist around that, both within my family, my ancestors, and then also for the family that we've made with my spouse. I didn't get super vocal about this until my spouse became a U.S. citizen. And then, but also, like you were saying, with birthright citizenship or the specter of like Trump going after people who were naturalized, that was super scary as well. I mean, that happened after I started doing this work, but it's very real. And I think if it's real for someone like me, it's, you know, imagining what folks go through who are coming out of detention centers and wearing those colored bracelets that tell them, you know, like how many of their 72 hours they have left is, it's devastating. And I think that I just felt like I had to do it. Yeah. Thank you all for being here. I wanted to thank our last panelists. And if there aren't any other questions, I guess we can close. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.